Age of Elves-My Ninja Frog Can Ninjutsu Chapter 501-550. Chapter 501 Feeling hopeless. They slowly got up from the arrow bushes, and then everyone looked at the Chi soldiers in the city with a terrifying smile on their faces. Their smiles are so terrifying, their eyes are so evil, and the fear in Chi Jun's heart has been completely evoked. Thousands of corpses. A hill formed by corpses. Buff stood on the top and stared at everyone below like a killing god, leaving an inextinguishable sense of fear in their hearts. The soldiers of Chi State seemed to see Buff standing there again, but this time they saw more than 100. A boof has already caused so much damage to the soldiers of the state of Chi. These more than 100 killing gods. Do the soldiers of the state of Qin want to completely kill Fangaling County? At this time, the soldiers of the state of Qi stood there motionless and watched. The 100 Qin soldiers under the city wall. They feel that they can no longer breathe, and everyone's wheezing is gradually increasing. All their attention was on the arrogant Bun, the stone and the 100 soldiers. I even forgot that the 500 archers in Qin were still there. Shoot at them. They even forgot to dodge. Perhaps for them, the fate of death was inevitable no matter what. At this time, Xiao was also a little dumbfounded. He already thought that those infantrymen were sure to die, but he did not expect that they actually survived. Looking at the iron plate full of arrows next to them, Xiao suddenly realized that these infantrymen dared to charge up from the arrows because they were protected by the iron plate. Go and inform Zhou Long and the others, go out of the city to fight, and kill all these 100 soldiers. Xiao's order went on. But before the order reached Zhou Long, Feng Zheng and brother Manto Shido with 100 soldiers had already withdrawn. Because the goal has been achieved, the good news and morale boosted by the good news from King Zhou just now disappeared in the battle just now. Zhang Feng Zheng followed Buff's order and did not continue to attack. In fact, this is just a matter of momentum. Feng Zheng and brother Manto Shido both understand. Even at this moment, the morale of the soldiers of the Qi army is low, and fear has taken over their minds, but just relying on more than 100 of them to break through the city is simply a dream. It was impossible to do at all, so they came to use this way this time, just to call their troops to fight on the moat bridge at that time, and Buff buried fear in their hearts. Once fear hits the heart, people lose their fighting spirit, and it is simply too easy to deal with people who have no fighting spirit. Zhang Fengzheng and brother Manto Shido had already retreated to their own camp before the Qi army recovered. At this time, the three brothers Zhou Long rushed out of the city with their troops and horses. To the steamed bread, the stone and the general Fengzheng. They led the troops and horses they brought from Qi, and these did not reach the mighty power of Buff. At this time, they still have the strength to fight, and those soldiers who have known the strength of Buff can't go out of the city to fight at all. Even if Xiao kills a few, he must use military law to force these defenders to cheer up. But they have given up hope of life, and even if they are killed by Xiao, they can no longer cheer up. Seeing him like this, he knew that even killing them all would be useless, so he could only shake his head helplessly, pinning his hopes on Zhou Long and the three brothers. Led Fengzheng and Manto Shido with less than 1,000 soldiers and horses, watching Zhou Long and his three brothers rush out with tens of thousands of horses. They retreated backwards and did not confront Zhou Long and the three brothers. Shameless dog thief, actually using such a despicable tactics. If you have the ability, come to stand with the young master and tell you to come and go. Zhou Bao was yelling insults there, but how could Fengzheng and brother Manto Stone be swayed by his aggressive actions? They continued to get off the train and went to sleep, ignoring how Zhou Bao was yelling there. Withdrawing to the front of the army, they saw that Zhou Long and the three had arrived before the camp with tens of thousands of troops. At this time, a person slowly walked out of the camp. This man rode on 4 horses, held a Fang Tianhua halberd, and wore a suit of silver armor. He looked at Zhou Long and the three brothers with bright eyes. Walked out slowly and came not far in front of the three brothers. You are the 3 young generals sent by Sun Bin, right? Humph. How do you know who you are? Zhou Bao's reaction was not as fast as Zhou Long and Zhou Hu's. After asking, Zhou Long glanced at him and said, "He is the commander-in-chief of the Qin army, Buff. Was also the one who broke through the moat bridge and killed tens of thousands of Qi soldiers at the bridge. Oh, it turns out that he is Buff, and he doesn't seem to be anything special. The people of Qi country have spread him so well. Big brother, let me finish him today. Third brother, don't underestimate the enemy. He does have some advantages. We must be more careful, otherwise we will fall into his tricks and hurt our own lives." "Ha ha ha, eldest brother, you are too nervous, just like this person who has been falsely rumored to be a god of war. I will definitely hand him over to eldest brother for you to deal with today." Saying that, Zhou Bao rushed out on horseback, raised his sword and fought with Buff. "Third brother, let me help you." Zhou Bao and Buff fought together, and at this time Zhou Hu also rushed up. There they were fighting each other, but Buff seemed to be at ease and not at all lost. Zhou Bao and the thief were secretly shocked after fighting Buff with dozens of tricks. They didn't expect Buff's martial arts to be so superb. It seems that what the rumors say is not necessarily false. They have died out of the knife wrapping method, but it seems that it does not work for Buff. Seeing that the two brothers still didn't take advantage of the battle with Buff, Zhou Long couldn't help rushing up. For him, no matter. It is enough for a few people to beat Buff. A one-on-one fair fight is so ridiculous. They are fighting, not martial arts. Fang Zheng saw the three of them rushing up, and wanted to go forward and resist with Buff, but Buff yelled loudly. "None of you come here. I want to compete with the three of them. You are ready to attack the city at any time. Today we must attack Shaoling County." Buff was there while fighting with the three of them, while giving instructions on what to do next. "There," Zhou Bao said angrily, "don't daydream there. If you want to break through Fangaling County, you must first step on our corpses." Chapter 502 _ Believe in Buff's enemies. "Buff, your arrogant tone made our three brothers take your life today." Zhou Long didn't speak there, and his eyes never left Buff. He knew that this man who had done miracles couldn't have done anything else that they could not have been prepared for. Strange to say, neither Zhou Bao nor Zhou Hu believed that Buff could do what he just said, but Zhou Long always believed that Buff would definitely do it. Zhou Long even thought that the three brothers might be defeated by this Buff. "I don't know why this feeling is getting stronger and stronger, so strong that his offensive has disappeared." Zhou Long's heart was frustrated, and Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu felt the pressure increased sharply. And Zhou Hu shouted loudly when they saw Xiao Po listlessly attacking Bu Fu. "Big brother." A big brother woke up Zhou Long, and suddenly came over in a trance. At this time, the four of them had fought for hundreds of rounds. Three people and Buff were fighting there alone, and they didn't have the upper hand. Buff's Fang Tianhua halberd flew up and down, and he would be able to attack his moves and resist them all. Fighting again, after a while, Buff had a decisive battle. Zhou Long and the three of them had no other skill in their martial arts, so he began to speed up the offensive. Defeat the three of them in the shortest time, and his offensive was getting faster and faster, as if there was no limit. Although Zhou Long and the other three tried their best to resist, and they have exerted their shovel skills to the extreme, but still unable to resist Bu Fu's attack, Zhou Long found that Bu Fu in front of him didn't look very strong. But compared to Zhang Fangjung and Manto Shito who had fought before, Bu far surpassed them in terms of explosiveness, speed and even strength. Zhou Long and the three of them became more and more frightened as they fought, but Buff was still increasing in speed. His square halberd pierced Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu's chest from time to time. Zhou Bao and Xiao Cao could only be too tired to deal with it, and their sword-wrapping technique would not work at all in the face of Buff's absolute power. "Second brother, third brother, you should retreat first. After I come to the end, the three of us are not his opponents. We will retreat to the city first and then make a long-term plan." "But bro, you get out!" Zhou Long shouted loudly there. He knew that if he continued, the three of them would be killed by Buff if they didn't want any of them. "The two of you quickly return to the city, close the city gate and never leave the city to fight, remember. At this time, Zhou Long had already put his life on the line, fighting with Buff there. Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu heard Zhou Long's words, and they did not dare to go against their elder brother's wishes, so they pulled away. Of Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu made Bufu a lot more relaxed. He had to admit that the three brothers' self-created method of wrapping the sword had some influence on him. Otherwise, the three of them would not be able to resist their attack for such a long time. But since the two brothers left, it was too easy for Boof to deal with the Zhou Long in front of him. Are you sure you can go back alive after the two of them leave? Ha ha ha, I'm not ready to go back alive. I admit that your martial arts are unprecedentedly powerful, our three brothers are not your opponents. But even if you risk your life, I will never allow you to break through Fangling County. This is the command of General Sun Bin. The task given to us, we have to complete even if we put our lives on it. Hee hee, but I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the task he taught you even if you take your own life. HMPH, although martial arts are strong, it's not that easy to kill me in a short period of time. Oh, so are you ready? I'm going to get real. Stop bluffing there. How much of your ability has been used when our three brothers are fighting? I don't believe you have any other tricks reserved. Ha ha ha, although your three brothers are average in martial arts, that wrapping the sword is a bit interesting, but to me it's nothing. HMPH, it's just a good mouth. Your subordinate was almost killed by our three brothers last time. Now I can only do that. All the turtles are behind. If they dare to challenge me, they will be killed. Ha ha, you want to fight them, and then delay for a while, so that your two brothers have time to go back to the city to prepare. This child's trick is still there. Use it in front of me. Seeing that his plan was seen through, Zhou Long did not speak anymore, but stared at Boof fiercely. He knew that he was less fortunate today, and the buff in front of him was really too powerful, far surpassing them both in terms of martial arts and mentality. He didn't dare to think too much now, just hoped that his two brothers could return to the city safely, and then guard Fangling County together with the county magistrate Shaosun. But can he really get his wish? At this time, he found that Buff's two subordinates, Manto and Shito, had already galloped away on horses. What? Zhou Long was extremely anxious in his heart, but he was helpless. It was not easy for him to hold on for this period of time. I can only hope that his two brothers will not fight with Brother Manto Stone and leave quickly and retreat to the city. Zhou Long is not taking the initiative to attack now, but standing there, it is good to drag on for a while. He knew that if he started to move his hands, Buff's offensive would be a thunderous force, and there was no pressure he faced. Xiaomei saw that Manto and Shito had rushed to chase Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu. I thought about taking down the Zhou Long in front of me first. He raised Fang Tianhua halberd like Zhou Long and rushed over. A halberd stabbed at Zhou Long's chest. Zhou Long's big knife leaned forward against Fang Tianhua halberd and began to turn. Using the rotation method to remove Fang Tianhuaji's strength, and then put the big knife across his chest, blocking Fang Tianhuaji. Afterwards, his big sword was pushed aside, and Fang Tianhuaji was also pushed aside. Buff fought with the three of them just now. He had already fully understood the mystery of the wrapping sword technique. It is to pull back his Fang Tian painting halberd. Then he was smashed by Shang Zhou Long from top to bottom. Zhou Long's face was pale at the moment, because the move just now was really dangerous, and he had already tried his best to resist it. Just barely coped. At this moment, Fang Tianhua halberd smashed from the head, Zhou Long's big knife stretched out again, and then he still used the rotation to remove the force of Fang Tianhua halberd, and it was placed above his head. But this time he did not completely block Fang Tianhuaji's strength. Fang Tianhua halberd was blocked by the big sword, but he still smashed down. Chapter 503_Zhou Long died in battle. Although the strength is not strong, but if you are hit, you will definitely lose your life. Desperation, Zhou Long tilted his head to the side, and then Fang Tianhua halberd hit his shoulder. Because Zhou Long tried his best, when the topic hit the shoulder yesterday, the force was already very light, and the child's shoulders shook for a while, and the force of Feng Tianhuaji was released by shaking. Hee, it seems that your sword twisting technique is just imitating the Tai Chi technique. You should know Sun Chang. While attacking, Buff asked Zhou Long, and the children didn't have time to answer his words. He can only barely defend against Buff's attack now. Seeing that he didn't speak, Buff shook his head. Even if he knew Sun Chang, he could not let him go even if he was standing in front of him now. Suffer to death. At this time, Buff's Feng Tianhua halberd stabbed forward, and Zhou Long wanted to continue the defense with the wrapping sword method, but after contacting his big sword this time, something changed. A cloud of black mist flew out from Feng Tianhuaji and gradually turned into a black dragon. Zhou Long had never seen such a scene before, and was at a loss on the spot. The black dragon is getting bigger and bigger, and its appearance has become solidified. When he was fully formed, Zhou Long suddenly felt a burst of fear rising from the bottom of his heart. Before he could do anything to resist, the giant dragon formed only by the black mist charged towards him. Because the distance was very close, Zhou Long was swallowed by the black dragon before he could react. Zhou Long's body was completely wrapped in the mist of the black dragon, and Zhou Long's screams came from the mist. In a short quarter of an hour, I returned to Feng Tianhuaji from the black fog, and Zhou Long left only a big knife on the ground. Frowned slightly when he looked at the big knife in front of him and the pool of blood on the ground. Then he ignored it and looked at Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu who were entangled by Manto and Shido in the distance. Big brother. When Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu fought with Manto and Shido, they still had enough power. That Zhou Long was released by Buff and swallowed something, the screams made them want to come quickly to save Zhou Long. But at this time, how could brother Manto and Shido let them go easily? It's impossible to go. It is not easy for Manto and Shido to defeat Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu in a short period of time. But it is unlikely that Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu want to get rid of their entanglement as soon as possible. Seeing that Zhou Long had disappeared, they already knew that Zhou Long had died under the attack of Buff. The attack that looked more like a sorcery called Lang, and Zhou Hu was also terrified. At this time, their hearts were full of anger, and Zhou Long's death stimulated their potential. Offensive suddenly increased by Shu, and the two Stone brothers were also desperately defending. But Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu seemed to be desperate, but I was injured myself, and I had to fight to the death with brother Manto Stone, and sometimes even wanted to die together. Such an attack caused many injuries to the armor of the Manto or Duo brothers, and they were also aroused bloody. The four of them came and went, and the wounds on their bodies kept increasing. Buff saw that the brothers Manto and Shido did not fall behind and die, and did not care about them anymore. They attacked the city gate. When Xiao saw Qin State's troops and horses attacking in large numbers, he ordered quickly, and the archers began to shoot. But he found that the archers seemed, still, frightened by what had just happened. Shooter didn't look at the target at all, and just shot down the city indiscriminately. They didn't want to show their bodies, because there were 500 archers on the opposite side aiming at them. Quick, give me a shot, don't let them send it over. Xiao was roaring, but the archers at the head of the city saw the person who terrified them. Their legs were trembling constantly, and their hands couldn't use any strength at all. Because at this time they had already seen Bufu with Feng Tianhua halberd. But they knew that it was this man who had killed many people like a demon. In the hearts of its soldiers, resistance has been given up, and their bodies are like walking corpses, attacking aimlessly there. Seeing this, Xiao was also very anxious, and now he can only rely on Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu to return to the city quickly. He could also see very clearly from the 1 acre below just now, and the little Buddha disappeared after being entangled in the black mist for some reason. After that, there was their last line of defense. Once they were breached, with the current state of the Qi army, it was impossible to face the attack of the Qin army. At this time, Buff had come to the front of the city gate, and the pitiful knowledge could not shoot him at all. Looking at the tall city gate in front of him, Buff on Chituma narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about how to break through the city gate. At this time, the siege vehicle behind him also came. After they were ready, they started to attack the city gate. Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu saw the city gate being attacked at this time. They were shocked and regained their calm. They remembered Zhou Long's instructions to them before he died, so they feinted a few moves, avoided the attacks of Manto and Shido, and then ran towards Chengmen. Could it be that Shi would not easily watch them leave? Chasing them from behind, Zhang Fengjung also came to Buff's side, killing countless enemies along the way. He originally wanted to support Manto, Shido and the others, but he found that Manto and Shido couldn't afford it, and Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu were not at a disadvantage either. The most important thing at the moment is to break the city, so he doesn't kill all the way to Buff's side. How to break the city gate. Seeing the Qinglong Banyu saber in Zhang Fengjung's hand, Bufu smiled and said, use the big blade in your hand to attack the city gate, just to see if you can still use that trick to go out to sea. Here. Knowing that Buff is giving myself a chance, I am still a little bit neglectful of Fengjung. Start accumulating, then think back to how you felt before. He has been training since the battle with Shu Wending, and now he has learned some tricks for Qinglong to go to sea. Although this power is very powerful, it also consumes a lot of physical strength. But at the moment Buff is by his side, even if his strength is exhausted, he doesn't have to worry about being killed by others. For a quarter of an hour, Fengjung was still there, and he forgot everything around him. There was only the city gate in front of him in his eyes. Suddenly he shouted, and the Qinglong Banyu sword raised high, and then slashed towards the city gate. Chapter 504-Defeat Fangaling County. The big knife slashed above the city gate and entered in response, and at the same time there was a dragon roar, a blue, jade dragon circling back and forth above the city gate. Looking at Fengjung's pale face, Qinglong nodded with satisfaction. Described as wandering around the city gate for a while, then disappeared. Buff saw this scene next to him, and was also very relieved. This made the square Qinglong go out to sea, and finally practiced a little bit. After the blue dragon disappeared in a blink of an eye, the city gate was intact, and the soldiers next to it all looked at each other. Originally, I thought that Fengjung's trick looked so gorgeous, and its power must be huge. But after the trick was over, the door didn't respond at all, not even a scratch. Other than that the Azure Dragon half-moon knife was inserted on the door panel, it didn't seem to be of much use. The soldiers did not dare to say anything more, although there were many doubts in their hearts, and some even felt that Fengjung's trick was useless at all. But Zhang Fengjung stood there gasping for breath. After the breath was a little more even, a smile appeared on Fengjung's face. He didn't expect his Qinglong to go out to sea to practice to this level. It seems that Buff is right. Practice brings true knowledge, and only through continuous training in actual combat can one improve his martial arts. Buff also nodded with satisfaction at this time. He knew that this knife was not as simple as the soldiers saw. At this time, Fengjung grabbed the handle of the Qinglong Banyu Dao and slowly turned and pulled it backwards. With a click, the board made a cracking sound. And then with this sound, the sound of clicking continued in my ears. Countless cracks in the tall city gate. Soldiers stood there exclaiming, and only then did they realize that the door had already been destroyed. It's just that I didn't find it just now. The Qinglong Banyu Dao was in his hand, and Fengjung looked at the city gate full of cracks. I saw him turn around and waved a knife again, gently tapping the city gate with the knife handle. Clap la la, the city gate turned into pieces and fell to the ground. A cloud of dust was raised, and after the dust settled, the two soldiers and horses looked at each other. The soldiers of Qi State in front of the city gate had no idea what was going on or why they suddenly turned into pieces. They just heard the big sword slashing at the city gate just now. At the beginning, they were still there. They laughed at Qin Jun for breaking the door with a big sword. But what they saw stunned them. They didn't expect that with a single knife, they actually cut the city gate into pieces. Rush in! Bufu shouted, and the soldiers of Qin State began to rush into the city gate. Xiao was standing in front of the city gate at the moment. He no longer knew how to command his troops to fight. This is too exaggerated. The city gate is split open with one knife. What a strange thing. Xiao stood there watching the taxi rushing in, shouting the killing sound to bring him back to his senses. Order to let the soldiers of the state of Qi begin to resist. But those Qi soldiers had already lost their fighting spirit, and they were no match for Qin soldiers at all. Xiao was extremely anxious, and looking at the current situation, it seemed that Fangling County really couldn't hold back. Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu and the Mantou and Shido brothers were still there. They saw the city gate was broken while fighting, and they knew that even if they went back now, it would be useless. Fangling County couldn't hold it anymore. At this time, the eyes of the two brothers were red. In this battle, Zhou Long was dead, and Fangling County was also broken. They can be described as a fiasco, and at this time they unleashed their full anger and resentment on the Mantou and Stone brothers who fought against them. They began to fight desperately with brother Mantou and Shido. With the idea of perishing together, Mantou and Shido felt that their offensive was strengthened and could only defend firmly. City gate was broken, Fangling County was captured by the Qin army, and the brothers Mantou and Shido were no longer in a hurry to attack. This made Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu angry. When they were fighting before, they were always calm and slowly dealt with brother Mantou and Shido. After polishing the resistance of steamed buns and stones, look for opportunities and prepare to kill them. But now that the transfer has just happened, Shido is no longer so desperate, mainly dodging, and dealing with Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu. No matter how fierce the attack of Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu was, the two of them also began to use Tai Chi exercises. It was the first time that Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu were dealt with by others using the same and similar exercises, and they were very angry. But he couldn't attack for a long time. At this time, Fangzheng ate Shuangjiao bone meal and regained his strength. Holding the Qinglong Banyu knife, he rode a war horse and charged towards Mantou and Shishi. Soon after joining the battle group and adding another general, Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu suddenly felt a lot of pressure. At this moment, they looked at each other, then turned the horse's head with a feint, and tried to escape. But it has long been seen from Fangzheng Mantou and Shishi that they intend to retreat. Zhang Fangzheng had already ordered someone to guard their escape direction, but those soldiers were not the opponents of Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu. Although the speed of their escape was slowed down, they could not be completely stopped. Looking at their distant backs, Fangzheng and brother Mantou Stone sighed. At this point they had already run far away and could not catch up any longer. At this moment, there were 3 sounds of arrows flying by. Those 3 arrows shot at Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu who fled into the distance. When Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu escaped, they always paid attention to their backs. They didn't see the archers throw cold arrows at them. They were relieved. They suddenly felt the crisis after fighting in the battlefield for many years. All ducked to the side, but it was too late. 3 arrows shot at them from 3 different directions. Their instinctive evasion saved their lives. Dodging the fatal spot, Zhou Hu was shot in the shoulder, and Zhou Bao was shot in the outer thigh. Ah! 2 painful screams proved how painful they were now, but they didn't dare to stay for a moment, and ran wildly forward on horseback. They are also very strange in their hearts. They have clearly observed all the places behind them, but have not seen the position of the archer. Could it be that the Qin army's archers are so hidden? How are you, Zhou Hu? It's okay, it didn't hit the deadly place. Zhou Bao, let's run and go to Qingzhou County. Good. Brothers Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu escaped. Fangling County was also occupied by the Qin army, and Xiao fled from the back door with the few remaining soldiers. Before attacking the city, he had already arranged for his family and entourage to be sent away. I was worried that if the city was breached, the family would have nowhere to hide, and they would be controlled by others after being caught. Chapter 505 _ older than. Bufu is sitting in the Chengdu mansion at the moment, to break Fangling County, and then go to break Qingzhou, and Qidu of Qi will be threatened by them. At that time, Qi state will not continue to attack Wei state so easily. At this time, Zhang Fangzheng and brother Mantou Stone also came to Chengju's mansion. Looking at Buff sitting there, he said with a smile, "Shichong is really predictable. That Zhang Yuzhong fled with his troops after seeing the city's destruction. We chased and killed along the way, and although some Qi soldiers were killed, Zhang Yuzhong still escaped. Wow, now that we have broken through Fangling County, are we going to attack Qingzhou next? Well, we will go to Qingzhou to support Wang Jian's army after a day's rest here. After the capture of Qingzhou, Qidu will be just around the corner. Ha ha ha, after fighting for so long, I finally saw the dawn. Yeah, Qi state is indeed much stronger than Yan state, but no matter how powerful it is, it can't stop our Qin state's iron hoofs. Bantu, Shido, and General Fangjung, you should prepare well. There is a tough battle in Qingzhou, which can make Zhang Kuang suffer such a big loss. General Wang Jian does not move forward, and the guards there are definitely not ordinary. Shichong is right, Gong Ya, Qi Ying, and Hua Yunlong are all there, yet Zhang Kuang said that he was injured so badly. It seems that his strategy is definitely superior to them, and it should not be underestimated. Well, but as long as Shichong is present, no matter how powerful he is, he will break into the city and die. Ha ha ha, you are full of confidence in Shicheng's strength now. You forgot that Shichong was still suspicious when he was training archers. Ha ha ha, doesn't it seem like you're not like that? Stone, we are all the same, let's not talk about who. Anyway, as long as it is a decision made by a long-term leader, I will definitely have no doubts. Well, I think so too. My most fashionable admiration right now is something like that. Ha ha ha, don't say it if you can't remember it. The three of them were joking and laughing, and Buff was also smiling at them beside them. You guys have been feeling depressed these days, but today I finally let out a sigh of relief. It's so long, yes, it's really like this. I almost exploded my lungs when I fought with those three young generals. Yeah, but in the end they were defeated by us. One died and two wounded, and they fled in embarrassment. By the way, do you know who is the person who fell asleep? Zhou and Zhou Dao's 3 arrows. Yes, his archery is about to catch up with the bow and arrow. Bantu is a bit exaggerated when you say that. The strength of bows and arrows is not something that ordinary people can easily match. However, this archer has some potential, and that is the man who shot the arrow through the throat of the general guarding the bridge. Oh, it's him. Buff was also interested at this time. At that time, when the general defending the city was shot through the throat with an arrow and fell to the ground and died, he was right beside him. Killing that general played a big role in Buff's bridgehead army. Without that, the fingers that make up the generals, those soldiers are like headless, rushing around and making Buff at the bridgehead, resisting the Qi army becomes a lot easier. He is one of those 500 archers, and the best name to say is the old archer. Bantu, go and call him to see me, I want to see him. Here. Buff cultivates this. 500 archers have always been managed by Manto, so Manto is the one who knows the most about the situation of the archers. Busy going out, he came back soon after, followed by a strong man. The strong man came to Buff and knelt down and said, "Hello, General." Okay, get up. Buff looked at that Lao Yu carefully, then nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, this time you shot and killed the bridge guard general, and you should be rewarded." "Thank you, General." Bufu thought for a while, then looked at Lao Yu and said, "But I don't know what to look for from you. Do you have anything you want to tell me? As long as I can do it, I will give it to you." You. The general's words are true. Manto was next to him, so he gave Lao Yu a kick when he went up, and then scolded angrily, "What's the matter with you when you are young? You dare to doubt the general's words, it's not that you don't want your head." "Oh, I said that you are too ruthless with Manto. I also said, didn't I warn you, boy, that you are not allowed to call me steamed bread in front of Shichong." The steamed buns went up with another punch and kick. Buff was there laughing and watching them play there. "Okay, Manto, don't act there, I still have something to tell him." "Hey, it's so long, don't look at how simple and honest he looks, In fact, his heart is very thief, and if he is not careful, he will be calculated by him. Boof still agrees with the sentence he got. If he didn't have such thoughts, how could he have shot the general who guarded the city river to death? Okay, Manto, I know, let me talk to him. Here. Manto glared at Lao Yu, then stepped aside. How about you think about it and don't want any reward? Although Lao Yu was punched and kicked by Manto just now, he didn't actually use much force. Buff had already seen that Manto was deliberately showing mercy. Lao Yu patted the dust on his body, then stood up straight and looked at Boof and said, General, if I really want to say, I want a longbow, just like a bow and arrow. Oh, Manto, why are you hitting me? At this time, Manto rushed up again, still punching and kicking. You guy, you are too bold, do you know what the bow and arrow's weapon is? Since Shi Chong wants to reward you, even though he can give you anything he wants, you are just too greedy and need to be beaten. Buff watched Manto pretend to be fighting fiercely there. There he smiled and didn't speak, this time he didn't stop Manto. Manto played there for a while, and found that Buff had no intention of stopping him. I was thinking about Buff, maybe I found it, so he started to increase his strength. Oh, I said steamed buns, you are serious, oh, take it easy. That, although the archer Lao Yu has a strong body, how could he withstand the fist of Manto? As soon as the steamed bread started to punch hard, Lao Yu's complexion changed. But Buff still stood there smiling and didn't speak. Manto felt a little flustered, he turned his head and glanced at Buff. Seeing that Buff didn't react at all, he increased his strength at this time. Ah, Lao Yu couldn't stand it himself, and was yelling and screaming. Chapter 506 _ Requirements for getting weapons. I said the steamed buns, and I did what you said. Why didn't you say that I was so hard? I knew that I needed to fight so hard to get the bow and arrow. If I wear more armor, can I be stronger? Looking at Fangjung and Shido, he finally understood what was going on. Feelings are the reward that Manto made Lao Yu want. What nonsense are you talking about there? Shut up, you bastard. Hey, I'm Manto, can't you see it? The general has already discovered your trick, so don't make an axe in front of the general. Manto heard Lao Yu's words. Stopped, then looked up at Buff. Buff looked at Lao Yu and nodded appreciatively. Shi Chong, in fact, I didn't tell him that he had to go for the bow and arrow, I just said that this time Shi Chong called him, and he would definitely reward him. Let him think about what he needs most, and then I mentioned that the bow and arrow is very good, and he remembered. Manto said more and more in a low voice, until after a while, no sound could be heard, and he just looked at him with such a smile. Wow, I was wrong. I just thought that Lao Yu's archery skills are also very strong. If there is a higher quality weapon, his archery skills will be better. Seeing Manto, he finally admitted his own mistake. Buff nodded and said, actually, you are doing the right thing. It is understandable to seek benefits for your subordinates. Hearing that Buff didn't blame him, Manto breathed a sigh of relief. But you actually pretended to hit him in front of me. Then he was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Lao Yu, and said with a smile, Lao Yu, there's nothing you can do about it, I really want to beat you, you can only bear it. Don't worry, it's a matter of breaking 2 ribs at most, just bear with it and it will pass. I really want to fight. What a long meaning, how can it be fake? Lao Yu thought about it there, and then seemed to have made up his mind. Okay, it's okay to fight, but the general still has someone ahead of him. He's beaten, and he's old enough to admit it. After the fight, he must give me a weapon like a bow and arrow. As long as you endure this meal, I believe that Shi Chong will never break his promise, and will definitely give you a good weapon. Manto, with his teeth and claws, rushed towards Lao Yu just when his fist was about to hit Lao Yu in the face. Stop, Manto, let him go. Manto squeezed his eyes while looking at Lao Yu who was panicking. Then he looked back at Buff and said, did Shi Chong decide not to beat him? Buff nodded, then said with a smile, Lao Yu, as long as you can break the 2 ribs of the steamed bun, I will make you a longbow of the same level as the bow and arrow. Ah! Ah! Old fish and steamed buns seemed to come over there. Stared at Buff in a daze, not understanding what Buff meant in the end. Stone River Zhang held his hands beside Fangjung and watched the fun with a smile. Wow, I heard it right, he wants to reward you for discounting my ribs. Yeah, General, have you been good to me? I don't want to discount his ribs. Oh, then if you don't discount his panties, I won't give you the longbow. Buff's expression became serious this time, then looked at Lao Yu and said, not only. So, if you don't obey my orders, you are disobeying the military orders and you will be beheaded. Stunned when he heard Buff say this and looked at his serious expression. When he came, he listened to what the steamed buns said, and he was appreciated by Buff, and maybe it would give him some benefits. Manto suggested to him to ask Buff for a longbow, which is the best reward. However, after getting it around, it actually requires breaking the 2 ribs of the steamed bun to get such a reward. And if you don't do it, you will be beheaded for disobeying the military order, which is simply ridiculous. Lao Yu looked at the steamed buns there, and then said, Manto, I don't want that longbow. Fart, Lao Yu, are you crazy? Didn't you hear the long words? Did you want to disobey the military order? Lao Yu kept shaking his head there. He had an upright temperament and he didn't know what he should do now. Next to him, Fangjung and Shi glanced at Buff. They knew that Buff was testing Lao Yu. Reuse of Buff. Next, Si Lao So choose. Fangjung and Shi are there to watch Manto and Lao Yu with interest. Guessing what choice Lao Yu would make, Fangjung whispered to Shuru at this time, I guess he will shoot steamed buns and 3 glasses of wine. I guess he will defy the military order and don't shoot 5 glasses of wine. Okay, bet. Buff heard what Zhang Fangjung and Shizuo said there, and glanced at them. Fangjung and Shizuo stopped talking there, afraid that they would also be implicated. Lao Yu hesitated for a while, and his eyes suddenly changed. Be firm, Manto understands this serious state very well. Last time I shot the head of the bridge, Lao Yu was so serious. Manto nodded, expressing his support for Lao Yu's decision. He stood there with no intention of fighting back. Buff, you saw Lao Yu's phone and saw Lao Yu's firm eyes become sharper. Buff, you nodded there. Lao Yu moved, like a tiger rushing towards the steamed bun. Just one punch, the strong Manto was knocked out. Steamed bun flew out, put it on the wall of the hall, and sat down. Eyes lit up when he saw Lao Yu's strength so great. He didn't expect this. It turned out that Lao Yu's power was so powerful. In fact, it can be imagined, because since he can hit the target 100 meters away, it shows that his arm strength is amazing. Manto sat on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Putting Fangjung and Shido in a daze, they had already forgotten about the bet, but they had never seen such a scene before. I can't remember when the steamed bun was hit by someone and flew over the stone, and Zhang Fangjung didn't expect it to be like this. Manto stood up slowly, and then came to the front of Buff. Ha ha ha, it's so long, I didn't expect it. Lao Yu's arm strength is no better than mine. At this time, I heard a bang again. It turned out that Lao Yu himself had punched him. This made everyone present stunned. None of them thought that Lao Yu would do this, including the steamed buns. This, Lao Yu, what are you doing? Manto roared loudly there, staring at Lao Yu with both eyes. Chapter 507-Buff's Reward. There Lao Yu spit out a mouthful of blood with a smile, and then said, It's nothing, I will break your 2 ribs. I also plan to have 2 ribs myself, so that it will be even. Buff nodded, then looked at Manto and Lao Yu with a smile, and threw 2 small porcelain vases over. After the steamed bun took the small porcelain bottle, he opened the bottle cap and swallowed the shuangjiao bone powder. Lao Yu glanced at the steamed bread, then looked at the small porcelain bottle in his hand, and ate the medicinal powder himself without thinking much. Ha ha ha, okay, Come here again at this time tomorrow to get your weapons. When Xiao Laoyu heard Bufu's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he laughed and said, the steamed bread is really like what you said, the general really intends to make me a weapon. He shouted excitedly there. These 2 rib fractures. It's too worth it. If I can get a magic weapon, even in these 2 ribs, I'm willing. Hey, you have no conscience. Don't forget, I also broke 2 ribs. Ah, good brother, walk around, I'll invite you to drink. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't get the magic weapon. Fuck you, don't talk nonsense there. Go back quickly, train well, and don't betray Shi Cheng's trust in you. Manto said. He glanced at Buff with a guilty conscience. He was afraid of Buff because he blamed him for this matter. Bantu, go ahead, have a good drink with them today. Just say what I said. These 500 archers made great contributions when they attacked Fangaling County. You can get drunk today. When Lao Yu heard Buff say this, I cheered all of a sudden. Buff's words were not. Just let them have a drink. That was to show his affirmation of the archers' efforts this time. Thank you, General. Manto glanced at Shi, then at Zhang Fangjung. The 2 of them looked at Buff, waiting for Buff to speak. Buff shook his head helplessly, then laughed. You all go together, but tomorrow we are going to attack Qingzhou. You have to be careful not to delay the business. Here, my subordinates obey. The 4 of them went out happily, and Buff didn't object to them. If they were able to get along well with the soldiers, it would be helpful in war. After watching them go, Buff fell into deep thought. By step with your own efforts. Now the state of Wei is in a precarious state. If the Qingzhou team cannot be captured in a short period of time to pose a threat, then Wei's state is very likely to be the first country to be destroyed first. But once Qingzhou is breached, then Bufu will be able to threaten Kidu, and then he will join Wang Jian and attack Kidu together. Presumably the state of Qi will stop attacking the state of Wei. Just let Wei Guo take a sigh of relief. The situation will be vastly different. But is Qingzhou really that easy to break through? Even Wang Jian suffered a big loss there, and Zhang Kuang was seriously injured, and he almost didn't die. How could such an opponent be easily defeated? I don't care what kind of opponent. How powerful he is, Buff is imperative, he must attack Qingzhou. After restraining his thoughts for a while, Buff decided to make Lao Yu's weapon first. He now has a lot of free attribute points, thinking that as long as he has time, he will. You can train some more archers. Buff's goal is to train 20,000 archers. Now I can think of 20,000 archers with a bow and arrow shooting distance of 100 meters away. Who can resist it? But if you want to reach that number, Buff still needs gradually accumulate free attribute points. Buff is going well here, and Wang Jian is now in a dilemma. However, they had already received the news that Qi Ying's skills were fully manifested at this time. Bufu broke through Fangaling County here, and after 3 days, Qi Ying got the news. If it was someone else, I'm afraid it would take a week to receive the news. When Wang Jian and I heard that Buff had broken through Fangaling County, I was overjoyed and kept wandering there. Rubbing his hands, he looked at the generals with joy on their faces. Buff's skills are really great. The old man didn't see the wrong person. He actually broke through Fangaling County so quickly. In this case, as long as he comes here, we have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Qi Ying said by the side, Shi Chong, they will adjust for a day at Xiaoyi's place, and then they will head to us. Yeah, that's just too good. It seems that Bufu and the old man coincide, and now the key to himself is Qingzhou County. Oh, how did the general say that? Wang Jian glanced at Qi Ying and the bow and arrow next to him, and said, now the situation in Wei is imminent, and with Qi's troops and horses around him, they attack Wei with an unstoppable offensive. Although Wei sent Peng Jun to resist, they could only suspend their attack. Frowned beside him, and then said, Wei country has always been strong, why can't even a powerful general be beaten by a person with disabled legs? Hee, Gongya, you don't know something. Although Wei has many generals, there are many powerful generals among them. But it's a pity that the state of Chu is also attacking without success, and the state of Chu is very powerful, and there are many strong generals. Therefore, the state of Wei concentrated all its main force on the side of the state of Chu, so that it could barely resist the attack of going abroad. Gong Ya nodded, looked at Wang Jian and said, "The general's words are reasonable, although Wei is now being attacked by Chu and Qi on both sides. But the state of Qi is now being attacked by the generals and our elders, and it is also in a state of embarrassment." Qi Ying then followed Gong Ya's words and continued, "It seems that the two countries, Qi and Wei, are now competing to see who can resist for longer." Wang Jian nodded there, then looked at the two of them and continued, "Actually, the real competition is not only how long the two countries can stubbornly resist. The more competition is between Qin and Chu, which country can be defeated by the state or the state of Qi first. Well, the general has unique insights, and his subordinates have been taught. Hey, your General Buff is more knowledgeable and resourceful than I am. At the time, I saw his talent, and now it seems as I expected, Buff can be regarded as a hero." Gong Ya looked at Wang Jian and said, "The general is too much for us. Yes, we have said it a long time ago that we admire the general's talent very much. Speaking of generals with great talent and great strategy, when attacking the country of Yan, he was invincible in attack and invincible in battle." Chapter 508 _ Wang Jian's thoughts. At that time, there were only 2,000 or 3,000 people under our commander, and he often mentioned about your deeds, General. Of Qi Ying and Gong Ya made Wang Jian particularly useful, shaking his head and smiling happily. "Buff and I are good friends, and I have no regrets in this life to be praised by him." At this time, Wang Jian seemed to have thought of something. He looked back at Gong Ya and Qi Ying and asked nervously, "Zhang Kuang has been lying down for so many days, does his injury show any signs of improvement?" "General, although Zhang Kuang is still lying on the bed and can't get out of bed, his spirit and body have almost recovered." "Well, I didn't expect to be ambushed by that person this time, making brother Zhang Kuang suffer such a big loss. I have no face to go to see Buff." Ouch! Wang Jian actually cried sadly there. Qi Ying and Gong Ya looked at Wang Jian in pain. The two looked at each other, and then Qi Ying took a step forward, came to Wang Jian's side and persuaded him, "The general doesn't need to be so sad, it's just that the man's strategy is too cunning, making it difficult to guard against, so he fell into his ambush. Yeah, we are all serving the Qin country, and we have already died in battle to be honored, so the general doesn't have to do this." Wang Jian looked at Qi Ying and Gong Ya there, and nodded with red eyes. "Hey, it's mainly Zhang Kuang and you guys who are under Bu Fu. This time, he helped me defeat Guangzi, followed me to attack Qingzhou, and also sent medicine powder to treat my son's illness. Buff has a deep love for me, and if his brother has anything to do with me, I'm really ashamed of him and have no face to see him. Well, we have always attached great importance to friendship and righteousness, and he often mentioned it when we were with him before. I said that General Wang Jian treats him well, and if there is any difficulty in the future, he will definitely help him. Yes, General, our brothers followed the long march to fight on the battlefield, and never thought of making any contribution, but only for the brothers to make a foray together, to serve the country, and to live a life in vain." Wang Jian had recovered some emotions at this time, looked at Qi Ying and Gong Ya and sighed, and then said, "We are all from the Qin country, and it is understandable that we should serve the country as a servant." At this time, he turned around and walked to the edge of the table and continued, "But you were originally Buff's soldiers and horses. If you really died here, it would be inappropriate." At this time, Wang Jian narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you still have the powder for treating arrogance? If not, I will send someone to ride a fast horse to get some more." Qi Ying and Gong Ya glanced at each other, and then said, "The general is joking, that medicinal powder is very precious, and it is a great opportunity to have a bottle that was given to the general last time has been used up half, and now Zhuang Kuang has used up some more when he was seriously injured, and we have very little left. This medicinal powder has a remarkable curative effect, and it is a life-saving medicine. Now Zhang has no worries about his life. He can recover after just resting for a few days, and he must not waste that magical medicine at this moment. Wang Jian glanced at Gong Ya, then nodded. Gong Ya is right, since the injury is no longer life-threatening, it is indeed not suitable to use this medicine again. Yeah, General, that's true, that's it. It's just okay now, it's not as good as General, so let's go and see how arrogant it is. Wang Jian nodded, and then said, okay, I also have this sense. I haven't watched Insanity for a few days, and I've been thinking about how to attack King Zhou these days. It's all right now, since Buff and the others have already broken the ant. Come here immediately, the light boat will definitely be broken by us, and my heart can finally be put down. Hee hee. Gong Ya and Qi Ying followed Wang Jian to Zhang Huang's room. General, why are you here? Ha ha ha, Gong Ya and Qi Ying said that your body is no longer in serious trouble. I still don't believe it, but seeing you so full of energy now seems to be much better. Well, thanks to General Tuo, my body is almost in good shape. It's just that my left arm is not able to exert force for the time being. Gong Ya and Qi Ying glanced at the arrogant left arm, frowning tightly. What kind of injury is that? The skin on the entire arm is completely broken, and the muscles are also some festering. The most important thing is his bones. There are 10 fractures on his short arm. It's really hard to imagine how painful it would have been at that time, but it was fortunate that this hand was more than arrogant and managed to save a life. The situation at that time was extremely dangerous, more serious than every danger that Zhang Huang had encountered before. If it wasn't for the weapons and armor in his hand that blocked most of the damage for him, he would have saved his life at the expense of an arm. Because of the relationship between the double Jiao bone powder, Zhang Huang thought that this time he would recover completely as before. But he found that things were not as he thought. His feet partially saved his life, but his left arm was still unable to exert strength. And his right leg is the same, although it is not as serious as the left arm injury, but it just can't use the strength. Qi Ying and Gong Ya looked at this. Their hearts were very sad. Zhang Huang is an optimistic person, although he didn't say it, but in fact his heart must be very painful. Seeing his forced smile, Gong Ya and Qi Ying were heartbroken, and they only hoped that Shi Chong would come soon. Maybe he might have a solution. Zhang Huang, this time you can get away with your life, thanks to your very long magic powder. That powder is really a magic drug. You were injured so badly at the time, and it would have been impossible for ordinary people to save you, but you have recovered now. It's really gratifying to be healthy. Gong Ya and Qi Ying glanced at each other. They knew what the other was thinking about. Wang Jian had been picking up the medicinal powder more than once, and seemed to be too concerned about the medicinal powder. Ha ha ha, there's nothing wrong with what the general said. We are really willing to be even long, and bring me all the rest. If it wasn't for the long one, my life would have been lost long ago. At this time, Zhang Huang looked at Wang Jian and continued. Actually, the general should also feel lucky. Brother Wang Meng was injured before me, and with the help of half of the magic powder, he recovered. If it is after me, I am afraid that I will use up all the points, and Brother Wang Meng will have no medicine to use. The combination of soft and hard in Zhang's words made Wang Jian sound a little hot on his face. What Zhang Huang meant was that it was Wang Meng who used the medicine. The powder caused him to have no medicine to use, otherwise his body would have fully recovered by now. Wang Jian already felt that Zhang Huang was against his concern about the powder. Chapter 509-Insolent Tears. So there he laughed and said, yes, but unfortunately, the quantity of this powder is too small. Otherwise, if our Qin soldiers and horses can use this kind of powder, who else can be our Qin army's opponent? General, my subordinates have a saying, I don't know if I should say it or not. Zhang Huang, you are Buff's brothers and my brothers. If you have anything to say, it doesn't matter. Zhang Huang glanced at Gong Ya and Qi Ying, and then said, the magical things in the world are bound to be very scarce, and if a person of great virtue can get one or two, it is already a blessing. When he heard Zhang Kuang's words, he didn't expect that the arrogant, who looked so carefree, would actually say such profound words. He glanced back at Gongya and Zhang Kuang, and then laughed loudly and said, Zhang Kuang, I really didn't expect you to say such profound words. I usually look at you carelessly, and you don't look like such a thoughtful person. Wang Jian was joking there, and he already clearly felt that something was not right in the atmosphere. That I can no longer ask too much about the powder, and now is the time to cooperate. Relying on Buff and his brothers to help him attack King Zhou. If you offend them because of this little powder, it's really worth the loss. Ha ha ha, I don't know something about my heart. We have long said that I am usually a carefree person, but sometimes I am actually very careful. You have also taught me a lesson and asked me to get rid of this problem, but you also know that the country is easy to change, and the nature is difficult to change, although I am also working hard, but it will take some time. Hee, Zhang Kuang, I came to see you today, and seeing your recovery is so good, I'll be relieved. Wang Jian said happily there, I am here to tell you a very good news. Well, what is the good news, General, tell me quickly. Wang Jian looked back at Qi Ying and Gongya. Your Shichengbufu has already broken through Fengling County. I believe he will come here soon to help us attack King Zhou. Ah. Buff looked up at Gongya and Qi Ying who were standing beside him, they also nodded. Looking at Zhang Kuang with a smile, he said, everything the general said is true. Our chief will be here soon. Yeah, that's great. Zhang Hua said a word there and then stopped speaking. His mood was a little low, and he lowered his head there, wondering what he was thinking. Wang Jian felt very strange. He should be very happy to hear that Buff came here. Why? Became so low, he doesn't understand Zhang Kuang's thoughts, but Gong Ying knows what's going on with Zhang Kuang. General, Zhang Kuang is a little tired, that's why he is talented. Yeah, although Zhang Kuang looks good, his body hasn't fully recovered yet. If he talks for a long time, it will still be affected. Oh, so that's how it is. Mad, take a good rest, I won't disturb you, and you take care of your injuries. Don't think too much. When Boof came here, King Zhou spit. As he said that, Wang Zhongbian stood up and was about to turn around and leave. General, now that this subordinate is injured, he will not send the general. It's okay, you just have a good rest, I have time. See you again. Thank you General. Wang Jian nodded and left. Gongya and Qi Ying were still here. They didn't leave because there was something to discuss with Zhang Kuang. After a while, after confirming that Wang Jian had left, Gongya and Qi Ying came to Zhang Kuang's side. Zhang Kuang, your head is really smart right now, your pronunciation is really fast when it comes to the mutual fans of Shuangjiao. Gongya praised Zhang Kuang there, and since Zhang Kuang was injured, Gongya seldom fought against Zhang Kuang. Qi Ying looked at Zhang Kuang's desolate expression and said, Zhang Kuang, I know what you are thinking. So don't be discouraged, Shichang will definitely find a way to come here. Hey, I know my own situation the most. Even the Shuangjiao bone powder can't completely cure my injury. It seems that my left hand is useless. Zhang Kuang, don't talk nonsense there. Shichang is a capable person. You have to believe in Shichang's ability. He will definitely bring you miracles. When Zhang Kuang heard Gongya say this, he looked at him with rosy eyes and nodded. Well, I'm just waiting here for a long time, but I have some faceless face to face him, and he will definitely be very disappointed in me. Nonsense, arrogant, don't you still know what kind of person he looks like? Yeah, Shichang has said before that no matter what kind of situation you encounter, as long as you can save your life, the rest is not important. Have you forgotten Shichang's words? Zhang Kuang heard Qi Ying's words. Tears flowed out of his eyes instantly, and he wept bitterly there and said, I think it's too long, it's great that he can come. Well, don't worry, I have already received the news that the market is now preparing to come here. I believe it will only take 4 or 5 days to return here. Qi Ying also burst into tears at this moment, looking at Zhang Kuang and said, You have been holding on for a few days, and there will be a way to cure your arm when it grows. Yeah, Zhang Huang, when Shi Chong heals your injury, let's go into battle together to break through Qingzhou and take revenge. Arrogance has been released. These days, although he seems to be at ease, he is actually under enormous pressure. He had tried countless times to control his left arm, but had no idea what to do. He encouraged himself again and again, and was disappointed again and again. If it wasn't for his strong will, he would have collapsed already. Today Wang Jian came here, and the name is to visit, but it is actually the idea of that medicine powder. This made Zhang Huang, Gong Ya, Qi Ying and the others have a bad feeling in their hearts. They developed a defensive heart towards Wang Jian, and in the days to come, Xiao Xiao and Qi Ying were still arrogant, and they always treated Wang Jian with more attention. At this time, Hua Yunlong came in from outside, holding 2 roast chickens and 2 pots of old wine in his hands, and saw Gong Ya and Qi Ying with red eyes there. He stared at them in a daze and said, "What's wrong with Zhang Hua?" Hua Yunlong's voice trembled a little. He thought that at the moment Gong Ya and Qi Ying were sitting on the head of Zhang Huang's bed, their eyes were red, and they looked like they had just cried because something happened to Zhang Huang. He didn't dare to go forward. He thought what he thought when it came true. He was afraid of seeing insolence, so he closed his eyes and lay there. Chapter 510-Misunderstood. Gong Ya and Qi Ying saw Hua Yunlong's appearance. They were stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. They laughed out loud. Hua Yunlong, you misunderstood. We are only suitable for talking about sad things arrogantly and expressing some emotions. Hua Yunlong breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Gong Ya and Qi Ying say this, and then said I thought something happened to Zhang Huang. It scared me to death. Ha ha ha, Hua Yunlong, what can I bear? My life is very tough. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. What I said, you obviously have 9 lives, how could you be killed so easily? Xiaozhu relaxed his mood, then took 2 roast chickens and drank 2 pots of good wine, and came to Zhang Zan's side. Looking at him with a smile, he said, how can it be fun? I got 2 roast chickens and 2 pots of good wine to accompany you to satisfy your cravings. Ha ha ha, Hua Yunlong is still interesting to you. These 2 guys came to see me empty-handed, or you know my heart. Gong Ya and Qi Ying glanced at each other, and then laughed out loud. You look like you're fine, you know how to drink and eat meat, but we are still so worried about you. Hee hee, even if the sky falls, you have to drink and eat meat. You can't treat yourself badly, even if you die, you have to be a full-fledged ghost. In this way, in the mutual ridicule, the sad atmosphere became eased a lot. At this time, Zhang Huang looked at Xiaozhu and shouted loudly, Hua Yunlong, do you know that they are coming, and when Shi Cheng comes here, my arm will be saved, and he will definitely cure me. Hua Yunlong was there looking at the hopeful eyes with insolent and serious expressions. He knew that Buff was his last hope. It's so nice, mad, what time are they coming? Wang Jian came here just now, and said some outrageous things. He said that the teacher and the others will be here in 4 or 5 days. Oh, that means you'll be completely fine for another 4 or 5 days. Well, that's it. Qi Ying and Gong Ya just said that the teacher will definitely have a way to heal my arm, and I also believe this. Okay, that's fine, then let's have a good drink today and wish your arm back to health in advance. Okay, come on, let's stay drunk today. Hey, I said just the 2 of you drink, and give us a little too. You 2 guys came here, and even if you came empty-handed, you didn't even say that you would take some food and drink to condolence to me, and now you still want to eat my food. It's a little too outrageous. There, Gong Ya smiled and said, you bastard, eat some meat and drink. You order wine, you are stingy. I will bring you some more next time we come, or it will do. It's almost the same. Hua Yunlong, you go and pay your subordinates, get some wine and meat, and we'll have a good drink. Well, okay, you wait a minute, I'll come when I go. When Hua Yunlong came back, the 4 of them started drinking, talking about the past while drinking. With their company, Zhang Huang feels much better, no longer as depressed as before. Buff had prepared everything here, and after arranging the troops, he set off for Qingzhou County. Buff still doesn't know how arrogant, hurt so badly, is. Zhang Kuang asked Qi Ying not to tell Buff. Lao Yu has already obtained the weapon he wanted from Bufuzi, a longbow, although the quality is not as good as the bow and arrow, but it is already very good for him. He tried it, and found that the bowstring of the big bow was completely unsatisfactory. It means that this big bow needs to improve his arm strength if he wants to fully control it. When Buff made this big bow, he deliberately made it like this. Judging from the battle between Lao Yu and Manto, Buff knew that Lao Yu's arm strength still had room for improvement. That's why he deliberately created this longbow that requires amazing arm strength to be fully drawn. You must know that Lao Yu's arm strength can already make the longbow shoot a distance of 100 meters. If the longbow is pulled to the distance of the full string, it is simply unimaginable. When Lao Yu got this bow and arrow at that time, he was completely overjoyed. Holding the longbow, he couldn't put it down, and then he said foolishly, "These two broken ribs, it's worth it." Manto didn't fight when he saw his appearance, and when he came out, he went up and kicked him. Lao Yu didn't care, he still laughed stupidly there. Manto shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that this stupid guy was helpless. Buff is ready here, and leads the army to set off in a mighty manner. Here in Qingzhou, Li Ziyang looked at Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao who were sitting next to him, and his heart was also very sad. He and Zhou Long are good friends. They grew up together since childhood. This time, they came together to block the attack of Qin's troops. I didn't expect that they would become yin and yang. Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao were also frowning at the moment, they were very frustrated and didn't know what to do. At this time, Zhou Hu raised his head and looked at Li Ziyang and said, "General, if brother is a good friend since childhood, this time my brother was killed by Qin Wubufu, General, you must avenge him." Yeah, the three of us brothers came here together, but we never thought that the eldest brother would be humiliated. Zhou Bao cried in a low voice there. The relationship between Zhou Bao and the eldest brother is the best among the three brothers. Of course, Zhou Hu can also, but because Zhou Bao is the youngest, Zhou Long has always been very caring and caring for him. Zhou Long was killed this time, and Zhou Bao was the most sad. After coming to Qingzhou this time, Zhou Hu comforted him many times, but to no avail. Zhou Bao was always sad and comforted. I am also very saddened by Zhou Long being killed this time. I didn't expect him to be killed by Qin Wubufu. General, that Buff is very hateful, you must kill him to avenge my brother. At this time, Zhou Bao stood up and gritted his teeth and said, "The revenge of killing my brother will never be shared." Li Ziyang looked at Zhou Bao and nodded in appreciation, and then said, "Don't worry, this time Fenglin County is broken. Then Bufu will definitely come to attack Qingzhou, and then I will definitely kill him. Die to avenge your brother's murder." The general attaches great importance to friendship, and our two brothers thank you for my brother who has died. Hey, your brother and I have known each other since childhood and are good friends. I feel very sad that he was murdered this time, and it is my duty to avenge him. You are able to come to me alive, and it is also your brother who has a spirit in heaven to bless you. Chapter 511-Avenge him. Let's take a good rest with me for a while. I believe that Boof will come here soon, and then we will fight him to the death. Thank you, General. Okay, let's go down and rest. Tomorrow I will hold a banquet for you to catch the wind and clean the dust. Here, thank you, General. The subordinates retire. After Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao left, Li Ziyang fell into contemplation. He is not a reckless man without a brain. On the contrary, Li Ziyang is a very resourceful person. He has a calm personality. No matter what kind of situation he encounters, he can think of a solution. He has always followed Sun Bin to learn the art of war, and is deeply loved by Sun Bin. Because he is smart and loves to learn and ask questions, Sun Bin also taught him all his skills. It can be said that he has won the true inheritance of Sun Bin, so he defeated Xiaolu and Zhang Kuang here. Not only can he use all kinds of strategies, but he can also set up all kinds of formations, so arrogant as that he is defeated by his carriage and almost lost his life. At this time, he was thinking about how to deal with Buff. Although Zhou Long's death made him not in a good mood, but in his heart everything was the bigger picture. What he thinks the most now is how to deal if Buff and Wang Jian join hands to attack King Zhou. He must know that being a Wang Jian is already very difficult to deal with. Although he defeated Wang Jian and Zhang Huang's joint attack, he also knows Wang Jian's strength. If they cannot be completely defeated, they will easily make a comeback and pose a threat to King Zhou. At this time, if Buff came with his soldiers and horses, the two soldiers and horses would attack King Zhou together, and King Zhou would be really hard to resist. But he wouldn't give up on this, but turned his brain and tried every possible way. He believed that there must be a solution, but he just hadn't thought of it yet. He frowned and kept thinking about what to do. First of all, he already had a certain understanding of Wang Jian and the others. He has already understood the characteristics of Wang Jian's troops, but he only heard about it at Buff, but he was able to defeat Zhou Long and the three of them, and escaped with 1 dead and 2 wounded. Such strength should not be underestimated. Li Ziyang really wanted to know who this Buff was, and he once studied Buff's route to capture the city of Qi with Sun Bin. Even they can't figure out the number of Buff's roads, and sometimes a city that looks inconspicuous can be completely bypassed. But Buff was stationed there for a while, until the city was taken. There are also times when the city is blocked. As long as you go to attack, it is not very difficult with Buff's strength, but Buff would rather take a detour rather than attack. This made Sun Bin and Li Ziyang puzzled, and they didn't realize Buff's intentions until they started to attack Fangling County. It turns out that Buff's purpose has always been in Qiangju. Moreover, this move is very spicy, and it is not very important to see King Zhou, but if it is related to the city that Buff had attacked before, you will find how important King Zhou is. That Buff had attacked, and after reaching King Zhou all the way, divided Qi into 2, making them unable to care for each other, like a sharp knife stabbing into the hinterland of Qi. Even Wang Jian didn't think of this. Although he attacked King Zhou from the direction of Yandu, even if he was attacked by him, Qiangju won't have much influence, but it will be when Buff hasn't breached those cities. Now if King Zhou falls, it will be a very difficult matter for Qi. So Sun Bin and Li Ziyang were shocked when they found out the purpose of Buff, and they hurriedly played King Qi, wanting to come over to protect King Zhou, but they were robbed by 2 generals Zhang Shangfeng and Xu Wending before. But if Zhang Shangfeng and Xu Wending can really defend the city, that's a good thing. In this way, Sun Bin can attack Wei without any worries. But I didn't expect that even the 2 veterans were not Buff's opponents, and Buff killed one and seriously injured the other. 44 cities were lost one after another, and the form suddenly it became serious, and the state of Qi began to become a little dangerous. Sun Bin hurriedly sent someone to block Buff, hoping to suspend Buff's attack. He didn't even ask for his subordinates to be able to repel Buff, as long as they were able to defend Fangling County and Qingzhou County. As long as the operation can take a month, the side has the confidence to take down the Wei capital of the Wei state, and the Wei state will disappear from then on. The 3 brothers Zhou Long, Zhou Hu, and Zhou Bao received this kind of military order. But they have done it very carefully. They only want to stick to the ground, not to attack, but even so, they still can't resist the attack of Buff. At this time, Li Ziyang had already attached great importance to Buff. He believed in Sun Bin's judgment that once Fangling County fell, Buff would definitely attack Qingzhou County. Originally, Li Ziyang also thought that if the 3 Zhou Long brothers were sticking to Fangling County, they would be able to stop Buff for a few days. Li Ziyang also has some headaches now. If he simply deals with any of Wang Jian and Bufu, he is confident that he can resist them for a while. But now the 2 soldiers and horses are about to converge and attack him. How can he resist this? He squeezed his brows, and then walked to the table to drink a sip of tea. Method. So he wrote a letter and sent his subordinates to Sun Bin. Li Ziyang hoped that his side could give him some ideas to help him resist the army of Debuf and Wang Jian, defend Qingzhou County, and tell Sun Bin about the situation here in Qingzhou. Although Li Ziyang had a headache, he was confident that even if Buff and Wang Jian came here, he would be able to hold on for at least 7 days. Report. Tell me, what's the matter? General, the scouts came to report that the Qin army in Fangaling County is coming to Qingzhou, and they will be here in 3 days. Humph. As expected by Sun Bin, this Buff really came to Qingzhou. Lam glanced at the soldier and said, "Go, tell them to pay close attention to Buff and their movements." Here. Soldiers went down. Li Ziyang stood there thinking. Suddenly he smiled slightly and said to himself, "The opponents in the past were too simple, and finally I have met someone who can let me display all my talents." He looked out the window, and the moon outside looked very round. Chapter 512 Get to know your greatness. Come on, Buff, let me see how good you really are. Buff was heading towards Qingzhou with a large army at this time, and their marching speed was very fast, because Buff knew that he had to hurry up. General Fangjung, tell the soldiers to hurry up, we must rush to Zhongquang and them as soon as possible. It's so long, the army's speed is too fast, I'm afraid they won't be able to bear it. Buff nodded, and then said, there is no way, I have a feeling that if we don't capture Qingzhou as soon as possible, Wei State will be conquered by Qi State. Ah, what are you thinking of? At this time, Brother Manto and Shido also heard Buff's words, and they were also very shocked. Although I always heard that there were soldiers and horses around me all the time, to attack the cities of Wei State, and they have already broken some of them. However, they were still somewhat unbelievable that they could attack the Wei capital of the Wei State so quickly, and they could also break the Wei capital and destroy the Wei State. Xichong, do you think that Sun Bin can break through the capital of Wei? Bufu nodded, and then said, King Wei has always regarded himself very highly, is arrogant and domineering, dictatorship likes dictatorship, and doesn't listen to people's words. It's not surprising that he was defeated by Sun Bin. Xichong said that if you can break it, you can break it. I believe what Xichong said the most. Manto suddenly said something there, which made everyone laugh out loud. After laughing, Buff looked at the crowd and said, although it can stop Sun Bin and delay his attack on Wei, don't forget that behind Wei, there is still the mighty Chu who is watching. Buff sighed, and then continued, and the fierce tiger of the motherland has now started to come behind Wei State, looking for an opportunity to eat Wei State in one bite. Wow, General Xin Sheng is there to help Wei against Chu, and he should be able to withstand it for a while. Bufu shook his head, looked at the three of them and said, although Xin Sheng is brave, but there are many fierce generals in Chu, Xin Sheng is probably not their opponent. Manto and Shido nodded at this time, and then said, Shi Cheng's words are very true, we have fought against the generals of the Chu state before, and their martial arts are indeed very strong. If it wasn't for Uncle Liang's tricks to catch them off guard, we wouldn't be their opponent at all. Well, among the 6 kingdoms, Chu and Qin are the most powerful, and Qin only developed in recent years. The state of Chu is really powerful. In fact, I have always been training you, exercising your means and strength to conquer cities and conquer lands. It is so that when we can fight against Chu in the future, we can have the strength to fight with them. The three nodded, then looked at Buff. They finally understood Buff's intentions. Although Buff also told them before, forging is for them to have the ability to be on their own. But now when they heard Bufu say that they were going to fight against Chu, their blood boiled. It was the mighty Chu country. Bufu's goal was actually that when he thought of this, they felt that their training was not enough. Still some distance from Buff's idea. Xichong, don't worry, we will definitely work harder so that we have the ability to compete with the generals of Chu. Brothers Manto and Shido heard what Zhang Fengjung said and said, Xichong, our brothers are the same, we will continue to train hard and find someone who can be on our own. A showdown with the people of Chu. After listening to the words of the three of them, Buff nodded with satisfaction and said, in fact, whether it is the three of you or Qi Ying and the arrogant bow and arrow, they are already very powerful now. Ordinary generals are not your opponents at all. Buff continued with a smile. The state of Qi is also very strong. but it was still broken by us, and our ability to get here is enough to prove our strength. It's just that the next enemy will become stronger and stronger, we must take it seriously. Sir, we're going to attack King Zhou next. That King Zhou general, the defender of the city, actually killed Zhang Huang in such a way that he almost died. I must defeat him and avenge Zhang Huang. Well, Shito is right, I think so too. That damn general who defends the city seems to be called Li Ziyang. I will definitely not let him go. Although that person is not a nap, he is very smart. If Zhang Huang and the others can be defeated by him, it will finally prove that person's strength. Don't be careless, I said that you must save your own life at the critical moment. This time Zhuangzhang was almost killed, but fortunately he didn't hurt his life, otherwise even I would be incapable of doing anything. Wow, military generals are proud of being killed in battle, why do you always let us save our own lives first? Yeah, Shichong, I know you are good for us and don't want us to die easily, but sometimes we have to work hard. Hey, Brother Manto and Shito, you misunderstood the meaning of Shichang, and Shichang is not forbidding you to work hard. It is to let you try your best to save your own lives when you are desperate, haven't you found out? As long as there is still a breath, Shichang has the ability to restore us. Oh, that's what it meant, we did get it wrong, hee. It's very long, we have already driven the distance of 20 miles in rapid succession, and the soldiers are exhausted. Can we camp and rest for a while before continuing our journey? Buff nodded, and then said, it's too much, we must combine their physical strength and go to Qingzhou as quickly as possible. Now rest in place, and when they recover their strength, they will all go all out to drive. Here. Bufu looked into the distance at this time, and he always had a bad premonition, whether Wei State could hold on to it. Here in Wei State, King Wei looked at the dejected expressions of his ministers, and said furiously, you guys trash, he usually rambles there, just saying some useless words. King Wei looked at the crowd and continued to curse. Now that Sun Bin and his troops have already attacked the capital of Wei, and Tang Jun has already been defeated by him, who else among you can fight him? All the ministers bowed their heads one after another. Even people like Peng Jun fell under Sun Bin's plan. Who among them was his opponent? Even if they were ordered to go there at this moment, it was just to die. A bunch of rubbish, rubbish. At this time, King Wei looked at Long Yangjun next to him, and said angrily, now that the Qi army has attacked the capital of Wei, and there is a constant attack from the state of Chu behind us, what should we do at this time? At this time, King Wei should ask Qin for help, hoping that they can send more generals to defend us against the attack of the Chu army. Chapter 513-Wei's Crisis. Wei glanced at Long Yang and said, I have already contacted to send a letter to the king of Qin to send troops to support him, but apart from Xin Sheng's arrival here, there are no Qin troops came here. King Wei, the situation in Qin is not very good, and there are constant disputes with Chu. However, the two troops of Qin state had already attacked the hinterland of Qi state. As long as we persevere, I believe that the state of Qi will not be able to withstand the attack of the two soldiers and horses, and it remains to be seen whether the capital of Qi will be defeated first, or whether the capital of Wei will be defeated. King Wei nodded, and then said, my country, Wei, is really sad. I need to rely on other people's battles to protect my country. How can you feel that your fate is in the hands of others? I wait for the death penalty. The cowardly looks of the ministers, King Wei was full of anger. He is a strong and competitive person. But now that the capital of Wei is in jeopardy, he has to put down the air and ask the important ministers. But now Wei Guo was terminally ill, and no matter how powerful he was, there was no good way to save him. King Wei covered his forehead with his hand, and then waved his hand. You all go down, I want to be quiet. Here, Wei Chen retire. After all the officials went down, Long Yang came to King Wei's side and said, King Wei doesn't need to be so melancholy, I have heard about the two soldiers and horses of the Qin state, and they are now in high morale, and they even overwhelm the Qi state's city. I believe that the capital of Qi will be attacked soon. As long as the capital of Qi is threatened, then Sun Bin will definitely return to defend the capital of Qi, and the safety of our country of Wei will naturally be lifted. King Wei looked at Longyang and nodded. Longyang and King Wei had a very close relationship. Well, they grew up with King Wei since childhood. Therefore, King Wei also trusted his words. Longyang had some special hobbies, and King Wei also turned one eye and closed one eye, as if he did not know. At this time of crisis in the Wei kingdom, King Wei asked Longyang how to deal with it. In fact, it was just to find a comfort for himself. King Wei knew the situation of various countries like the back of the hand. He knew the situation better than anyone else. The reason why he insulted the ministers in the hall was just to let them know that Wei's state was in danger now, and to make them all vigilant. But he found that these officials of Wei's state were all compliant, without knowledge, and without the slightest idea, which made him very disappointed. In fact, what he didn't know was that the reason why Wei's ministers did not dare to express their opinions in this way was because he was usually too dictatorial, and he spoke indiscriminately and did not allow others to refute them. The most tragic thing is that King Wei still blames other people and does not reflect on his own behavior. It was also doomed that he would fail. He was thinking about what he was, but he didn't think that he would disappear in Wei a month later. After 3 days, Buff finally reached the vicinity of Qingzhou, led by Qi Ying's army. They found insolent where they were. Wang Jian received Buff very warmly. It can be said that he was very enthusiastic. Now the two are on the same level, so Xiaolu no longer put on the air of the general in front of Buff. It is completely the attitude of talking with his colleagues. When Buff saw Wang Jian like this, he also found it interesting in his heart. It seems that no matter when, you still have to have an official rank. Even if you were yourself. Strong his abilities are, he is only a small buddy, so although Wang Jian loves him a lot, the aura of a superior person completely suppresses Buff. But now Buff is also a general at the same level as Wang Jian. The chick's attitude towards him has also changed greatly. In fact, what Buff doesn't know is that Wang Jian treats him differently not only because Buff's official position is the same as his. It's because Buff gave him powder to treat the best of his small five's body, this is one of them. Second, Buff has now led an army of several 100,000, and in terms of the strength of his troops, he even surpassed Wang Jian. So the small place spoke to Buff very politely. Brothers Manto and Shido were very kind when they saw Wang Jian. General, last time we said goodbye, I haven't seen you for a few days, please stay safe. Hee, I'm already old, and from now on this battlefield will be dominated by your young people, right, Buff? Bufu glanced at Wang Jian, and then said, the general sees death, and he does not seek to be superior to others. It has nothing to do with the old words at all. We juniors still need to learn a lot from the general. Ha ha ha, Buff. You are too polite. From a mere 2,000 soldiers and horses, they successively attacked more than 10 cities in the state of Yan, and harvested more than 100,000 soldiers and horses. No one knows about this. It is also invincible, even counting several cities, harvesting hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses. Buff, what else do you need to learn from me with such a skill? It should be me learning from you. Hee, that's all the credit of my subordinates, not my ability. These are all my subordinates' desperate efforts to exchange, and I don't dare to take credit there. Wang Jian went up and looked at Bufu with a smile and said, it is said that there are no weak soldiers under the strong generals. Bufu, all of your subordinates are very brave, and if you take out any one of them, you will be unstoppable. With such subordinates, you can imagine how strong you should be as a general, so that they can admire you from the bottom of their hearts. Ha ha ha, General, you are serious, they are all my brothers who died, they have followed me for many years, so they treat me like this. Well, I really hope to have such a good brother like you, Buff, you really make me envious. Bufu heard Wang Jian's words, he smiled slightly, and then said, the general's men are like clouds. No one else will say, but you say that your adopted son, Wang Meng, is a brave man who is unworthy of a husband, and it is rare to have an opponent in the 6 kingdoms. Buff mentioned Wang Meng, which made Wang Jian feel very happy. He looked at Buff proudly and said, Wang Meng is a really good boy. He is a sweetheart in terms of quality and character. It is a blessing for this old man to accept him as his adopted son. Bufu glanced at Wang Jian, and then said, I see, it is his blessing that Wang Meng can worship you as his adoptive father. For his pain, he has sought medical treatment everywhere. Wang Jian, you really have a good heart. Wang Jian said this today, Buff, and then said with a smile, Buff, I have to thank you for mentioning this. If you hadn't sent someone to deliver the powder, Wang Meng would not have recovered from the pain and returned to his previous appearance. Hey, your adopted son is my brother. I can do my best to heal his wounds. I'm very happy to see him recovering health. Chapter 514-Insolent Coma. Wang Jian glanced at Bufu, then changed the subject and said, Bufu, we will remember your kindness to Wang Meng in our hearts. That medicinal powder is so miraculous, and the quantity is not large. You can actually use half of it to treat Wang Meng's illness, which shows that you are a person who values love and righteousness. After listening to Wang Jian's words, Buff said with a smile, this is indeed a small amount of Shuangjiao bone powder, and it was a chance I got by chance in Shuangjiao County. Well, they also told me a little about the source of the medicinal powder, but you are the only one who can be brave. You even killed the 2 dragons in Shuangjiao County. Hee, it's just a coincidence. After saying this, Buff stopped talking, and drank tea there. King Wei saw that Buff was not talking, and knew that Buff was unwilling to talk about this topic and knew that Buff was not willing to talk about this topic. The King of Wei knew how much double Jiao bone powder there was still in Buff, so he sighed there, and then said, Buff took the liberty to ask, how many double Jiao bone powder do you have there? Buff hesitated for a moment, then looked at Wang Jian and said, there's not much left. What's the matter, General? Isn't your adopted son Wang Meng's body yet fully recovered? Wang Jian shook his head there and said, the reason why I ask you about this is not for my son. Last time, because of the powder you gave, my adopted son's wounds have been healed, but this is the only reason. Once I was just asking for powder for Zhang Kuang. When Bufu heard Wang Jian say this, his expression suddenly changed. He became serious, and he looked at Wang Jian, the King of Wei, and said, isn't the arrogance healed before? Alas. Wang Jian sighed a long time there, then looked at Buff apologetically and said, Buff, I'm really embarrassed to tell you, I'm ashamed of your trust in me. Buff felt that something was wrong when he heard the child's words. Did something happen to Zhang Kuang? Buff asked nervously, did something happen to Wang Jian? Where is he? Seeing Buff's nervous look, Wang Jian said there, you don't have to worry about Buff, he's not dead, he's just seriously injured. Bu Fu's expression did not die because Wang Jian said that Zhang Kuang was seriously injured, but became softened. On the contrary, his brows became even tighter, and he asked Wang Jian eagerly, General, don't go around there, tell me directly, where is it now that I want to see him? Bufu and the others came here to facilitate Wang Jian to talk here. They thought that Zhang Peng, Gangya, Qi Ying, and Hua Yunlong knew that they were here and would definitely come here to see him. But they haven't appeared until now, which makes Buff wonder and feel a little uneasy. He knew that something must have happened to one of them, otherwise it would not be what it is now. Wang Jian looked at Zhang Bufu with some eager eyes. He didn't want to hide it from him, so he said there, Bufu, Zhang Kuang is resting in the backyard of my mansion. Hearing what Wang Jian said, Zhang Kuang stood up and strode towards. Hey, you are, Buff. Ignoring Wang Jian there with him, Buff walked towards the backyard as quickly as he knew Wang Jian's words were very conservative and arrogant, must have been injured. He doesn't think about anything now, he just wants to see with his own eyes what is going on with Zhang Kuang. Room. Pushing open the door and entering, he saw Gong Yage, Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong all standing there watching the madness lying on the bed. Hearing the sound of the door, a few of them looked back and saw the person they even dreamed of seeing. Shi Chong, you are finally here. Yeah, Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong looked at him with red eyes. Buff nodded, then came to the bed and looked insane. Zhang Kuang closed his eyes and seemed to be in a coma, with gauze wrapped around a wound on his wrist. Buff looked at Zhang Hong, then looked back at Gongya and asked, "Didn't it say that he was seriously injured and needed double jiao bone powder? Didn't he already give it to you? Why is he still like this?" Gongya and Qi Ying glanced at each other, then turned around and closed the door. Then he looked at Buff and said, "If Shi Chong didn't have double jiao bone powder, Zhang Kuang would have already died. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Don't let me guess here." Buff was a little angry, and seeing the arrogant look, he couldn't control his emotions. Because she didn't think that if she didn't have shares in both feet, she would be in a state of trouble. She thought that his arrogance had been cured this time. But he didn't expect that he was still lying on the bed alone with a very weak breath, as if the pain was still severe. At this time, Qi Ying stepped forward and looked at Buff and said, "It's so long, since the last time he was arrogantly injured, he has never left this bed again." "What? What a long time. Zhang Kuang has suffered this time. He has been insisting on your coming, but I don't know why he suddenly cut his wrists and committed suicide yesterday." "What?" Buff suddenly stood up and looked at Qi Ying sharply, and said angrily, "Zhang is optimistic and has a bright heart. Even if he encounters a big thing, he will not be short-sighted." Wow, Gongya and Hua Yunlong thought the same thing, but when Zhang Kuang was discovered this morning, his wrist was indeed cut. And a lot of blood has been shed. If we hadn't treated him with shuangjiao bone powder, he might not have survived your time. Buff listened to Qi Ying's words, and then pondered carefully. If he said that Zhuangzhang would commit suicide, he wouldn't believe it if he killed him, but what happened to the wound on his wrist? If it wasn't suicide, then Buff thought of it. Here, his eyes suddenly flashed fiercely, and then he looked at Qi Ying and Gongya coldly and asked, "Could it be that someone wants to kill Zhang Kuang?" Qi Ying and Gongya looked at Buff and nodded. "Sir, this subordinate thinks that the person who wants to kill Zhang Kuang doesn't really want to kill him. Otherwise, he should have many chances to kill Zhang Kuang." Gongya continued, There is a saying that I don't know if I should say it or not. If you have something to say, just say it." Gongya looked at Qi Ying. Qi Ying walked to the door, listened to the door, then opened the door and looked left and right, but found no trace of anyone. Then he walked to Buff's side, looked at Gongya and nodded. Gongya then looked at Buff and said, "Shi Chong, I think our double jiao bone powder is too eye-catching." Chapter 515_Shuangjiao bone meal causes trouble. What a wise man Buff is, seeing Bo and Ya like this, and saying things like that. He knew it wasn't that simple here. "Gongya, tell me quickly what's going on here." Shi Chong, in the past, General Wang Jian had been inquiring about shuangjiao bone powder, and it seemed that he was very interested in it. "We don't want Wang Jian to know that we still have shuangjiao bone powder in our hands, but now it seems that he doesn't believe our words." After listening to Gongya's words, Buff said coldly, "What do you mean? Wang Jian wants to know if you still have double jiao bone powder on your body, so he wants to test it with insolence." Gongya nodded earnestly and then said, "It's just my guess, I haven't got definite evidence yet." At this time, Buff looked at Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong and said, "Do you think so too?" Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong nodded then looked at Buff and said, "We were drinking and chatting with Zhang Kuang before, and he didn't want to die, so there must be something strange about cutting his wrists to commit suicide." Hua Yunlong also said next to him, "I also think that it is impossible for Zhang Kuang to commit suicide. He is a bright and open-minded person. Although he has lost strength in one arm and one leg, he has always had a lot of confidence in you. He believes that as long as you come here, his arm will be healed." After listening to Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong's words, Bufu immediately stood up and looked at them and said, "What do you mean when you say that the arrogant arms and legs have lost their strength?" "It's very long. Zhang Kuang was seriously injured at this time. Although his life was saved by the bone powder of his feet, one of his arms and one of his legs have already lost consciousness. After recuperation, I can slowly lift it up, but I can't use any strength. Why didn't you send someone to tell me earlier?" Bufu roared angrily there, looking at Ganya, Qiying and Hua Yunlong. The three of them lowered their heads and did not speak. Buff controlled his emotions, then looked at the three of them and said, "It's arrogant to let you tell me. I'm afraid that I will delay the attack on Fengling County because of this incident." "It's so long, you still know Zhang Kuang's character best." "It's true. Compared with Zhang Kuang we can't do anything about not letting us reveal that his arm can't move." Buff nodded, then looked at the three of them and said, I understand everything here. I really didn't expect Zhang Kuang to be injured so badly, and even the Shuangjiao bone powder didn't heal him." Buff pondered for a while there, and then said, "Ganya, don't let anyone know what you said, and don't say such things again in the future." Here. Ganya was a little disappointed, but if Buff knew him, he would be furious, but he didn't expect that Buff would not let himself mention this matter again. "You remember, today's battle will definitely be counted later, but now is the time. The top priority is to wake up Zhang Kuang first, so that you know what happened." Boya heard Buff's words. That he had misunderstood the meaning of Buff. Looking at Buff, he said, "What's the matter? Zhang Kuang just lost too much blood and passed out, and he has already eaten the Shuangjiao bone powder. They don't know how to save Zhang Hua's hand. Now they are waiting for the medicine to work. And then restore. Come here." Ganya glanced at the insolent lying there, and then continued, "It's just his injured arm, I'm afraid." "Hey, Ganya, don't worry, just like Zhang Kuang has confidence in me, I will definitely heal his arm." Ganya, Qiying, and Hua Yunlong heard Bufu's words, and their eyes immediately turned red. The ice circles were red, and they didn't have much hope, because even the magical double jiao bone powder didn't work. They really can't think of any way to cure the arrogant arm. Buff didn't speak, just sat there quietly. He was thinking about the next thing. If, as Ganya said, Wang Jian dares to secretly kill Zhang Kuang, then do you want to join him in attacking Qingzhou? Because of the magic powder, Wang Jian attacked Zhang Kuang regardless of morality, then in the future, for other interests, he can attack Zhang Kuang. Started by myself. Originally, I thought that after coming to Qingzhou, I would be able to attack Qingzhou with Wang Jian, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Yeah, Qiying and Hua Yunlong stood beside him and didn't speak. The joy of Buff's coming here was diluted by the arrogance. They are all worried about Zhang Zan's safety now, and hope he wakes up soon. At this time, they have been watching Zhan Zan, their eyes immediately. Hua Yunlong, who did not leave, shouted loudly. Because when he saw it, his arrogant fingers suddenly moved. This means that madness is about to wake up, and the three of them, including Buff, are all nervously watching madness. At this time, his arrogant eyes were slowly moving left and right, rolling, and after a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Insolent. Ganya, Qiying and Hua Yunlong shouted out there, and they were very happy that Zhang Kuang was able to wake up. Zhang Kuang, you wake up, can you see me? When Sanwang opened his eyes, he was still confused. He wanted to try his best to see everything in front of him, so he kept blinking his eyes. He felt that his head was particularly heavy, and he didn't know what was going on, but he felt pain all over his body, weakness in his limbs, and dizziness, but the familiar voice in his ear was calling him. He knew that Ganya Qiying and Hua Yunlong were right next to him because they had just had a drink together. But at this time, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. The familiar can no longer be familiar. Zhang Kuang knew who the owner of the voice was, and he came here. How long? Uttering two words with difficulty, he became arrogant and fainted. I don't know how long it took him to wake up. At this time, his body was much more recovered than before. It seems that the pain is not that much, and the head is not so dizzy, but the body still has no strength. Zhang Kuang, are you finally awake? Turning his head, he saw Buff sitting next to him, and insolent tears gushed out. She wanted to struggle to sit up, but her body didn't move. In fact, it was his head that just dropped the pillow slightly away. Many attempts to no avail, he gave up the idea of sitting up, gasping for breath there. When the breath calmed down a little, he said weakly, "There, you are here." Chapter 516_Wake Up. Didn't stop Zhang Kuang when he wanted to sit up just now, he just wanted to see how bad Zhang Kuang's current state was. Seeing Zhang Kuang, now it's so hard to even lift his head, his eyes are white. Anger erupted. Try to control your emotions and watch the insanity calmly. Zhang Kuang, you have suffered this time. It's so long, I'll rest for a few days if I have nothing to do. Buff nodded, then looked at Zhang Kuang and said, "You are still relatively weak, so don't talk so much for the time being. Now I will ask you, you just need to nod and shake your head. Here, my subordinates understand, you can ask me." Buff looked at Zhang Kuang and asked, "Your wrist was cut, did you do it yourself or was it cut by someone else?" Zhang Kuang closed his eyes, looked at the gauze on his immobile arm, then looked at Buff and said, "It's long, to be honest, it's still." Buff was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhang Kuang and said seriously, "Tell the truth." "Wow, I don't know who cut my wrist, but I must not cut it myself." After saying these words, Zhang Zan's face became slightly paler, and his voice became weak. "Okay, don't talk anymore, I already know everything. Now that I have got your business, I understand. I didn't expect him to be so despicable. How long, Buff waved his hand, looked at Zhang Kuang and said, "You don't have to say anything, and you don't have to worry about anything here. I've already come here, so I won't let you suffer any more damage, and don't worry, I will definitely treat your injury." "Okay." There Zhang Kuang cried again, but this time he was sobbing with joy. He had no hope for himself at first, although he said he believed that Buff could cure him, but in fact he didn't have a clue in his heart, he just gave himself a reason to live. But today he heard from Buff's mouth that he could save himself, and he suddenly had hope again. How could this not make him extremely happy? Madly knew that Buff would never speak the vernacular, what he couldn't do. Will definitely not agree. And as long as you promise, you can't do it. Zhang Kuang has regained confidence in himself at this moment, and his mental state has improved a lot. Looking at Buff, he smiled and said, "Shi Chong, as long as I follow you, it will be difficult to die. Fart, if you talk nonsense there, I don't care. You. Hey cough cough. Didn't I tell you not to talk anymore? Just don't listen, if you don't listen, I really don't care. You. My subordinates dare not. Now that you're awake, take a good rest. After the powder's medicinal power is fully exerted, and your body recovers some strength, I will help you treat your arms and legs." Zhang Kuang's eyes lit up and he became more energetic. He nodded, but he didn't say a word. Seeing the arrogant look, he laughed very much, and Buff looked at him with a smile and said, "When you were in a coma, I checked your body, and the reason why your hands can't use strength is because the meridians inside are blocked. Although I'm sure to heal your legs and hands, I'm afraid I'll break your already grown bones, and then unclog the meridians. The process will definitely be very painful, so you need to restore your body and spirit to the best state, you understand?" Insolent again. Nodding, there was no trace of fear in his expression, he looked very excited. Buff nodded, then stood up. "You rest for 2 days first, Gangya, Qiying and Hua Yunlong will take care of you. Now you don't have to think about anything, just recover your body, and the rest will be discussed later." Zhang Kuang nodded again, but still did not speak, but his eyes were full of tears. "Okay, I've said what I have to say, just follow me, don't put too much pressure in your heart, believe in yourself and I will definitely get better." After speaking, Buff stood up and turned to leave. "It's very long." Zhang Kuang stopped Buff, who was walking to the door, and said in a choked voice, "It's so nice to be your subordinate." Buff's body twitched for a while, then looked at Zhang Kuang and said, "Me too, it's really nice to have brothers who are familiar with you." After Buff left, his arrogant emotions could not calm down for a long time, and he slowly recovered his calmness when he knew Gangya and the others came here to see him. After Bufu left Zhang Kuang's place, he came to Wang Jian's place. He looked at Wang Jian with burning eyes and said, "General, I never imagined that our army would even allow the enemy to sneak in because of the strong guards." Wang Jian looked at Buff's angry look, and then said with a smile, "Buff, what do you mean by this? Our camp is so solid that not even a fly can fly in. How can the enemy come in and we don't know?" Bufu listened to Wang Jian's words, then thoughtfully, after a while he looked at Wang Jian and said, "Since the general said so, that arrogant was almost killed by the enemy, what's the matter?" "What did you say?" Wang Jian was shocked there. He didn't expect Buff to say such a thing. "Because Qi Ying Gangya drinks a little wine. When Zhang Kuang was assassinated, all news was closed. So Wang Jian still doesn't know what happened in Zhang Kuang's place. But he didn't say that he didn't know about it at all. As the commander of an army, his general was murdered, and he actually said he didn't know. To mention that Zhang Kuang was almost killed, he didn't know anything about such a big thing, and no one would believe it if he told it. But Wang Jian really didn't know it. Looking at Buff's angry eyes, Wang Jian knew that Buff didn't joke with him. This was true. "Does the general look like this to say that you don't know anything about it?" This. Wang Jian is very embarrassed at the moment. He really doesn't know about this matter, but can Buff believe what he said? At this time, Buff also became puzzled, looking at Wang Jian's expression that didn't seem to be fake. "I really don't know the matter, that. The one who murdered Insolent is not him." Buff's attitude softened a little, and then said in a slightly calmer tone, "If the general doesn't know about it, then this matter is really strange." "Buff, what do you say?" Wang Jian is now completely at a loss. Of course he knew the friendship between Zhang Kuang and Buff. When Zhang Kuang was seriously injured, he felt very guilty for not being able to explain to Buff. So when Buff mentioned insolence when he came here, he was also very embarrassed. Chapter 517_not by Wang Jian. Sent Zhang Kuang a letter to Bufu and asked Zhang Kuang and the others to lead troops to help him attack Qingzhou as himself. However, Zhang Kuang almost lost his life because of the attack on Qingzhou. Although he was fortunate enough to save his life, but Zhang Kuang's injury was so serious, Wang Jian also felt a little sorry for Buf. He originally thought that when Buff came here, he would have enough double jiao bone powder to make Zhang Kuang recover from his injury. But when I talked to Buff about that Shuangjiao bone powder, I realized that the powder was running out. In desperation, he had to tell Buff about the arrogant thing. Only then did the latter matter, but now Buff came to question himself. Zhang Kuang was assassinated, and asked himself if he knew anything. This really made Wang Jian unbelievable. He couldn't believe that such a thing would happen in his camp. If the enemy can assassinate madman in this situation, then he should also be able to assassinate other people with ease. This shows that there is no safe place in the camp, which makes him think of a lot of things. "Oh, nothing, I'm just thinking." According to the general's words, the camp is impregnable, and if not even a fly can fly in, then the person who can do this must be a traitor. Rapist Buff, what do you mean?" Wang Jian gradually understood what Buff meant. He knew that Buff was not worried about the enemy sneaking in. Instead, he was worried that there had been traitors from Qi in the camp, and that was the most worrying thing. If it's really like what you said, then the Qin army's camp is already in serious crisis. No one knows that, when the traitor will attack and who his next target will be. Buff looked at Wang Jian's eyes seriously. He felt that Wang Jian really did not know at all, not as Gong Ya said. At this time, Buff rolled his eyes, then looked at Wang Jian and said, since the general doesn't know about it, there is no way to do it. But fortunately, arrogant, taking Shuangjiao bone powder, life is no longer in serious trouble. "Oh Buff, do you still have double jiao bone powder?" "Hee, although there are not many anymore, there is still more than enough to treat the insolent." That's really great. You don't even know Buff, it was embarrassing for me before. You said that you sent most of the Shuangjiao bone meal to me in order to save my adopted son, healed his injuries, and allowed him to return to his previous state. After Buff finished speaking, he carefully observed Wang Jian's appearance. Wang Jian heard Buff say that there was still Shuangjiao bone powder. When Zhuang Kuang was alright, he didn't look like he was pretending to be very happy. Wang Jian looked apologetic at Buff and continued. I didn't expect Zhuang Kuang to be injured so badly, but as a result, there is not much left of the double jiao bone powder, and it is not enough to treat Zhuang Kuang's injury. When he said this, Wang Jian sighed there. Then he looked at Buff and said, Ah, I'm sorry for you, you sent me to help me arrogantly, but I didn't take good care of him, it's my fault. Buff saw Wang Jian like this and was 80% sure that Wang Jian was definitely not the murderer of this incident. At this moment, Buff frowned. If it wasn't Wang Jian's black hand, who would it be? If it was really a spy who had sneaked into the camp, then it won't just cut the arrogant wrist, wouldn't it be better to kill him with a sword? Bufu was puzzled there. Suddenly he thought of something, looked at Wang Jian and asked, General, double other than you, who knows about the Zhaogofan in this camp? Wang Jian took a look at Bufu without thinking about it, and said there, Shuangjiao bone powder has amazing medicinal effects. After treating my son Wang Mang, I instructed him not to tell anyone about this medicine powder, for fear that it will bring you any problems. Trouble. Buff nodded. It seemed that it was really not what Wang Jian did. Buff shifted his target to Wang Mang. Bufu completely recovered his calm, looked at Wang Jian and said calmly, General, my attitude was a little bad just now. I have offended the general, and I ask the general to forgive me. Ha ha ha, Buff, what are you talking about? You are so arrogant and hurt here, because I am sorry for you, it is reasonable for you to lose your temper at me. Little girl saw that Buff was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning, facing himself, and returned to the way he was before, and his dangling heart was relieved. Now he doesn't want to offend Buff and Buff to leave any grudges because of these things, so he tries to explain to Buff as much as possible, but until now he has not thought that Buff already knows who is right, and he is arrogant. At this time, Buff looked at Wang Jian and continued, General, I have come here this time, and I haven't seen your adopted son yet. Oh ha ha ha, when you first arrived, I wanted to have the righteous son come to thank you. In a hurry when you heard about the arrogance, and it's not good for me to disturb you to treat him, so don't let it go. Well, General, I really had to do it at that time. Zhang Kuang is my brother, and it is very important to me, I can't watch him die. Buff, you attach great importance to love and righteousness, and it is a blessing for him to follow someone like you. Hee, the same is true for the general. Brothers Manto and Shido have received the care from the general in front of me, and I am grateful to the general. When speaking of this, Wang Jian's face was a little embarrassed. Buff will tell you, I had the intention to keep the two of them by my side. But I found that no matter how I take care of them both, although they are grateful to me in their hearts, they always miss you and want to come back to you. Xiaolu laughed twice there, and then said, to tell you the truth, I was really jealous of you back then. Brothers Manto and Shido are brave and invincible, I can conquer so many cities in Yan Kingdom, and they should be the first. Ha ha ha, the brothers Manto and Shido are indeed very brave, and it's no wonder that the general likes them so much. But they came out with me and they had a lot of friendship with me, so they refused to join the general. Wang Jian nodded, then sighed and said, yes, it is true, so I will be very envious of you at that time. Since they left, when I led the troops to attack them all, I lost 2 big helpers, and it turned out to be twice the result with half the effort. At this time, Wang Jian laughed again, watching Buff's eyes glow with excitement. But since my adopted son Wang Meng recognized me, there has also been a fierce general in my army. Chapter 518 _ Wang Meng wants to kill. He led a large army to attack the city and conquer the land, and Guangzi fled in the wild. Ha ha ha, it was really happy at that time. Buff nodded slightly after listening to Wang Jian's words. It seems that Wang Jian values his adopted son very much. But if you think about it, you can see that when you wanted to ask for medicine by yourself, it was for his adopted son that he lowered his head. Wang Jian said there, General, where is Wang Meng? I want to meet him. Okay, he can't ask for anything. He hears your name a lot with me. I always let him take you as an example, and he admires you very much. Hee, the general is probably serious. I know a little bit about Wang Meng's situation. He, who was an orphan before, seems to have had a new life since he was considered father and son by the general, and he should admire you the most. Haha, I will let him come to see you now, he has always wanted to see you. Wang Jian asked his servants to find Wang Meng, and after a while, Wang Meng came here. But at this time, he was in armor, with a sword on his waist, and looked at Buff with burning eyes. There was no grateful look in his eyes, on the contrary, he seemed to be full of fighting spirit. Wang Jian was stunned when he saw Wang Meng like this. He frowned and said, Wang Meng, what are you doing here? Why are you wearing this dress and you are not going out to fight? What are you doing with your weapons? Wang Meng glanced at Buff, then bowed his head and said to Wang Jian, Foster father, I was practicing there just now, so I dressed like this. Knowing that General Buff wanted to see me, I hurried over before I could change it. Oh, it turns out that this is the case. This is your savior, Buff. Wang Meng, hurry up and kowtow to the savior to thank him. Buff was there staring at Wang Meng, looking at his expression. From when Wang Meng came in just now, Buff Jin faintly felt a chill. Grateful to him as Wang Jian said, on the contrary, there seems to be a vague hatred. Bufu doesn't know why Wang Meng listened to Wang Jian's words, and without any hesitation, knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. The benefactor is above, please accept Wang Jian. After Wang Meng opened his head, he stood up, then came to Wang Jian's side and sat down, placing his palm on the sword at his waist. Without squinting, he just sat there upright. Wang Jian also felt that it was very strange. Today's Wang Meng's state was a little abnormal, and he seemed to be very nervous and ready to fight at all times. In fact, Wang Jian knew Wang Meng, because Wang Meng was secretly raised in Qin state since he was a child. They never had contact with outsiders before they grew up, and the people closest to him couldn't believe it. Because the environment in which they are raised is full of crises, and believing in others is equivalent to losing one's own life. Therefore, Wang Meng remained vigilant at the beginning, even if he respected Wang Jian, his instinct was always on the defensive. Wang Jian also expressed his understanding of Wang Meng's state, and did not force him to do anything to make him trust him more by caring for him, so Wang Meng has changed a lot, at least when facing Wang Jian, he will no longer feel tense. But today's Wang Meng has returned to his previous state. Wang Jian looked at Buff, and then I looked at Wang Meng. He didn't understand what happened to make Wang Meng look like this. Wang Jian was not an ordinary person either. He was commanding the troops of the Qin state and conquering the state of Yan, the great general of several cities in Qi state. He soon saw that something was wrong. When Buff talked just now, he was always shocked by the arrogant things, so he didn't think too much for a while. But now, seeing the appearance of Buff and Wang Meng, he seemed to understand something. Wang Meng, what happened? Please tell me why you want to see Buff in such a dress. At this time, Wang Jian's attitude was a little unpleasant, and he didn't like the feeling of being kept in the dark. Wang Meng didn't speak there, and Wang Jian was about to open his mouth to continue asking, but was stopped by Buff. Buff slowly stood up and took a step forward. Wang Meng put it on his waist, and the palm on the sword quickly grasped the scabbard, as if ready to attack at any time. Seeing Wang Meng like this, Wang Jian slapped his palm on the table and stood up and shouted, presumptuous. He looked at Wang Meng angrily, pointed at him and said, Wang Meng, what are you doing? Are you crazy? He is your savior, how can we meet by sword? Wang Meng glanced at Wang Jian, and slowly released the palm of his hand on the sword at his waist. At this time, Wang Jian was even more angry. Although he didn't know why Wang Meng did this, I dared to take a sword against Bufu, not to mention that Bufu is a general now. If you do something to Buff, you will offend the general, and you will be executed according to military law. Wang Jian didn't understand what happened to Wang Meng today, why he was so impulsive, and his goal was still Buff. Apart from these, in terms of martial arts alone, Wang Meng is definitely not Buff's opponent. However, no matter how Wang Jian asked Wang Meng now, he didn't speak, he just watched Buff very vigilantly. Buff was also burning with anger at the moment, and Wang Meng's performance had proved that his arrogance was cut off by him. At this time, Buff came to Wang Meng, stared at him sharply and said, "You did it." At this moment, Wang Meng also stood up, staring at Buff without blinking, and was not shocked by Buff's aura. Although he was always ready, he didn't feel any fear, and his hand was on the scabbard around his waist again. Xiaohu knew that the person in front of him was very difficult to deal with, but he would never sit still. Hearing Bufu's question, Wang Meng nodded and said, "Yes, I did it, and it has nothing to do with the general." Wang Jian shouted loudly and said, "Wang Meng, what are you doing to hurt the world? Hurry up and bring it up, or I will definitely deal with you military law." Buff looked back at Wang Jian, and he knew that Wang Jian seemed to be shouting angrily, but in fact there was no lack of ideas to protect Wang Meng. Wang Jian was actually telling himself that even if he was a small household, if he did something wrong, there was military law there, and he didn't need Bufu to do anything. Wang Jian was a little embarrassed by the sight of Buff. Of course he knew his own measurement. It is easy to be seen through by Buff. But in a desperate situation, he couldn't do anything. If Wang Meng really did something with Buff, then the matter would be irreversible. Chapter 519_Want him to live. Although now he has vaguely guessed what Wang Meng did, as long as Zhang Kuang is okay, Wang Meng will have a chance to survive, and Wang Jian will try his best to save Wang Meng's life. Buff, although I don't know what happened, but if this renegade does something wrong, I will never forgive him lightly, nor will I bend the law for personal gain. Buff suddenly laughed at this moment, looked at Wang Jian and shook his head and said, "The general is right. In the military camp, the military law is the most important, the military law is not strict, and the army is powerless." After saying these words, Buff went back to his seat and sat down. Picked up the tea, took a sip, and then stopped talking. But Bufu wanted to see how Wang Jian handled this matter. Bufu had absolute confidence that Wang Meng would not run out of his palm. Yes, but my son made a mistake, and it is understandable to have Lousy to discipline him. Buff just wanted to see if this Wang Jian would never bend the law for personal gain, as he said. Wang Jian saw that Buff had returned to his seat and stopped talking, so he already understood Buff's intention. I sighed secretly in my heart. I'm afraid it won't be good this time. Wang Jian secretly said in his heart, Wang Meng, why are you so confused? As for what Wang Meng did, Wang Jian had already guessed the exact same thing. It's just that he didn't expect that the person who cut the arrogant wrist was actually his own son Wang Meng. At this time, Buff was sitting there just to let himself give him an explanation, and Wang Jian angrily came to Wang Meng. A slap hit Wang Meng's face, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Wang Meng's mouth, but his body was still straight, his expression was flat, calm, and there was no anger at all. Wang Jian didn't stop and started to slap Wang Meng continuously. Wang Meng's face suddenly swelled up. Wang Jian is also a military general, and his martial arts are very strong. He slapped his face hard, and after a while, Wang Meng's ears, corners of his mouth, and nose began to bleed. But Wang Jian didn't stop. He looked at Buff from the corner of his eye, saw Buff just sitting there drinking tea, so he hit Wang Meng's face harder. Wang Meng was beaten and gradually became unable to stand up, but his eyes looking at Wang Jian were still calm, without the slightest anger in it. Wang Jian's heart was bleeding. He knew that if he continued to fight like this, Wang Meng's life would be lost. But if he didn't fight like this, Wang Meng would definitely die, and only by doing so would he be able to escape from death and gain a little life from Buff's men. Just when Wang Meng was swaying, the blood had dyed his armor red. Buff raised his head and said lightly, "If the general doesn't stop fighting, he will be beaten to death by you, and then there will be no evidence, so how do you know why he did that?" When Wang Jian heard Buff say this, he stopped, moved his hands, and looked at the bloody man in front of him. His face was no longer human. Although he was reluctant to give up, Wang Jian knew what to do now to save Wang Meng's life. "Tell me, why did you do this?" Wang Jian looked at Wang Meng and asked angrily. Wang Meng can't speak anymore. Wang Jian can only take a pen and paper and let him write it out by hand. He knew that he couldn't have a trace of kindness towards Wang Meng now, otherwise he couldn't relieve the anger in Buff's heart, and Wang Meng's end would only be death. Wang Meng picked it up with difficulty. The pen in Wang Jian's hand, his eyes were so swollen that he could not see where the paper on the table was. Wang Jian supported his hand and placed it on the prepared paper. In the afternoon, I started writing there. After a long time, Wang Meng put down the pen and continued to stand there. Although he swayed a bit, he did not fall down. Wang Jian glared at him, then picked up the paper on the table and looked at it. After a quick look, he took the paper to Buff. Buff looked at Wang Jian, then took the paper in his hand, and read the content on it. After reading it once, Buff frowned slightly. Then he looked at it again to confirm that he was not mistaken, turned his head to take a look, and stood there, Wang Meng swaying slightly. "General, if this is the case, how to deal with it is left to the general." Buff said that he stood up and was about to leave, and Wang Jian hurriedly came to him and stopped him. He absolutely can't let Buff leave like this. If he doesn't get Buff, Wang Meng can only be dealt with by military law. Seeing Wang Jian stop him, Buff asked in surprise, "General, what do you mean?" "Buff, come, sit down first. This matter is very important. You can help me come up with an idea." "Hey, the general said just now that military law is greater than heaven, and he will never bend the law for personal gain. Is there any difficulty in doing this?" "Buff, take a sip of tea first to calm down, and I'll ask you more." Buff glanced at Wang Jian. In fact, when he saw the letter in his heart, he had already forgiven this Wang Meng somewhat. But he didn't have the right to let Wang Meng go. After all, due to his fault, he almost killed Zhang Kuang's life. Wang Jian came to Wang Meng and looked at Wang Meng, who looked a bit like a pig's head. He said sternly, "Since it was you who leaked the secret, why didn't you report to me in time whether you knew that your actions almost killed the general's brother? Let's talk arrogantly, that. Where is the person who started the attack?" Wang Meng took the pen from Wang Jian's hand again, and then wrote another piece of paper under the leadership of Wang Jian. Wang Jian took the paper and read it again, then shouted angrily, "Come on, go to Wang Meng's tent and bring the bound person here to me." After the ice silks went, they brought back a man who was tied up with 5 flowers and finally stuffed with cloth strips. This person is Wang Meng's confidant, and he can be regarded as someone who Wang Meng grew up with, all of whom have undergone special training. The same eyes as Wang Meng, he even looked more indifferent. Where he looked at Buff fiercely, he knew that Buff was his only enemy here. "Ha ha, I'm already dying, how dare you look at me so fiercely?" Buff sneered there, stood up, and came to the person who was gagged by the 5 flowers. Just when he was waiting for the soldiers to bring him back, Wang Jian had let Buff see the second piece of paper written by Wang Meng. It was only at this time that Buff realized that Wang Meng had caught the real murderer, but he had not brought it to them. Buff, looking sharply at the man in front of him, anger burning in his heart, he never thought that a small 500 long beside Wang Meng would dare to attack Zhang Kuang. Chapter 520_Perpetrator. Just to get the pair of Jiao bone powder, he has been looking for opportunities since he heard about the existence of double Jiao bone powder from Wang Meng. For him, life is more important than anything else. As long as there is a chance to survive, he can do anything, and this is the quality that Qin has cultivated from them. They were instilled in the thought, the first is to be loyal to Qin forever, and the second is to live to defeat the enemy. Something like the double Jiao bone meal is the second life of a person, but he heard Wang Meng say that they are arrogant and they seem to have disappeared. However, Wang Meng said at the time that he did not believe it, because he felt that such a miraculous medicinal powder would not be used up so easily. Speaker has no intention, the listener has intention. Wang Meng's words, his subordinates are in the heart. He thought that if he wanted to know if Zhang Kuang and the others still had double jawbone powder, then only one of them would be injured. So, the insolence of being injured and lying in bed became his target. After Zhang Kuang and the others finished drinking, and after Gong Ya, Qi Ying, and Hua Yunlong left, he quietly sneaked into Zhang Kuang's room, stunned Zhang Kuang with smoke, and cut his wrist. For killing people, they are good at it. The skills they have cultivated since childhood, let them know how deep the wound is, and how long it will take to make Zhang Kuang die. He didn't want arrogant life, so he just cut his wrist. Later, Wang Meng knew that Zhang Kuang was injured, and seeing how Zhang Kuang was injured, combined with what he said to his subordinates before, he knew that it must be his hand. So I started to ask him. That subordinate didn't hide it, and told him what happened. Wang Meng was so angry at the time that he almost didn't kill him, and he regretted that he had accidentally said something he shouldn't have said. After thinking about it, I decided to hand him over to Wang Jian. HMPH, you are so courageous. You dare to attack Zhang Kuang. Do you know what the consequences will be? That, the man who was tied up with 5 flowers stared at Buff with cold eyes, and there was no fear in his eyes. Buff squatted down and took the cloth from his mouth, but the man still didn't speak. Looking at Buff like that, Buff's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Beside him, it felt as if the temperature had dropped. It seems that you don't know what you have done with serious consequences. I'll tell you now. Buff turned around and shouted to the outside, come on, bring my Fangtian painting halberd. While, 2 soldiers came in carrying Fang Tianhua halberds. Their hands were all wrapped with thick strips of cloth, because Buff had told them in advance that their hands were not allowed to directly touch the Fang Tianhua halberd. When he came to Buff's side, Buff stretched out and picked up the halberd. Wang Meng saw Buff easily pick up that Fang Tianhua halberd. You must know that the soldiers are also very strong, but it seems that the 2 of them did not look light when they were fighting against Fang Tianhua halberd. Wang Meng couldn't help shaking it. The power of Libyeth is very powerful. Ignored Wang Meng's nervousness there, because his eyes had already been swollen by Wang Jian's beating, and now he has only opened them a little. Tell me who told you to do this. If you want to kill him. No one is instructing me. I just want more chances to save my life. Do you want to kill him? Oh, good. Buff looked back at Wang Jian, then said coldly, what are you going to do with this general? Wang Jian looked at Bu Fu's indifferent eyes there, with a halberd drawn in the sky in his hand, braved by a cold light. Buff, this person should be handled by you, I'll hand him over to you. He actually dares to hurt Zhang Kuang. Even if he smashes his corpse into thousands of pieces, it's not too much. Father. Shut up, you can't get involved in this matter. After Buff has dealt with this person, I'll settle the account with you. Wang Jian angrily watched Wang Meng yelling there. In his heart, he secretly scolded Wang Meng for being too ignorant of current affairs, and at this time he still wanted to plead for that person. Now as long as Buff's anger is quelled, and Wang Meng's life is still wanted, it is a very difficult thing to do. Wang Meng is still there, and he doesn't know what the situation is like. After being scolded by Wang Jian, Wang Meng closed his mouth and stood aside. He knew that he couldn't keep the person in front of him at all, he just hoped that he could die happily and not suffer so much. They have been trained from childhood to adulthood. Death is no longer scary for them. How to die is the only thing they can choose. But now this person who has grown up from Qin state has no right to choose death. Okay, since the general has agreed, I have to torture him severely. Buff, you can torture yourself at will, I'll never ask any questions, and as long as it involves anyone involved in this matter, I'll leave it to you, Buff. Wang Jian thought in his heart, the most important thing at this moment is to calm down Bu Fu's anger first. Otherwise, if he cannot cooperate with him to attack King Zhou, it will have an absolutely great influence on Qin's attack on Qi. Now Wang Jian has regarded Buff as an existence equal to himself. After all, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses are not illusory. Now all of Buff's army and horses are camped not far from here, and Fang Zheng, Manto and Shito are all guarding there. They don't know the situation here yet, and they wanted to come with Buff before, but Buff thought more about it, so they didn't let them come. Buff was worried that if he was not in the camp, Zhang Fangzheng and his brothers would not be there to preside over the overall situation, and if Xiaoyang from Qingzhou attacked, it would be troublesome. Hearing Wang Jian's words, Buff nodded, and then picked up his Fang Tianhua halberd. I'll ask you one more time. You'd better answer truthfully. I know you're not afraid of death, but you have to believe that I have a more terrifying means to deal with you than death. Hee hee, don't be smart there, I'll take care of what I do, it's no big deal. Oh, it's quite strong, then try my methods. At this time, Buff gently flicked Fang Tianhua's halberd, and the ropes that tied the man's legs were cut off. Although his legs were freed, the man had no intention of running away, he knew that today would be doomed again. Buff put Fang Tianhua halberd on one of his legs, and then communicated with Fang Tianhua halberd's dragon soul, and a burst of black mist emerged from Fang Tianhua halberd. Slowly condensing and changing to form a black dragon, according to Buff's meaning, the black dragon opened his mouth and bit one of his legs. Chapter 521 Howling in Pain. The man suddenly screamed in pain, he wanted to grit his teeth, and hold back the pain, but he couldn't do it at all. This scene was also extremely surprised at night, she stared at the black dragon formed by the black mist, biting the man lying on the ground tightly. Didn't see the bloody scene, but the wound on the leg looked bloody and even more terrifying. The torn wound instantly burned and turned black. Didn't take long before half of the man's leg was burned. Wang Meng looked at the scene in front of him, and suddenly felt that his legs were hurting, as did Wang Jian next to him. They had never seen such a scene before, seeing the calf of that leg being swallowed up by the black dragon. Not even a drop of blood was left on the ground, the man had already passed out. Wang Meng really couldn't believe that this was the case, knowing that they had all undergone special training, and their ability to endure pain was several times greater than that of ordinary people. They can even be slashed by a knife without changing their face. Even if they were stabbed, they would not blink, as if the pain had nothing to do with them. But in the scene in front of him, looking at his subordinates, the painful appearance, he finally understood what the punishment that Buff said was more painful than death, but all this was just the beginning. The black dragon climbed up on him again, the other leg. Only a shrill scream was heard, and that person who had clearly passed out in a coma came to his senses again. She watched in horror as Buff was sweating profusely, and his teeth had bitten his lips deeply. But even this pain, he still couldn't feel it, because the pain in his head and legs was 1,000 times more painful than the pain in his mouth. He didn't understand why it hurt so much. Even if he cut off his own leg, he wouldn't make his heart hurt like this. Until the second leg was swallowed halfway by the black dragon. The man said weakly, "There, I'll tell you everything you need to know, please don't let it eat my legs again." After speaking, he fell into a coma again, and Buff had no expression. He still looked at him indifferently, just like when he attacked the city alone. All those who came to resist him died under Fang Tianhua's halberd. At that time he was like this expression, at that time he was a killing god. Didn't stop, the black dragon continued to devour, until the leg was really clean, and the third person was awakened by pain. He screamed wildly and wriggled his body, but it didn't help. The pain deep in his soul made him foam at the mouth, his eyes rolled up, his face was extremely contorted, and he no longer looked like a human being. "Ah, kill me, please hurry me," a weak voice said. "Okay, kill yourself." Wang Meng froze for a while, looking at the genus in front of him that didn't look like a human, nor a ghost like a ghost. They grew up from the Qin state, and he was particularly impressed. He was a person with a particularly strong endurance. Even more than myself, when I saw him cry once in pain, no matter how serious the injury was, he would face it indifferently. But this time I saw him actually there to ask for help and kill him. Can imagine how much pain he is going through right now. He knows he can't kill now. He angered Buff. His own life could not be saved, not to mention that he might also implicate Wang Jian. Now that he has seen the means of Buff, he can't hurt his heart to fight against him at all. He was thinking about how stupid he was when he first started, and thinking about fighting Buff. If it wasn't for his foster father's obstruction, I'm afraid he would be lying on the ground screaming, begging others to kill him. Compared with the subordinates in front of him, he felt that the pain on his face could not be regarded as pain at all. The sound of begging for mercy was getting weaker and weaker, but he was not dead yet, or rather, Buff didn't let him die. The black dragon now devoured the lower half of his legs and feet. And there is no blood, which means that this person will not bleed to death. He is now feeling the pain from his leg in every nerve. Wang Meng couldn't bear to see him, so he knelt down. Foster father, I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have said that, making him greedy and making a big mistake. Wang Jian was also terrified at this time. He always thought that Buff was able to conquer the city because of the bravery of these generals, and it would be so smooth. Now it seems that this Buff's methods are even more brilliant. Fortunately, he didn't offend him too much, otherwise, the end will still be miserable. Foster father, please let me kill him. I really can't bear to see him like this. If it wasn't for my omission, he wouldn't either. Wang Jian was furious when he heard Wang Meng's words, and cursed there. You bastard, you can't protect yourself now, and you still want to kick others and plead for mercy, so wait for me to be punished obediently by the side. You'd better ask Buff to take my face and let you die without having to suffer so much. Buff glanced at both of them and ignored them. The black dragon continued to go out towards his arm, this time at a much faster speed, and it didn't take long for his arm to disappear. At the same time, at the same speed, the other arm also disappeared. Wang Meng's subordinate was dazed and awake, screaming miserably, excruciating pain. Buff still had no expression there, but his eyes were even colder. I don't need you to say anything anymore. What's the reason? If you dare to do such a thing to Zhang Kuang, then prepare yourself, you can't I. After Buff finished speaking, the black dragon slowly began to appear the head of the subordinate. Feeling his head being swallowed piece by piece, that kind of before death erodes his heart a little bit. No other pain in the body can cover up the new pain. He could now clearly feel his head slowly disappearing. Wang Meng and Wang Jian were already dumbfounded by the sight. Even Wang Meng, who grew up in a particularly cruel environment, had never seen such a tragic thing. Who never knew what fear was kneeling there, trembling constantly. Not to mention Wang Meng, although he has fought in the killing field for many years, he has never seen an opponent kill like this, or kill a person like this. He is barely standing there now, and it is also with a strong will. The palms of the hands holding the table legs are already full of sweat, and sweat drips from the foreheads. He is so afraid now that he has even forgotten about how to protect Wang Meng's life. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 522_Heart of Fear. All he could think of now was that Buff would not implicate him. In the face of death, precisely in the face of this painful death, everything becomes, it doesn't matter. All they can think of is themselves. That subordinate's body gradually stopped squirming, and the entire head has been swallowed up by the black dragon. Then Buff gently shook Fang Tianhua halberd, and the black dragon formed by the thick fog disappeared. Looking at the thing on the ground, the thing that only has the body left and can be called a human being. Even if Wang Meng and Wang Jian had seen many corpses, it was inevitable that they would faint. At this time, Buff was able to let out a sigh of relief. Ever since he learned that Zhang Kuang was injured, he was very angry in his heart. Later, I learned that Zhang Kuang had suffered such an injury, and his wrist was cut off, and he almost died. This made his anger reach its peak, killing the person in front of him, and he slowly turned around to look at Wang Meng. Wang Meng's face was pale at the moment. He was really afraid of dying like that person in this way. Wang Meng turned around and looked at Wang Jian. Although Wang Jian couldn't bear it now, he was still hesitating whether to intercede for Wang Meng. Seeing Buff's methods, Wang Jian just wanted to intercede for Wang Meng, but now he has no such thoughts at all. General, the culprit has already been killed by me. If such a person stays by his side, he will always be a scourge. I will help you save one scourge. You should thank me, right? At this time, Buff turned his head to look at Wang Jian, and there was no emotion in his tone. Wang Jian nodded again and again and said, Buff, you are right, this person is not worth 1,000 cuts, Wang Jian was halfway through speaking, struggling fiercely in his heart. Wang Meng's position in his heart is indeed very high. He is really reluctant. Wang Meng was killed by Buff like this. The past, he still thought that even if he tried every means, he would still save Wang Meng's life, even if he turned against Buff, but now, he has no such idea. Seeing Wang Jian and Wang Meng in this state, Buff knew that his goal had been achieved. He just wanted to frighten them, so that they would never dare to have the idea of getting double jiao bone powder in the future. Sometimes, some people have to rely on force to deter them, to let them know that some things are beyond their control. In fact, this is really the case. You have to be strong, so that they will respect and dare not provoke you. That's what Buff did, and it seems to work very well. When they saw Buff became very respectful. What's the matter, does the general have anything to say? Was hesitant there, but he has always been hesitant to take his life today because of Wang Meng's life. As he said that, he pulled out the sword from his waist and was about to die. But before the sword touched the neck, it was knocked flying by Bufu's Fang Tianhua halberd. Seeing that he could not beg for death, he looked at Bufu's Fang Tianhuaji with fear, and he was worried that another black mist would come out from his Fang Tianhuaji. The scene under his hand just now made him still tremble with fear. Wang Jian was also helpless at the moment. It seemed that Buff didn't intend to let Wang Meng go so easily. Buff, can you give him a happy death based on our years of friendship? Wang Jian watched Wang Meng sit there, and he couldn't bear to see him endure the pain. There he tremblingly begged Buff, hoping that Buff could open up. Buff looked at him, and then looked at Wang Meng, who was sitting on the ground with no masters. At this time, he said calmly, although Wang Meng is not the culprit, it was because of his lax disclosure of the military plane that Zhang Kuang was assassinated. Buff, you are right, Wang Meng's guilt should be the death penalty. I don't ask him to live, I just want him to die happily, not to die in pain like the man just now. Buff nodded and then said, General, we are both generals of the Qin country, fighting for the Qin country to fight the enemy bravely. When your adopted son Wang was seriously injured, he sent someone to me to inspect the medicine, and I did not hesitate to give half of the double jiao bone powder to heal his injury. Actually avenge his revenge, but instead he was thinking about my shuangjiao bone powder. If I let him go so easily, it's really hard to convince the public, and if I don't punish him severely, he won't know that I, Buff, are someone he can't afford to offend. Buff, what you said is very true. For those who dare to hurt your brother, you really want to give him a color. So Wang Meng made a big mistake. I don't want to ask him to live, and I don't have the face to do so. I just ask you to let him die quickly, that's all. Wang Jian is also in a state of pleading, because in this matter, whether they are reasonable, they are sorry for Buff. Bu Fu put the troops first and then the rationale. First let Wang Jian and Wang Meng see his means, shocked their hearts, and then talked to them with Yu Li and Yu Qing. Wang Jian was ashamed there, because he was greedy for shuangjiao bone powder at the beginning. He was powerless to refute Buff's words, and he had no face to plead for Wang Meng again. At this time, Wang Meng also wept bitterly, seeing his adoptive father begging Buff bitterly, but he had no hope of survival, let alone death. The first time that he felt that his life did not belong to him, and it was also the first time that he felt that it was so difficult to die. He knelt there and said chokingly, Foster father, this is all the fault of the child. I should bear the consequences for my mistakes. I will gladly accept whatever the general wants to do to me. Buff nodded and said, "This look is still a little manly. Don't worry, you are the general's adopted son. I will definitely give the general a little bit of thinness." Zhang Zhang almost died, so it's up to Zhang Zhang to decide what to do with you. Hearing Bufu's words, Wang Meng and Wang Jian were stunned, and then looked at each other. Didn't seem to believe that this was true. Buff, who was still like a killer just now, has returned to his original appearance. He looked at Wang Meng and Wang Jian there, and said, "Why is the general dissatisfied with my handling?" "Oh, satisfied, ha ha ha, thank you Buff for a good time." Wang Jian finally reacted, and it seemed that Buff was planning to let Wang Meng go, which made him overjoyed. There he laughed loudly, then turned his head and scolded Wang Meng angrily. "You bastard, don't hurry, thank you for not killing Buff, what are you doing there?" Thank you for not killing the general, thank you for not killing the general." Chapter 523 Buff's words. Wang Meng kowtowed his head there and kept kowtowing to Shep. Buff's expression became serious and then said, "Although I won't kill you now, but if Arrogant doesn't forgive you, I still won't let you go. My subordinates know that no matter how arrogant they are, they will never complain if they want to kill or cut." Buff nodded, turned to look at Wang Jian and said, "General, although Wang Meng is your adopted son, Zhang Kuang first helped you attack the city and was injured and was bedridden. Later, his wrist was cut by Wang Meng's subordinates, and he almost bled to death. If we don't give him an explanation, I'm afraid it will hurt the hearts of these generals, who will fight for us to attack the city." Wang Jian sighed and said, "Buff, what you said is very reasonable. It is true that you have wronged Zhang Kuang, so Wang Meng and I will go together to plead guilty and ask Zhang Kuang's forgiveness. If Zhang Kuang is angry, Wang Meng and I will let him deal with it." Buff nodded, and then said, "General said it doesn't have to be like this, but Wang Meng must go." "I'm going. I am going now." Wang Meng rolled and crawled to his feet. Just now, his legs were a little weak. When he stood up, he almost fell to the ground. This is not at all like Wang Meng, who was fighting desperately on the battlefield before. More like a scared person, Wang Jian was helpless when he saw Wang Meng's appearance. There's no way anyone could call him so confused and make such a low-level mistake. From then on, his heart was also alert, and he no longer treated Buff with contempt like before. With knowledge of Buff's thunderous tactics, can you really know how strong Buff is? "Buff, let's go to Zhang Zhang too." Buff nodded. The matter has basically come to an end here, and his purpose has been achieved. The people who hurt wildly have been killed by him with brutal methods, and they have also shocked Wang Jian and Wang Meng. Let them know, don't provoke yourself easily. It even made them give up the idea of capturing the double Jiao bone powder. Now it's enough to act like Zhang Kuang. He knows that Zhang Kuang will definitely not embarrass them too much. That guy was usually carefree and open-minded. Now that he knew the whole story, and that he had avenged him, he would definitely not embarrass Wang Meng again. "Buff, I really owe you a big favor this time, and I will do my best for anything that will be of use to me in the future." "Hee, the general doesn't need to say that. You and I are both generals of the Qin country. Sometimes we must use some thunderous tactics to deter those who want to do evil. I saw Buff's methods today, and it shocked me. I didn't quite believe the rumor that you captured the city by yourself, but it's true, but now it seems that what you said is true. Haha, the general is too famous, those are only small cities, and it is easier to capture." "Haha, Buff, it's easy to say, but it's really hard to do that. I believe that few people in the 6 nations can do it." Buff smiled and didn't speak. He didn't want to talk with Wang Jian anymore on this issue. Seeing that Bufu stopped talking, Wang Jian stopped talking about this topic, but talked about the siege of the city. At this time, Wang Meng had already come to Zhang Zhang's bedside, where he knelt and kowtowed continuously. At the beginning, Zhang Kuang was stunned for a moment, and he almost didn't jump up from the bed. If it wasn't for his injury, if he couldn't stand up, he might have jumped to the side now. "I said you stand up and talk. What is it that you kneel down and kowtow to me as soon as you come in?" The arrogant spirit has recovered a little, this guy is full of energy, his body is a little better, and his spirit begins to become active. But watching Wang Meng continue to kowtow there, even his forehead was broken, and blood flowed out. He was swollen from the beating just now, his face was now covered with blood, and he looked very cautious. Zhang Kuang was shocked there, and he couldn't get out of bed to help him up to stop him. Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong came to Zhang Kuang's room. Since Zhang Kuang was assassinated, they would often come here to guard Zhang Kuang. They all feel guilty about Zhang Kuang's wrist being cut off. After being reprimanded by Buff, they decided to come to Zhang Kuang to guard him whenever they had time every day. It was originally decided that each of them would come and watch for a few hours, but today the three of them heard something about me, so they came together. Came to Zhang Kuang's door, they heard the sound of dong dong dong. The three of them looked at each other and went in hurriedly to see that Wang Meng had been there all the time. Kowtow. Three of them helplessly on the bed, and the three of them looked at each other. Seeing that the three of them didn't want to help Wang Meng up, Zhang Kuang hurriedly said, I said, what are you three doing still standing there? Help him up quickly, if you knock him down like this, you will kill him. At this time, Gongya came to Zhang Kuang's side and said, you should let him squat there, so that you can save him. Zhang Kuang heard Gongya's words and felt that there must be something strange about this matter. He looked at Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong, and the two of them nodded to agree with Gongya's words. Zhang Kuang couldn't understand, although he knew there must be some reason here, but he just couldn't understand why Wang Meng did this. Just when he tried to support himself with his hands, he suddenly felt a pain in his wrist, and his arm could not use any strength at all. Looking at his arrogant wrist, he suddenly thought of something. He widened his eyes, looked at Wang Meng who was still kowtowing there, and then glanced at Gongya, Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong. Zhang Kuang finally understood why Wang Meng was here all the time. Kowtow, he said indifferently, did he do it? Qi Ying said next to him, it wasn't his own hands, but he said that we had double Zhaogofen, which made his subordinates greedy and attack you. Gongya nodded, and then continued Qi Ying's words. The teacher has already executed the person who hurt you. Because Wang Meng also has responsibilities that he cannot shirk, so Shi Chang handed him over to you to deal with. Now his life and death are in your hands. He is kowtowing like this here to make you spare his life. HMPH, you guys are so daring. You dare to play the idea of double Jiao bone powder. Let you lose it so easily, it's just too cheap for you. Wang Meng was already dazed by the kowtow, and his face was covered in blood. Chapter 524_Kowtow Wang Meng. Zhang Kuang thought about it for a while, then looked down at Wang Meng who was still there and continued to kowtow his head violently. There he said, since Shi Chang has handed you over to me, then don't kowtow here, because no matter how much you drink, it's useless. After Wang Meng heard his words, he stopped kowtowing and said in vague words, if you are arrogant and can't forgive me, then I beg you, can you let your generals give me a happy death? Zhang Kuang was stunned for a moment, it seemed that they were very ruthless, scaring them like this. Zhang Kuang knows what kind of person Wang is, and after being together for so long, he also understands some of their personalities. Make Wang Meng look like this, I really don't know what horrific things Shi Chang did to them. At this time, Buff and Wang Jian came to Zhang Kuang's room. How long, General? Yeah, Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong followed Buff and Wang Jian to say hello. Buff nodded, Wang Jian laughed and looked at the three of them enthusiastically and said, so the three of you are here too, that's just right, be a witness for us. Wang Jian took a few steps forward to Wang Meng's side, and then kicked Wang Meng's body. Wang Meng lost his balance, and his head hit the ground again. Was a little dizzy at first, but now he fainted all of a sudden. Wang Jian saw Wang Meng fainted, and then shouted, someone come and bring me water and wake him up. In his heart, it's better to wake you up than to wake you up with pain. A basin of water was splashed over. Wang Meng opened his eyes, shook his head, then got up, and knelt in front of Zhang Kuang again. You bastard, why don't you hurry up and admit your fault to Zhang Kuang? At this time, Zhuangzhang saw that Buff was about to speak, and Buff shook his head there. So Zhang Kuang sat there without saying a word, with a look of anger. Insolent, I was wrong, it was my discipline that was not strict, it was my mouth that kept my mouth shut, and it was me who caused you to have your wrists cut by others. You can punish me any way you want, and I have no complaints. Wang Meng was talking there in a weak voice, and Wang Jian glared at him after listening. Came to Zhang Kuang's side and said, Zhang Kuang, this time I really made you suffer, made my godson helpless, and caused you to suffer such a big crime. I will apologize to you here. Speaking of which, Wang Jian bowed to Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang was a little startled now. Who is Wang Jian, who is in command of the 3 armies, the popular man beside the king of Qin in the Qin kingdom, who has conquered the Yan capital of the state of Yan, and many cities in the state of Qi. Countless. Such a person actually bowing to himself and arrogantly there is a bit awkward. What is the general doing? This is a slap in the face, and can you receive a salute from the general? Hey, don't move, you can afford this gift from me. At this time, Wang Jian said tearfully, I knew before that it was my renegade son who disclosed the news, which caused you to have your wrist cut by his subordinates and almost lost your life. He lowered his head and glanced at Wang Meng, and then continued, I also loved my son very much at the beginning, and I was thinking of asking Buff for him, hoping that Buff could open up and spare him. Wang Jian glanced at Buff and continued, but Buff's words completely woke me up. Wang Jian continued there, Zhang Kuang, you helped me break through Qingzhou, and you were born. Died, seriously injured. I didn't protect you well, my son leaked the news, and you almost got killed, it's all my responsibility. If it wasn't for this old man, he still needed to lead the 3 armies to break through Qingzhou, and to break Qidu at this moment must be an apology with death. At this moment, Zhang Kuang didn't know what to do. He looked up at Buff. Buff looked at him and nodded with a smile. He knows that arrogance is good-natured, although he is usually carefree, but his mind is delicate. Unless he is a wicked person, he is willing to surrender the generals who fight against him. Handing over Wang Meng to him is also to find a way to get this matter down. General, we both serve for Qin. I said that even if you are seriously injured, you should be killed in battle. The general does not need to be too concerned about my injury, but Wang Meng also made mistakes, but he was also unintentional, and he has also been punished, so this matter should be in the past. Ah, how can this work? My son has made such a big mistake, and he must be punished heavily. Wang Jian was there, and said with a serious expression, Zhang Kuang, since your hand was cut off by someone's wrist, why don't you let me use an arm to make up for you? As he said that, Wang Jian pulled out the sword in his waist and was about to slash at Wang Meng's shoulder. Hey, wait a minute, General, wait a minute, General. In fact, Wang Jian is just pretending. He has been with Zhang Kuang for a while, and he also understands his character. Just when Buff promised to hand over Wang Meng to Zhang Kuang, he already knew that Xiaowu's life was safe. This made his dangling heart finally let go, but if Wang Meng was let go like this, he was afraid that Buff would be unhappy there. If Wang Meng's life could be exchanged for an arm, Wang Jian would cut it off without hesitation. At this time, Zhang Kuang was a little anxious. He really didn't want Wang Jian to cut off Wang Meng's arm. He shouted loudly there, General, listen to me, since I am in charge of this matter, why doesn't the general follow my will? Seeing Zhang Kuang's somewhat angry face, Wang Jian smiled there, and then said, Zhang Kuang, I know that you are a generous person, but Wang Meng can be spared the crime of death today, and it is hard to forgive him for committing such a big mistake, and it may be difficult to convince the public if he does not punish him. After saying this, Wang Jian secretly looked at Buff. Zhang Kuang understood what Wang Jian meant, and he knew that Wang Jian wanted to give Buff an explanation. At this time, he smiled and said, the punishment must be punished, otherwise everyone will know that I am arrogant and talkative and come to sing me a knife when I am fine, then I will be in trouble, haha. Zhang Kuang was joking there. Gong Ya, Qi Ying couldn't help laughing and gave Zhang Kuang a little. How long have you been? Guy, and you're still not serious there. Hee hee, as long as she's here, my body will be fine, so what's there to worry about? HMPH, insolent, don't think your injury is so easy to heal. I told you before, I need to break all your bones again, and then unclog your meridians, the pain is beyond your imagination. Don't act like you're okay there, it's unknown if you'll be able to stop then. Buff sternly reprimanded insolence there. Chapter 525_What to Face. When Zhang Kuang heard Buff say this, his expression began to become serious. He knew what he was up against but didn't want to make it too complicated. If that's the case, then it really needs to be taken seriously. Looking at Zhang Kuang's serious expression, Wang Jian's heart is also uncertain. He didn't know what kind of demands Zhang Kuang could make. Although he could save Wang Meng's life, it seemed that Zhang Kuang still had to go through very painful things. However, Wang Jian still didn't expect that the arrogant body was already like this, and there was still a way for Buff to recover. Seeing how Zhang Kuang was thinking there, he knew that he was thinking about what to do with Wang Meng. Everyone present was not talking, waiting for Zhang Kuang's decision to come from Wang Meng, who made a mistake. It has a very important influence on whether the two troops can cooperate to attack Qingzhou in the future. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Kuang seriously looked at Wang Meng, who was still in a coma, and said, although he is also at fault, he is unintentional. Zhang Kuang looked up at Buff and said, hey, Shi Chong, let him wake up and give me a few bowls of wine. Yeah, Qi Ying and the others listened to the arrogant words beside them. Next to him, he said anxiously for him, insolent, how can you let him go so easily? Ha ha ha, forget it, we are all from the Qin country, and we shouldn't kill each other, not to mention he is not intentional. Buff glanced at Zhang Kuang, then nodded and said, since you have made up your mind, let's do it this way. Saying that, Buff turned and left, leaving with a smile on his face. He knew that Zhang Hua would definitely not embarrass Wang Meng too much, as he expected. However, Wang Meng was also severely punished. First, he was beaten into a pig head by Wang Jian, and then he came here and smashed his head 5 times. After thinking about it, since Zhang Kuang had already forgiven him, he didn't care. Wang Jian quickly came to Zhang Kuang's side, held his hand, and thanked him. And I told Zhang Kuang that I would definitely return this favor to him in the future. Zhang Kuang didn't say anything. Wang Jian sent someone to carry Wang Meng out. Ganya came to Zhang Kuang's side, punched him there, and said, what a great opportunity, you wasted it so much. That's right, anyway, you don't care what he wants as compensation. Yeah, I can't help you this time, arrogant, I don't think I should let them go so easily, at least let the lions open their mouths and let them be responsible for some nutrition, ah. Oh, why didn't you say it earlier? I don't know if it's too late to regret it. I already knew I wanted a good pot of wine for him. Alas, I'm really stupid. I wasted so much time. I see that you are hopeless. You are still thinking about drinking. If you want to drink too much, how could you be killed unknowingly? Ha ha ha, don't mention this matter. Shi Chong has already avenged me, and this matter is over. Okay, you have a good heart, but you don't mention it, then this matter is over. However, what Zhang Kuang means, you still have a bit of hardship to eat. Hey, it's no big deal, isn't it, just to break the grown bones again? It's not like I haven't been broken before, it's a piece of cake. Qi Ying and Xiaoxin also. The three of Yuhua Yunlong looked at Zhang Kuang and didn't care. In their hearts, they are somewhat distressed and arrogant. That's how arrogant is. No matter how much they suffer, they don't want those who care about him to worry. It's still the same now, how easy it is to break the long bones. How painful it is, and how many people can bear it. And listening to Buff's meaning, breaking the bones is only the first step, but also to clear the meridians. Even Buff said that the pain was very painful, but it is conceivable that what Zhang Kuang is facing, I said you three don't want this expression, I don't know, I thought I was going to die soon. You must know that although I have suffered a little bit, as long as my body can be healed, let alone suffering this little bit, even if I were to die once, I would be willing to die, it would be better than dying like this. After listening to the arrogant words, the three of them were not depressed and worried there. One by one, they looked at Zhang Kuang and said, "Okay, let us three brothers accompany you for another drink, and we will fight on the battlefield together when you are in good health." Yes, but this Wang Jian is really too stingy. You treat them so tolerantly, and they don't say to bring some delicious food here. Gangya, don't complain there, I'll go get some food, come back and get 2 jugs of good wine, and our brothers have a few more drinks. Okay, I just don't know if Shi Changjiang will not let him drink, will it affect the market's treatment of him? No, what he needs to support now is his spirit. As long as his spirit is better, his body can receive treatment. At this time, Buff came in from the outside, and looked at them with a smile, which was completely different from when he came here before. How long? The three of them stood up and saluted, and Buff waved for them to sit. Then he continued, Hua Yunlong, let's go and get some rich food. Come back and get a few pots of good wine. Let's have a good drink. Ha ha ha, Shi Chong, you are so kind, you know my heart too well. Gangya said next to him. Zhang Kuang forgets everything when he hears that he is drinking. Yeah, I can't be too big, I can't move my whole body, and I am still thinking about drinking. Ha ha, no way, wine is a good thing. Buff was there smiling and watching the three of them joking. At this time, Hua Yunlong came back from the outside, followed by a few soldiers who brought sumptuous food and good wine. Why is Hua Yunlong so fast this time, and where did he get so much delicious food? Yeah, there are chickens, fish and meat, so many delicious things, even if you make them, you have to cook them for a while. Hee, it was sent by Wang Jian's arrangement. It looks like it's just done, and this sentence is good wine, and it looks good. HMPH, even if they have a conscience, they know how to bring some food and drinks. Ha ha ha, if you drink it, you can drink it, so much nonsense, Gangya. Zhang Kuang said Gangya with a smile, he has not been so happy for a long time, because Buff is here, and Buff promised to heal his injury. This made him regain hope for his body. Once people have hope in life, they will become spiritual. Chapter 526_Omnipotent. He has been comforting himself all the time. As long as Buff comes here, his body will recover. He believes that Buff is omnipotent. But he still has no bottom in his heart, just like hypnotizing himself, forcing himself to believe. It can be said that Buff is his last hope. If even Buff can't heal his wounds, Zhang Kuang would rather choose to die than to live like this. Buff began to drink with the four of them. The food and drinks were constantly being served. Zhang Kuang drank a lot today. Qi Ying, Gangya and Hua Yunlong have been there, drinking Buff with him, only taking a sip occasionally. The egg yolk drank the most and was the happiest time. After so many days, he finally released the depression in his heart. Just when he was drinking with Qi Ying, Gangya and the little winemaker, he still felt that the wine was bitter. It tastes very sweet today. Drinking really depends on your mood. When you are happy and when you are depressed, the wine you drink is 2 flavors. Wine is a magical thing, and the arrogance has always been. Drinking it, Buff didn't stop him, and when there was no wine, he would order the servants to get it. When Zhang Kuang was still a little sober, Buff said to him seriously, "Today I will treat your physical injuries. You can drink more alcohol, which can numb your body and relieve your pain." Only then did Zhang Kuang understand the purpose of Buff letting him drink this time. He laughed there, and then said boldly, "It's really long, isn't it? Just broken. A few bones. Don't worry too much, I can hold it, but I can take this opportunity to have a big drink. It's not bad." So Zhang madly looked at Qi Ying. Gangya and Hua Yunlong said, "Come on, all of you, we must get drunk today," and Shi Chong has already agreed, let's have a good drink together. Qi Ying, Gangya, and Hua Yunlong, at the beginning, still controlled their drinking. Hearing what Zhang Kuang said, I knew what Buff meant. So they let go of the alcohol and started drinking happily. Ha ha ha, so happy. Zhang Fan drank wine and ate meat happily at the same time. In this way, they drank for a long time, but Bufu had already stopped drinking and sat there drinking tea, looking at the arrogant, Gongya and Qi Ying lying there. Although Hua Yunlong was a little dizzy, he stopped drinking afterwards. He knew that some things needed to be done with someone by his side. Hua Yunlong, after you send Gongya and Qi Ying back to the room, come back here and guard the door. Don't let anyone in, no one is allowed, understand? Hua Yunlong nodded, and then led someone to take Gongya and Qi Ying out of the arrogant room. Then he came back and stood guard at the door of Zhang Kuang's room, holding his weapon in his hand and standing there straight. Hua Yunlong, if you don't make any noise after a while, don't come in. Here. At this time Buff straightened his arrogant body and lay flat there. Pick up your own Fang Tianhua halberd, and then communicate with the black dragon soul inside. A few drops of his own blood in Zhang Zhang's mouth. Then he summoned the black dragon. Goodbye, the black mist began to walk along the arrogant body. The arrogant body began to shake, and the severe pain made the drunken arrogance begin to wake up. Looking at the painful place, Zhang Kuang saw Boof put Fang Tianhua there. If you can't help it, just call it out. Buff looked at the situation where he had woken up, and said solemnly, if you can't stand it, you will die. Now there is no way out, so I will ask you to hold on to it for me. Zhang Kuang is now speechless in pain, but his eyes are extremely firm, and his desire for physical recovery surpasses everything. His whole body was still shivering constantly, his teeth were lightly biting together, and his eyes were red. After the black mist swam around his body, Buff picked up the Fang Tianhua halberd and turned it around, hitting the broken place before wandering with the handle. Speed was incomparably fast, and Zhang Kuang only felt that for a moment. The severe pain came from his arm, but because the black mist was running around his body just now, the pain caused to him had already made him prepared. The pain caused by the fracture is not as painful as it used to be. Zhang Kuang was gasping for breath there, sweat dripping from his forehead drop by drop. Slowly it turned red, and Zhang Kuang's body seemed to have turned into ooze. Bones were broken, it looked very terrifying. Diverting his attention crazily, he thought that if he was fine, he would definitely need to seek revenge for that person in the future. He will pay back the pain he has suffered 1,000 times over. Anger and hatred made his heart become more and more firm. That Zhangjin was still in a coma, Buff nodded with satisfaction. Buff was more pleased that his arrogant will was so firm. Now that the first step has been completed, the place where Zhang Kuang was injured and fractured has grown back later, but the blockage of the meridians inside makes Zhang Kuang unable to use his strength at all, like a crippled person. At the beginning, he also thought there was no way, because even the double-flooded bone powder could not cure the injury, he did not know what to do. Later, he saw Fang Tianhua, and then communicated with the soul of the black flood dragon. This way. Breaking and standing, he learned from He Jiaolong that the arrogant meridian blockage would cause him to do this. The medicinal power of the Shuangjiao bone powder could not penetrate at all, and he needed to break his bones again, and the mist transformed by the black-horned dragon entered the arrogant body and opened up his meridians. Of Shuangjiao bone powder, it is possible for Zhang Kuang to return to his original state. Buff originally thought that Zhang Kuang would pass out in a coma at the first step, but it was really unbearable without pain. Coma is the instinct of the human body, a kind of protection for one's own spirit. But now Zhang Kuang still has his eyes open, and although he looks very weak, he is still clenching his teeth there. Buff looked at Zhang Kuang and said, Zhang Kuang, I don't know if you can hear what I said. Now that the first step has been completed, the next step is to open up your meridians. It's so long, I can stand it. Zhang madly said a sentence with difficulty, and glanced at Buff. A little relaxation of the spirit made his pain feel a lot stronger all of a sudden. Zhang Kuang snorted, didn't dare to speak again, and continued to divert his attention. Buff stopped talking. He knew that Zhang Kuang was suffering great pain at the moment, but it was better that Zhang Kuang was not in a coma at the moment. Chapter 527-Unbearable Pain. After all, he can still control his body with willpower. If he is in a coma at this time, the subsequent treatment will become a little troublesome. Zhang Kuang was still holding on. Buff pointed Fang Tianhua halberd on his arm, and a trace of mist penetrated into Zhang Kuang's body along his arm. Zhang Kuang suddenly shouted. It was really difficult for him to describe the pain at the moment. It was a kind of pain that directly hit the soul. Insolently thought that when Buff broke his arm, it was already the most painful time. He thought that there should be no more pain than him. But he still underestimated the pain he was going to face this time. When the black mist penetrated into the back of his feet, it was like the blood vessels in his body were torn apart by a string of people. The previous pain now seems to be pediatric, and the arrogant body is shaking frantically. Buff saw Zhang Kuang like this, and he wasn't sure whether he could survive. This is also the first time to use this method of treatment, so he is not sure how wild the effect of the treatment will be. He couldn't help screaming there, and Hua Yunlong at the door also felt very distressed. When Zhang Kuang was in an ambush before, he folded a dozen places and didn't make such a scream. But Hua Yunlong knows that he can't help at all now. All he can do now is to guard here tightly and not let anyone disturb Buff's treatment of arrogance. Otherwise, if he fails, it will be too late to regret. That's it. Zhang Kuang, I know you are in great pain right now, but you must stick to your heart and never give up. Ah. He didn't answer Buff's words, just shouted loudly there. Buff could see with naked eyes. On the arrogant left arm, a black mark was slowly spreading forward. He understood that it was the black mist that started to unclog the meridians in the insolent left arm. The pain of this process can only be truly understood by insolence now. Zhang Kuang can't think of anything at this moment, the only feeling is endless pain. Insolent, you must persevere. As long as you persevere, not only will your body be intact, but your strength will also be greatly increased. Although Zhang Kuang didn't respond to Buff's words, his eyes became more and more firm, and he heard Buff's words. He gritted his teeth tightly and let out a muffled sound. Ah! Another scream. Buff saw that the black mark on the arrogant arm had reached the palm, and then spread to his 555 fingertips in 555 directions. Zhang Kuang felt that his hand was ignited by fire, and he really couldn't bear the pain. His consciousness began to dim a little bit. I feel like I can't hold on anymore. Buff encouraged him with a voice next to him, which he could hear before, but he found that the voice was getting farther and farther away from him. Buff has seen through the arrogance, and some can't hold on anymore, only the last point. Just now, he had been arrogantly beside him, and he found that Insolent's eyes began to slowly become lax. Insolent, you must survive and defeat that guy in Qingzhou County, and you don't want to be a general, so just stick with me, and one day you will become a famous general in the world. Buff's words were like a small flame, making the Insolent in the dark suddenly see a little light. He is chasing the light. Direction, he wanted to see clearly that. What the light was trying to focus his attention on. Finally, he saw that it was Buff's face, and Buff was beside him at the moment, looking at the insolent eyes and regaining his sanity. Buff was relieved, and Zhang Kuang finally survived. Seeing Buff's worried look, Zhang Kuang smiled slightly, and then passed out. Buff tried his wild snort, then checked his pulse, only to find that he had just passed out, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This night's treatment, Buff is also haggard. Compared with the insane pain, Buff is more tired. Ding. The host's energy is severely overdrawn, and 50 HP points are deducted. Ding. The host gets 5 free attribute points and can add points freely. Close black lens bracket. Hee, I didn't expect to be overdrawn to such a level. It seems that controlling the black dragon to heal is not an easy task. Buff said to himself there, shook his head, breathed a sigh of relief, and then shouted. Hua Yunlong, you can come in. came to Hua Yunlong after sobering up last night. When this buff healed Zhang Kuang and put Hua Yunlong in charge of the gate, they didn't leave, they just waited here. Hearing Bufu's cry at this moment, Hua Yunlong and the others quickly walked into the insolent room. They were stunned by everything in front of them, and they were madly lying on the blood-stained bed. This amount of bleeding, a normal person may die twice. Seeing Buff sitting on the chair next to him drinking tea, his face was pale and his eyes looked very tired. It's so long, arrogant to him. Buff took a sip of tea, then looked at the three of them with a slight smile and nodded. Three of them suddenly became happy. They came to Zhang Kuang, and watched Zhang Kuang fall asleep peacefully there. Their hearts were ecstatic now, and the screams of madness from last night were incessant. Their hearts were hanging in their throats and they were afraid of insolence. At this time, knowing that Zhang Kuang has been cured, the dangling heart finally let go. At this time, Qi Ying came to Buff's side, looked at Buff respectfully and said, "Shi Chong, you have worked hard all night, I will help you go back to your room to rest." Buff stood up, nodded, then supported Qi Ying, and walked outside. Seeing Bufu like this, Hua Yunlong and Gongya burst into tears. Hua Yunlong, we really followed a good leader. Hua Yunlonger also nodded fiercely there, although he was the number one buff for a short time, and he was more arrogant, bow and arrow Qi Ying and them. Although I always heard about buff from the end of them, but I didn't really touch it, and I didn't feel too deeply. What Buff did after he came here shocked Hua Yunlong, who was highly skilled in martial arts. Originally, the county magistrate he admired most was Shang Tianming, but now he admires one more person. Hua Yunlong has completely surrendered, and he feels that it is his blessing to be able to follow people like Buff. Leaving, Buff explained that they should take good care of Zhang Kuang, so that nothing else could happen to Zhang Kuang. Yunlong and Gongya were also thinking that they must not let Zhang Kuang happen again. They didn't watch Zhang Kuang last time. I was already very guilty. Chapter 528_Father-Son Dialogue. Just like that, another day passed. On this day, Wang Jian and Wang Meng once came to visit Zhang Kuang. They had learned from Buff of Madame's wounds, and he had healed them. After seeing the arrogance here, I ordered the servants to prepare food and drink, and do not allow any negligence. After returning to his tent, Wang Jian asked Wang Meng to close the door. He looked at Wang Meng and said, "This Buff's strength is beyond my imagination. Why didn't I find out that he has such ability before? Father, this Buff is very strange. From being unknown before to suddenly rising up, he has become so powerful, and his skills are very strange." Hey, indeed, his current ability is unfathomable, the methods used to kill your subordinates before, and the ability to treat arrogant arms, all of which are very human beings. Father, do you think he learned the magic trick at some point? The magic trick, haha. My son, don't believe this, those are all nonsense from ignorant people. But the foster father, I killed the dragon formed by the black mist under my hand before, and the arrogant wounds, his arms are like that. The foster father has also found many medical officers to treat him, and they are helpless. It's not too strange that Buff was here only one night to cure him. Well, we don't need to worry about these things. Wang Meng, you must remember in the future, don't do anything that offends Buff, including his subordinates, don't offend. Well, foster father, I know. Well, this time, you can save your life. When Zhang Kuang wakes up, you have to make amends to him. Foster father, this time it was my son who made the mistake first. I am lucky to be alive. I should go and make amends. When Zhang Kuang wakes up, I will take the blame. Well, my son can bend and stretch, he is a man, and he will have a boundless future in the future. Foster father, it's just that these days have been delayed. When my son hears the report from his subordinates, Wei State is about to lose his hold. Hey, this is also something that can't be helped. Qingzhou can't be attacked, and the situation can't be changed. At this time, Wang Jian looked at Wang Mengyu and said earnestly, in any case, my son must have a good relationship with Buff in the future, it will be beneficial. Here. After a day's rest, Zhang Kuang slowly opened his eyes. The pain in his body was still fresh in his memory, and he felt that his body not only frowned. Insolent, you woke up, how are you feeling now? Ganya asked with concern. Hearing Ganya's words, Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong also stood up and came to Zhang Kuang's side. After the treatment of Zhang Zhang, they began to take care of him in shifts. At this time, seeing Zhang Kuang wake up, they all looked at him happily. Well, his grandma's, it really hurts. Hearing that Zhang Kuang could still speak and curse, Qi Ying, Ganya and Hua's three felt relieved. Zhang Heng, do you feel anything special about yourself now? Yeah, it doesn't have any special feeling. I feel pain, heart-piercing pain. I don't want to taste that kind of feeling again in my life. Ha ha ha, then you should be careful in the future. Don't suffer such a serious injury. Fortunately, you have a strong ability to heal your arm, otherwise your arm will be useless. Hee, how long is he? Zhang Kuang vaguely remembered that although he was in pain at the time, he also vaguely saw that Shi Chengbufu's face was very pale. I'm fine. Mad, how are you feeling? At this time, Buff came in from the outside and came to Zhang Kuang's side. Shi Chong, you are here, you have worked hard for you. Hey, you are still very weak now, and you still need to rest for a few days before you can fully recover. You can try moving your left hand now to see if you can control it. Insolently looked at Buff's sincere eyes, but his eyes were a little red, and tears kept rolling in his eyes. Ganya, Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong were the same. They were all impressed by what Buff had done. What are you guys doing? You are all big and three rough men. You cry at every turn, and you are not afraid to make people laugh, ha ha ha. Whereas Buff joking about the four of them, he understands the mood of the four of them. But Buff, after a night's rest, is now fully recovered. You don't have to worry about me here, don't you understand my strength? What an unpredictable strength. Ha ha ha, don't talk about this, just move your left hand quickly. I also want to see how the treatment works. Here. Although Phoenix still felt a lot of pain in his body at this time, he didn't want to make Buff wait for a long time. So he endured the pain and began to move his left hand. At first, his fingers were shaking slightly. Then his palms began to clench, and he burst out laughing wildly, because just now he has been using force. Seeing that his palm regained strength and could be clenched into a fist shape, his heart couldn't be more excited. Ganya, Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong looked at each other next to each other, and they were also very excited there. Seeing that Buff's treatment was effective, they all felt relieved. Insolent did not stop moving his arms slowly. He suddenly realized that this arm had not belonged to him for a long time. Now he swayed him, constantly stretching forward and contracting. Well, it seems that the effect is good. If you only need to rest for a few days, you will be able to return to the original appearance. Ha ha ha, it's really great, Shicheng, you are my reborn parents. Ha ha, arrogant, stop talking nonsense there, think about it carefully, how many times has it saved you? Yeah, if every time you reborn your parents, you can even be your ancestor. Ha ha ha. After Ganya finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter. Zhang Kuang then followed with a smile and said, the ancestors are the ancestors, so long, I will call you grandpa in the future. Go away, don't talk nonsense there. You will hurt me less in the future, even if you are worthy of me. Ha ha ha. The three emperors moved their arms repeatedly there, feeling the power surge up little by little. At this time, he suddenly sat up, which shocked Ganya, Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong. Hey, why are you sitting up? That's right, why didn't you say let you rest well, you really are. Chapter 529 _ It's alright. Hey, I'm fine now, I don't feel pain when I sit up now. Qi Ying, Ganya, and Hua Yunlong were watching insolently there. There was absolutely no pain in his face. It seemed that the Shuangjiao bone meal played a role in his body again. Zhang Kuang turned around, lifted his feet, got out of bed, and stood there. Shook slightly at the beginning, Gangya and Hua Yunlong hurried over to help him. But it was stopped by Buff's words. Buff looked at the insolent standing there and said, "You can walk on the ground for a while, let the blood flow faster, and the recovery will be much faster." After listening to Buff's words, Zhang Kuang started walking on the ground. At the beginning, there was still a tingling sensation in my feet, and after a few laps, that feeling disappeared. Seeing Zhang Kuang walking back and forth like an enclave, where does he look like someone who has just recovered from a serious illness? He was walking back and forth excitedly, and he didn't remember this feeling a little. For 3 months, he was lying in bed for almost 3 months. It's been a month. In the current situation, I can't wait to rush out immediately and run a fast lap. But Buff's next words immediately made him dismiss the idea. "Insolent, now you have recovered, but I don't allow you to go out now, and I don't allow you to be seen by others. You are already well." Zhang Kuang looked at Buff for a moment, and after thinking about it, he understood Buff's meaning. "Wow, I understand. In the days to come, I will still be lying on the bed, and I will never let them see that my injury has fully recovered. Well, I will tell Wang Jian to send someone to take you to General Fangzheng, where you will be freer." Buff looked at the 4 people in front of him and said with a solemn expression, "You 4 people must be tight-lipped this time, and you must not let them know how I treated arrogance. Let alone let them know the situation, and they are now back to good health. Here, my subordinates understand." At this time, Gangya said there, "It's very long, we will continue to visit Zhang Kuang in the future, so that they think that Zhang Kuang still needs someone to take care of him." Well, Gangya is like this. This time, the double jiao bone powder caught their attention, and it almost made Zhuang go crazy. Buff sat there and said with a brow, "But I have already shocked them, and I believe they will never dare to play the idea of double jiao bone powder. But this is because I showed too much strength in front of them. I believe they have noticed me. But none of this matters anymore. Our priority now is to capture Qingzhou first, and after we capture Qingzhou, Qi will be under our control." "But, sir, I've got the news. Won't be able to hold on for a few days, and I'm afraid we won't be able to save the state of Wei by breaking Qingzhou. Qi Ying, we didn't attack Qingzhou just for the sake of it. We just wanted to contain Qi before Wei was overrun, so it would be much easier for us to attack Qingzhou." Buff looked at the 4 of them and continued, "Now Wei state will soon be conquered by Qi state, but Qi state will never imagine how things will develop next." Buff sneered there. "If the state of Qi is still very strong, then they will join forces with the state of Chu to attack the state of Qin. But if we capture Qiangju and threaten Qidu, then the result will be... It's different." "How long, you mean?" "It's too early to say, you just take care of the arrogance now." Buff looked back at Zhang Kuang and said, "You need to lie in bed for 5 days now, and you mustn't let others see you get out of bed and walk. After 5 days, I will send someone to pick you up and return to Zhangfangzheng. Here, my subordinates understand." Zhang Kuang obediently returned to the bed, and then lay down. Gangya joked beside him, "Zhang Kuang, you are quite obedient this time. These 5 days must be very difficult." "Ha ha ha, what's so hard about being able to restore health? It's like being reborn. It's just 5 days of lying down. Even if you let me lie down for a month, I'm willing." "Ha ha ha, don't worry, with brothers to accompany you, you won't be bored." "Well, Hua Yunlong, hurry up, get some wine and meat over, have a good drink and celebrate." Hua Yunlong glanced at Buff, who nodded. Zhang Kuang's treatment was successful, and Buff was also very happy. At this moment, as long as Wang Jian and the others didn't know that Zhang Kuang was able to walk on the ground. Even if they saw that Zhang Kuang had woken up, it would not be a big deal to be able to drink and eat meat. Has brother Zhang Kuang woke up? At this time, Wang Jian and Wang Meng walked in from outside. "General." Qiying and Gangya saluted there, and Wang Jian quickly waved his hands there. "No need to be too polite, no need to be too polite, I heard that brother Zhang Kuang woke up and rushed over." General, I miss my subordinates, and my subordinates are grateful. Hey, Zhang Huang, I am also responsible for half of your injury, but unfortunately my ability is limited, and I can't cure you with so many doctors. Wang Jian didn't lie about what he said. He did find a lot of medical officials to treat the arrogance. General, you have taken good care of your subordinates, and your subordinates are grateful. Buff came to Wang Jian's side at this time, and said, Wang Jian, thank you for taking care of Zhang Huang. Wang Jian looked panicked, looked at Bufu and waved his hand and said, Bufu, I am very ashamed of what I said, I am ashamed and arrogant. Wang Jian turned his head and saw Wang Meng scolding there. Come here soon, brother Zhang Huang, to make amends. Wang Meng hurried over and knelt there with a plop. Hey, no, you are going to kowtow again, let's forget it. I said you can bring me a few pots of good wine, and you can toast me with a few bowls of wine. At this time, Wang Jian looked at Buff and said, when you are broad-minded, you can forgive Wang Meng's mistakes, but I can't let him go so easily. I'm here today, and I'm here to apologize for him and ask him to take care of himself. Fault and bear the consequences. At this time, Wang Jian looked at Wang Meng and said, take off your clothes. Wang Meng slowly took off her clothes, and when he saw Xiaohu's appearance, even Buff frowned. I didn't expect Wang Jian to be able to do this, but he was acquainted and knew that only in this way could he truly let Buff down his anger. He knew that Buff didn't really forgive Wang Meng, just because the two armies were going to attack Qingzhou together. The current Wang Meng was stabbed in the ribs by 5 daggers, because the daggers were never pulled out. And they were wrapped in cloth, so the blood did not remain. Chapter 530-Guilty. Bow and arrow, Qi Ying couldn't help smacking his tongue when he saw Wang Meng like this. How painful this is, but seeing Wang Meng's appearance, he doesn't seem to feel anything. Wang Meng, I have already forgiven you, why are you bothering? Brother Zhang Huang, if I hadn't spoken out, you wouldn't have been almost killed by others. When I was seriously injured, you brought troops here to help my adoptive father defeat the enemy, and you also sent secret medicine to heal my injury. But I almost killed your life because of a slip of the tongue. I really deserve to die, but you have a big heart and forgive me for my big mistake. I am so grateful, feel a little better. Oh, it's all fate, it's all over, I've forgiven you. Lying on the bed at the moment, trying to struggle to sit up, but he still couldn't. Panting and sweating profusely lying there, he said dejectedly, I can't sit up, you should hurry back to heal your wounds in the afternoon. You're about to attack Qingzhou, and you don't want to fight with your injuries. There, Zhang Huang continued, if you really feel ashamed of me, then kill a few more Qi soldiers on the battlefield to make up for me. What else did Wang Meng do? Wang Jian interrupted him next to him. Since Zhang Huang has already said so, Wang Meng, listen to Zhang Huang and kill more Qi soldiers on the battlefield to compensate for Zhang Huang's suffering. This time, it seems that Zhang Huang will not be able to participate in the battle against Xiangju. Buff nodded beside him. Yes, Zhang Huang's body will not fully recover in a short period of time. I was just about to tell you that I want to take Zhang Huang back to Shaoqiang's military camp to heal his injuries. Wang Jian heard Buff say this. He hesitated for a while, and then said, Buff, if that's the case, then I'll prepare some more nutritious items to send along with me. Hope it can help his body a little bit. Well, then it's settled. Tomorrow I'll send soldiers to carry him there. Wang Jian nodded, then looked at Bufu, and said hesitantly, since Bufu is arrogant and has no fear of his life, should we study the matter of attacking Qingzhou? Yes, it's really time to discuss it. If it wasn't for arrogance, you and I would have already started to attack Qingzhou. Buff's words were neither soft nor hard, which made Wang Jian feel a little embarrassed but not too much. I blame me for this matter, and it is because of lax discipline that I made this big mistake and delayed the major event of the military aircraft. Buff said expressionlessly there, it is useless to say these things now. According to the information I have received, Wei Guo can't last for a few days. Buff, you're right, what happened in the past is gone. No matter how you say it, it can't be undone. Now we can only look back. Wang Jian glanced at them arrogantly. Then he said to Buff. Buff doesn't care about the matter, the arrogance needs to rest after recovering from a serious illness. Why didn't we go to the camp and discuss how to attack King Zhou? Buff glanced at Zhang Kuang, then nodded and said, then you should go back first, and treat Wang Meng's wounds. I'll check the body for Zhang Kuang, and then go over there. Okay, then we'll retire. Wang Jian stepped forward and helped Wang Meng who was kneeling there, then nodded to Zhang Kuang and left. After they left, Hua Yunlong sent someone to guard the door. At this time, Gongya smiled and looked at the arrogant face with admiration. Insolent, I just found out that your acting skills are good, how can you pretend like that? Hey, that's right, I didn't see who was on the bed and didn't learn anything else. Acting is just practiced, so I can't say it. Qi Ying smiled and said, it seems that you have been practicing for so many days, practice acting with us. Ha ha ha, how can it be? I'm not talking about other people, how can we also act with you brothers? Zhang Kuang glanced at Qi Ying Gongya and the others with a guilty conscience. To acting, it's really acting. Zhang Kuang never wanted to bow an arrow. Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong were too worried that they were always there, pretending to be strong. Although the heart is very painful, but on the surface it looks like a light cloud and wind, it has always been like this, isn't this just acting? Now that he has firmly remembered that painful feeling, pretending to show it to Wang Meng and Wang Jian should not be too easy. Said that acting comes from life. For Zhang Kuang, this sentence is simply too right. Gongya and Qi Ying ignored the arrogant nonsense, and looked at Bufu and said, Shichong, how do we attack King Zhou this time? It's the same as before, no matter what. He won all the bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods together. Buff's domineering words made Zhang Kuang's eyes light up. As long as Buff was there, attacking anywhere would not be a problem. Wow, that, Li Ziyang knows some strange formations. I was hit by his formation. I didn't escape in time and was seriously injured. Well, tell me about your previous battle with him. So Zhang Kuang told Buff about how he fought against Li Ziyang, how he was ambushed and how he escaped from the formation. Buff listened to his words carefully, and then he knew something. It seemed as expected, this Li Ziyang is definitely not easy to deal with. But Buff was not surprised, because he had a plan in mind when he came. This time he will personally go out and defeat the man who beat Zhang Kuang seriously. Gongya and Qi Ying, go to Wang Jian with me, and discuss with him how to attack King Zhou. Hua Yunlong, you are here to guard Zhang Kuang, and when we return, you will leave here with him. Well, my subordinates understand. Arrived at Wang Jian's main camp, Wang Meng, Wang Jian and all the generals had been waiting there for a long time. Buff nodded towards Wang Jian, then sat beside him. Gongya and Qi Ying sat under Buff. These are the seats arranged by Wang Jian. This arrangement is enough to see that Wang Jian attaches great importance to Buff. Ha ha ha, Buff, we've been waiting here for a long time. General, I've been waiting for a long time, because my arrogant body has not recovered yet, so I need some treatment there. I am really sorry for making you wait for a long time. Hey, the matter of arrogance is our responsibility. You can cure him with a wonderful doctor. It's already a big happy event. What can we do if we wait here for a while? Buff glanced at Wang Jian, and felt that Wang Jian was also an upright person. Chapter 531-abnormal. Him to be able to treat each other so frankly in front of all the generals, and to say what is right and wrong so clearly. There must be a reason for Wang Jian to be able to gallop on the battlefield for many years and lead the Qin army to conquer the city and conquer the land. Although such a thing happened this time, Wang Jian handled it very well, and Buff was quite satisfied. The general's words are serious, and injuries on the battlefield are inevitable. Zhang Kuang was able to recover his life, and it is also the blessing of the general. Bufu thought in his heart that since Wang Jian gave him face like this, he wouldn't be too embarrassed for Wang Jian, so he said it politely and saved Wang Jian a bit of face. When Wang Jian heard Buff say this, he immediately became happy, no matter what. For what purpose did Buff say these words? Then it proves that Buff has settled his quarrel with him, and no longer blames him for arrogant things. For Wang Jian, this is enough. He has been dreaming about the scene where Buff killed Wang Meng's men that day. He always wakes him up in his sleep and wakes up in a cold sweat. He can't afford to offend such a Buff. He now believes that as long as Buff is willing, he and Wang Meng can be killed at any time. Although they are all from the Qin country, who can guarantee that the Qin people will not be able to kill each other? If you hurt others, won't others take revenge on you? Wang Jian looked at Buff and said with a smile, "We are all good brothers. Zhang Kuang is injured. I am also very sad. Now that he survives the disaster, there will be blessings in the future." There, Buff calmly glanced at Wang Jian. "General, since we have come here, General can tell us your plan, how to attack Qingzhou County." Wang Jian nodded, then watched Buff become serious. "Before Buff studied the attack on Qiangzhou, we got a message here, I want you to know." "Oh, what news?" "Now Sun Bin has broken through the last line of defense in front of Weidu, and now the army he is leading is approaching Weidu." "What?" Buff's expression changed slightly, then turned to look at Qi Ying. Qi Ying shook his head there. He did not know the news from his subordinates. "Is this news true, General?" At this time, a general next to him said, "We obtained this news secretly, and the content of the news is absolutely true." Gangya looked at Qi Ying and said quietly, "I said you are in the #1 information agency in the 6 nations, it seems that the #1 position is guaranteed." Qi Ying was also puzzled there. It stands to reason that his interest rate may be slower than others. This is a blatant provocation for Qi Ying, and he is actually faster than him in the transmission of information. But the fact is there, Qi Ying didn't know which link went wrong. At this time, Buff looked at Wang Jian and said, "If this is the case, then it is imminent to break Qingzhou. We must catch Qingzhou before Weidu is broken." "Buff, what you said coincides with mine, and I have exactly the same intention, but Qingzhou County is indeed not so easy to capture." Wang Jian glanced at Buff and continued, "Brother Zhang Kuang is so fierce, they were all ambushed by Li Ziyang." Buff shook his head there, and then said, "Insolent plot, that's because we don't know the enemy's tactics very well. But now that we know what he's capable of, as long as we find a way to deal with it, he shouldn't be afraid. Then Li Ziyang's wheel formation is so powerful that it is difficult to find a way to break the formation." "Oh, has the general studied that wheel formation?" "Well, after the ambush that time, I started to study how to break his formation, but after thinking hard, I still have no solution." Wang Jian said with a solemn expression there, "I can't move forward at all. The archer, the distance of the arrow is not enough, it is really difficult to break through." "Hee, don't worry, General, this time the wheel formation will be handed over to me to break it. After I break this wheel formation, if you launch a strong attack with troops and horses, you will definitely break this Qingzhou County." "Buff, I know you have high skills, but this wheel formation is really dangerous, and you must not be trapped in it, otherwise you will be crushed to death by the wheels of the carriages that come and go." "Hee, the person who can kill me has not yet been born. The general is so determined, if it is just a wheel formation, then there is nothing to worry about." Wang Jian looked at Bufu's self-confidence and said no more, so he nodded and said, "If that's the case, then this siege will depend entirely on you, Bufu." "Ha ha ha, it should be like this. This Li Ziyang used a scheme to harm my brother and suffer a lot. I must make him pay with blood and blood." When Buff said this, he showed his arrogance, and Wang Meng and Wang Jian next to him felt a chill emanating from around Buff. They couldn't help shivering. Only those who had really seen Buff's methods knew how terrible Buff was. Wang Meng and Wang Jian felt this way, and Wang Jian said embarrassingly there, "Buff, you have clear grievances, and we all know that you value affection and righteousness. Now that you have made up your mind, I wish you the best of luck, and we will be by your side to meet you." Buff nodded there and said nothing. What he said just now was deliberately told to Wang Jian and these generals, to let them know that his brother Boof was not something that anyone could provoke. After all the plans were discussed, Buff returned to Zhongquang with Qi Ying and Gong Ya. After Bufu and the others left, a general said angrily at this time, "General, this Bufu is too arrogant, the wheel formation does not need him, I will give me a soldier and I can break it." When Wang Jian heard his words, he was shocked, and quickly ordered someone to guard the door. Then he stared at that. The general scolded, "Don't talk nonsense there, lest you get killed." In other words, Wang Jian didn't even know what to say, so he sent someone to pull him out and beheaded him. It would be incredible if Buff heard these words at this time. But that general has followed Wang Jian for many years and has always been his confidant. Since Buff came here, he has not liked Buff. He doesn't know why Wang Jian is so respectful to Buff. Buff is only the same as his official position. He thinks that Wang Jian does not need to be like this at all. Although he is arrogant, he has made a lot of contributions for Wang Jian by attacking the city. The only downside is that it's not eloquent enough. In normal times, Wang Jian doesn't have the same knowledge as him, but thinks that his true temperament values him more. Chapter 532 Don't mention it again. But today when he said these words, it really meant that Wang Jian would die. How can this not make Wang Jian furious there? General Me. Shut up, if you want to say more, it will be dealt with by military law. The general heard Wang Jian say this, even if there were thousands of words in his stomach, he did not dare to say a word. Had to step aside. The generals saw that this general, who was usually highly valued by Wang Jian, was scolded so badly, and they dared not speak anymore. Okay, this is the end of the matter. Don't make any rude words in the future. Don't worry about Buff's affairs, just concentrate on your own affairs. Here. General, can Buff really go to the wheel formation alone? Wang Jian was there and looked at that. The general who asked the question also said, "You don't know the means of Buff. When you know it, it will be too late. I advise you not to talk nonsense at ordinary times, otherwise, if you offend Buff, even I can't save your life." The generals were shocked when they heard this. They did not expect Wang Jianbufu's evaluation to be so high. It seems that I really can't easily offend that Buff. Watching the generals there with solemn expressions and thinking about something, Wang Jian's expression eased a little, then he sighed and said, "Both Wang Meng and I have seen Buffs. The means are indeed extraordinary. No matter if he can break through the wheel formation, don't make irresponsible remarks there, understand?" Why Wang Jian cares about Buff like this, only Wang Meng can fully understand it. They believed that these aggrieved generals there, if they really saw the means of Buff, I am afraid it will not be like this again. Okay, let's go down and make full preparations. Once Buff really breaks through the wheel formation, we will go all out to break the Qingzhou County. Now, my subordinates retire. Generals went down. Wang Meng came to Wang Jian's side. "Foster father, this time the child has made a big disaster, and the righteous father has been wronged." Wang Jian looked at Wang Meng kindly and said, "It doesn't matter if you feel wrong for your father, as long as you can save your life, that's the most important thing. Don't blame your father for the situation at that time. Buff's aura is so high that no one can stop him. If I had fought against him at that time, I would have angered him even more if I tried to protect you, and your life would be even more unstoppable." Wang Jian said earnestly there, "Only if you play hard to catch and let him calm down his anger first, will he have a chance to save your life. The adoptive father is well-intentioned, and the child's heart is clear. I was too careless at the time. Hey, this matter has passed. Don't mention it again. How is my injury? Foster father, although you can stick a few daggers on mine, they are all insignificant physicians. With a little gold sore medicine, it will be healed soon." "Well, that's good. You must show a lot of performance in this attack, and strive to make merit and atone for your sins." "Father, the child knows." After Bufu returned to Zhongquang with Qi Ying and Gong Ya, he told Zhongquang and Hua Yunlong what he had discussed at Wang Jian. There, Zhang Huang said with some worry. What a long time. I was deeply caught up in it at the time, and I couldn't tell the direction. I only felt that there were carriages everywhere and wheels everywhere. No matter how to avoid it, I couldn't avoid the rolling and impact of the wheels. Insolent, I still remember it now, it was almost. The fatal wheel formation really made him suffer. Well, Zhang Huang, I already know something about the wheel formation. You don't have to worry, I already have a way to deal with it. At this time, Buff confidently looked at Zhang Peng, Qi Ying, Gengye and Hua Yunlong, and then said with a slight smile, during the time you were separated from you, Xiaoqing and brother Manto Stone also both training hard. Their strength is increasing day by day, I believe they will surely impress you. Zhang Huang's eyes lit up next to him, but just as he was about to sit up, he controlled his body, causing Qi Ying and Gengye to hold back their laughter. Hey, really, if you can move your body, you really see and control yourself. Ha ha ha. Laughed when they saw Zhang Huang's naive appearance. Buff looked at Zhang Huang and said, it doesn't matter, you stick with it for one more night, and we'll go back to Xiaoqiang tomorrow. Well, that's great, you don't know, it's just that you couldn't move before, but now you're lying on this bed and pretending you can't move, it's really hard. At this time, Gengye listened to Zhang Huang's words and teased beside him, who said it before, even if he is allowed to lie down for a month, there will be no problem. That's right, I've only been lying down for 2 days, so I can't hold back my temper. Gengye, Qi Ying, you said Qingsong next to me. I've been lying on the bed for so long, and now I'm completely healed. Of course I'm not feeling well if I have to lie here. HMPH, I guess you will be like this, it's not what I expected. Oh, this moment, that moment, don't worry about this anymore. Gengye, Qi Ying, hurry up and help me pack my luggage. We'll go to Xiaoqiang's place tomorrow morning, don't you miss them? Oh, why don't you want to? I can't wait to see them now. Yeah, it feels like I haven't seen you for a long time, I really miss it very much. Hee hee, be careful, I also prepared a big gift for you this time. Ah, what a great gift. Is it a good weapon? But this weapon of mine is already very good. I use it very smoothly, and I don't need other things. Hee hee, it's not a weapon, nor is it armor. That is 500 archers. Ah. Gengye stared at Buff with wide eyes. He didn't understand what Buff meant. What kind of gift are 500 archers? There are almost tens of thousands of archers under his command. But Gengye was very clever, and he clasped his hands there and said, thank you for your great love. Zhang Huang asked stupidly there. 500 archers, that must be very powerful, otherwise how could it be considered a great gift? After listening to Zhang Huang's words, Gengye felt that it was very reasonable, and this was also the question in his heart. Looking at Buff there, he said, what's so special, what's so special about these 500 archers? Buff smiled there, did not answer Gengye's question, looked at Zhang Huang and said, unexpectedly, after not seeing you for a long time, your mind has become much more flexible. Hey, you grow up, eat a lot of money, and you will become wiser. I will definitely become smarter after so many losses. Ha ha ha, that's what it is. Chapter 533 A gift for bow and arrow. Buff laughed there, then turned his head to look at Gengye and said, Zhang Huang is right, these 500 archers are indeed outstanding. But I don't want to tell you now, and you'll know when you see them. Well, my subordinates know. There, Buff smiled and continued. You guys have a good rest tonight, we'll go back to camp tomorrow. Here. On the second day, after saying hello to Wang Jian, they left with Zhang Huang and the others. After Buff left, Wang Jian breathed a long sigh of relief, and the pressure brought by Buff was really not small. A lot of things happened in the sky, and now Bufu has finally left, and took hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses with him, but sending Bufu away, the killing god, suddenly felt a lot easier. Back at the camp, Xiao Cheng and the others had already prepared the banquet. Ah, everyone had a big drink together. Of course, Zhuang Kuang didn't participate. In order to hide from the public, he had to lie on the bed. After all, he had returned to his place, so it was not like he was in Wang Jian's place, where he was on guard everywhere. Even when he was lying on the bed, he didn't dare to be careless, for fear of being seen by others. Hearing the liveliness outside, Zhang Kuang was also very itchy, took a sip of the good wine Xiaoqing prepared for him, and muttered to himself helplessly there. These guys are so boring to throw themselves here, where they eat, drink and have fun. At this moment a voice came in. Who do you think is eating, drinking and having fun outside? We kindly brought good wine and meat and wanted to share it with you. That's right, this guy is a white-eyed wolf. We miss him, and he actually speaks ill of us behind our backs. Ha ha ha, steamed bread and stone, you want to kill me, I know you are the most interesting, and will not forget my brothers and me. HMPH, if it weren't for the fact that you were seriously injured, our brothers would have to teach you a lesson and let you speak ill of us behind our backs. At this time, Brother Manto and Shido came in. They were afraid that Zhang Kuang would be boring here, so they came to accompany him specially. Although these two brothers usually go and beat up Zhang Kuang, their relationship with Zhang Kuang is the best. Heard that Zhang Kuang was injured, they were also very worried. They just obeyed Buff's orders and could not leave this place. Xiaoqing also walked in from the outside, and said with a smile, I said arrogant, you are recovering from a serious injury, and it is not suitable for drinking at all. We are also for your own good. Ha ha ha, come on, Xiaoqing, don't you know that my situation is still there to deliberately lie to me? Ah, what's the matter with you, can't you pretend to be sick? Well, that's not true, but Shichong has already said that my injury does not delay drinking at all, and Shichong also said that drinking more alcohol is good for my body. Of Zhang there, and the wine and meat were brought to the table in Zhang's room. Then he sat down and drank to himself. Manto and Shido also sat beside Xiaoqing and ate and drank together. Dumbfounded at this time, I don't have to bring wine and meat and give him food. I came here on purpose to be envious of him. I said that the three of you are too much. Even if you don't give it to me, you don't have to come here to deliberately greedy me. Zhang Zan looked at the wine and meat and swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Although they are also in front of him, he always feels that the wine and meat in Xiaoqing are more fragrant. I really wanted to get out of bed and have a drink with Xiaoqing and the others, but what Xiaoqing said just now made Zhang Kuang hesitate. He didn't know if Buff had told them about the fact that his injury was faked. He didn't dare to tell them about it casually, because he didn't know how Buff had arranged to keep swallowing his saliva and drank a sip of wine from the jug in front of him. Zhang Kuang burst into laughter there, looked at Xiaoqing, Manto and Shido and said, all right, but I can't drink at the same table with you. As long as you are by my side, this wine can be considered enjoyable. After he finished speaking, he drank 2 more gulps, and said something with an intoxicated look on his face. Happy, ha ha ha. Xiaoqing and Brother Manto Stone watched Zhang Kuang there, and they had a good taste of their drink, and then burst out laughing. At this time Gongya, Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong also walked in. How about Xiaoqing, Manto and Shi, have you lost? Well, yes, arrogant, he has indeed grown a lot, but he is not moved by wine and meat, and lying on the bed has not revealed any flaws. That's right, I was staring at him without blinking. He didn't leave the bed at all except for the wine with his hands. You are. Zhang Kuang looked at everyone suspiciously, not knowing what medicine they were selling in the gourd. At this time, Hua Yunlong walked up to Zhang Kuang, and said with a smile, the 5 of them made a bet that Xiaoqing Manto and Brother Stone said that you would because of the wine and meat. Get out of bed and drink with them and forget the long exhortation. Gongya and Qi Ying think you can't. Just now Xiaoqing and the others did this deliberately to test you. I'm going, you guys are so despicable, I'm like this, you still take me as a bet. Zhang Hua yelled there and looked at Xiaoqing angrily. Ha ha ha, I said why are you anxious there? I'll test you like this, how can I explain it to Shichong? Ah. Zhang Kuang was suddenly stopped, and it was Buff's idea to let him lie still on the bed. Alright, I'm just kidding you. It's been a long time since I drank together. I'm arrogant. Come on down. I got the best flower carvings and first-class beef. Hearing Xiao Chang's words, Zhang Kuang swallowed again. When Xiao Qiang brought the wine just now, he had already smelled it must be a good wine. But the wine Xiao Qiang prepared for him was ordinary shochu. In contrast, the wine in Xiao Qiang's hand is more attractive to him. But Xiao Qiang was still hesitating there, refusing to get out of bed. I said you can't get down. If you don't get down, we'll eat all the wine and meat. Saying that, Xiao Qiang and brother Manto Shito poured 3 bowls of wine there and drank them in one gulp. Hey, I said Xiao Qiang, you leave some for me, don't give me a drink. Xiao Qiang looked at Zhang Kuang with a smile and said, then you should come down. Insolent was itching to be there, looking tormented. He turned his head to look at Gongya and Qi Ying. You two guys actually came to bully me with them. Chapter 534_Bully Insolent. Gongya and Qi Ying glanced at each other, then said with a smile, how can we bully you? They also said they didn't bully me, they were drinking and eating meat and deliberately jealous of me in front of me and seduced me out of bed. You sit by and watch. Actually said that he didn't bully me, and that I was so good to you all the time. Oh, that's right, I thought you didn't like it. Fuck you, you don't know what I like, Gongya, what are you pretending to be confused there? Ha ha ha, then get out of bed quickly. Nonsense, if Lao Su can get out of bed, can I still disobey the long order you said? At this time, Zhang Kuang turned over and said angrily, you guys are so unethical, you actually joined up to play me. Let's go, don't greedy me here, I won't be fooled. Everyone saw Zhang Kuang's appearance, they burst into laughter. At this time, Xiao Qiang came to Zhang Kuang's side and shook it with a pot of good wine. The aroma of the wine drifted into the arrogant nose, the guy quickly sat up, grabbed the bottle in Xiao Qiang's hand, and drank it. Almost drank half a jug of wine in one breath, and after drinking it, Zhang Kuang burst into laughter. Sure enough, it's a top-grade flower carving, Xiao Qiang, where did you get such a good wine? Before Xiao Chang could speak arrogantly, he started drinking while holding the jug. It has long since forgotten that Xiao Qiang and the others played with him just now. At this time, Gongya spoke by the side. How come Xiao Qiang is so arrogant, didn't he get out of bed? Xiao Qiang nodded there and said with a smile, yes, it seems that the arrogant guy has a lot of growth in the days of separation. Growth. Haha, then what is there to say about the cultivation of Xicheng? If we don't make progress, wouldn't it be a waste of a lot of hard work? It turned out that they had already decided to accompany Zhang Kuang to drink and eat meat before the banquet. But before they came, Gongya and Xiao Qiang made a bet to save Zhang Kuang, whether he would get out of bed because of alcohol. Just look. These things can be hidden from others, but they don't have to hide anything from Xiao Qiang. The reason why Xiao Qiang said that is just to deceive Zhang Kuang out of bed. Although he lost the bet, Xiao Chang also felt that he appreciated it when he saw Zhang Kuang like this. Zhang Kuang looked at Xiao Chang and said, you are so serious about your bet. Are you cheating me with that bet? Xiao Qiang smiled and said, the bet is very simple, whoever wins will be the vanguard of the attack on Qingzhou this time. Ah. Zhang Kuang turned his head to look at Gongya and Qi Ying. I said you two guys are crazy to take this thing as a bet. Arrogant expression became very serious, looking at Qi Ying and Gongya there. Zhang Kuang, don't be so nervous, this time Shi Chong has found a way to break Li Ziyang's wheel formation, so don't worry, no matter who is the striker, he can successfully break through Qingzhou County. But, insolent do not know. What should I say? Actually, he was a little worried in his heart, whether Buff could really break this wheel formation. But the other side of his heart told him to believe Buff's words. He didn't express the worries in his heart, because he would never say it if he didn't believe Buff's words. Gongya and Qi Ying knew the arrogant mind, because they had seen the power of the wheel formation with their own eyes. They also know what Zhang Kuang experienced in that battle and is worried that they can understand. Xiao Qiang, Manto, and Brother Stone looked at each other, looking at the insolent meditating there. Zhang Kuang, don't worry, we are here this time, we will definitely break through him smoothly. You guys, well, I can only say that you must be very careful, that wheel formation is no trivial matter, once you are trapped, you will die. Haha, Zhang Kuang, aren't you here alive? If you have something special, don't worry. Zhang Kuang nodded and didn't speak. The atmosphere in the room was a little depressed. At this time, Manto looked at Zhang Kuang from his brother and said, I said you're going to lie down on the bed until you're ready to come down and drink and eat meat with us. Zhang Kuang glared at them there and said, didn't I tell you all before, come on. Hee, it's okay to be arrogant. I was just teasing you before. Now you are all my confidants outside your tent. You can get out of bed at will, and you don't have to pretend to be sick anymore. Zhang Kuang looked up at Xiao Chang, then at Gongya and Qi Ying. Finally, he looked at Hua Yunlong who was standing beside him and said, I can't believe each of these guys. Hua Yunlong, is it true that you told me that Shi Chong has promised to let me get out of bed? Well, Shi Chong did say, let Xiao Chang send his henchmen to guard around your tent and not let anyone enter. When Zhang Kuang heard Hua Yunlong's words, he jumped up, stood on the bed and cursed. Okay, you guys have deceived me so hard. Come on, you are not allowed to leave today, I will fight with you until dawn. After speaking, he rushed out of bed, grabbed a piece of beef beside the table, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Come on, you won't go home tonight if you don't get drunk. Eating beef there, he said loudly. The mother with a piece of beef stuffed in her mouth is beginning to be unclear about what she said. But everyone understood what Zhang Kuang meant and went to the bed with a smile and drank with Zhang Kuang. Come on, do one, I wish you success in the project tomorrow, and everything will be successful. Okay, Zhang Kuang, don't worry. Although you can't fight in person this time, we have all discussed that we must capture that one alive. Li Ziyang, and then hand it over to you. Haha, you really are a good brother. Come on, do another one. Drinking this bowl of wine, Zhang Kuang sighed and said, I know that your skills are strong, but you must be more careful. Although it is extremely life-saving, the pain is unbearable for ordinary people. Could understand Zhang Kuang's mood when they saw Zhang Kuang's somewhat lost demeanor there. Hey, insolent, what's so good about it? Alas, what's there to fear in a wheel formation? Don't you believe in what's so good? Chapter 535_superfluous. Hearing what Zhang Fengjung said, Zhang Kuang laughed there. Yeah, my worries seem to be superfluous. Not to mention that with Shi Chong by your side, even if Shi Chong goes by himself, he will definitely be able to break through Qingzhou County. That's right, insolent, we won't think about other things tonight, just drink and eat meat. Happy, here's a toast. Hey, Gongya, Shi Chong said you gave you a big gift. What is it? Take it out and let's take a look. Ha ha ha, I will scare you when I say it. I really didn't expect the market to be so powerful. In a short period of time, it has actually trained a team of 500 archers with 500 people. Busy still, Brother Du heard it and said with a smile, I said bow and arrow, those 500 archers were trained by me and Shi, you should actually thank us. Oh, I said that they all look like they are 5 big and 3 rough. It turns out that they were taught by the 2 of you. How amazing is it? The ability to hit an opponent with a long shot from a distance of 100 meters, now you are not alone. There are already 500 soldiers who have the same ability as you. Gongya nodded there, and then said, I didn't expect that only those who did this can understand how difficult it is. At this time, Zhang Fengjung patted Gongya on the shoulder and said, Gongya and the others are still far behind you in strength. Although they can also hit targets at a distance of 100 meters, they cannot achieve 100 hits, and the probability of hitting a moving person is even lower. Carefully glanced at Zhang Fengjung, then said with a smile, you don't need to comfort me, Zhang Fengjung, I am too happy to have such a powerful archer under the commander. Where is the bow and arrow? Proudly said. With these 500 archers, we can break the wheel formation. At this time, Zhang Huang was stunned for a moment, and then quickly came to Gangya's side. Gangya, what did you just say? I've said it for a long time, with these 500 long-range archers, then Li Ziyang's wheels will not be feared. Oh, so that's the case. In fact, I want to use the archers to disrupt the layout of the wheel formation remotely. Zhang Huang suddenly realized there, and he finally understood why he was so confident. Yes, with these archers, there is no need to step into the range of the wheel formation. As long as you shoot at them from a distance, the people on the wagon in the wheel array will be attacked. Once the formation is destroyed, the wheel formation will be self-defeating. Zhang Huang finally felt relieved, and several people drank happily for a long time there, but their alcohol volume was amazing. And because there was a siege mission tomorrow, they didn't get too drunk, but when the amount was over, they all returned to their residences to rest. On the second day, Buff led the troops and began to fight. At this time the gate of Qingzhou County opened. Li Ziyang rushed out with his soldiers and horses, and Zhou Bao was behind him. Looking at Li Ziyang in front of him, Qi Ying, Gangya and Hua Yunlong were all gnashing their teeth. They could not wait to rush forward immediately and smash the plum into 10,000 pieces. But they knew they couldn't, they had to follow Buff's orders. Gangya, you led 500 archers behind me to support me, and the rest stay here on standby. Here. Buff rode the red rabbit horse and walked a few steps forward. Feng Tianhua halberd turned twice in his hand. A pair of legs. The horse belly, the red rabbit horse rushed out like an arrow. At this time, Li Ziyang commanded the soldiers and horses to encircle them, and saw thousands of carriages approaching Buff. Circle after circle formed around his body. There was constant rotation, and Buff stood in the center, watching these whirling and galloping carriages, without a trace of panic. Overjoyed when they saw the pony trapped in the formation, and burst into laughter there. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to catch him so easily. Now that the formation has been completed, it's hard for him to fly this time. Yeah, let him be smart for a lifetime, be confused for a while, and let's see him get crushed into flesh by a carriage in a while. Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu were proudly talking about Buff's fate in the wheel formation. But at this moment, Li Ziyang frowned, and he found that Buff was different. When the generals in the past were trapped in this formation, they would flee everywhere, trying to rush out. But want to rush through this circle of speeding carriages. It's just wishful thinking. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, you will definitely be crushed by the wheels of this wagon. But now this Buff was still standing in the middle, motionless, watching the carriages turning around without a trace of panic, which made Li Ziyang feel very embarrassed. This situation continued for 10 minutes. Seeing that Buff was still there, Li Ziyang ordered the soldiers to change their formations. I saw the command flag began to give orders, and the carriage in the center of the wheel began to change its formation, starting to run from the original circle to the left and right. They are intertwined with each other, and the distance from each other is very close, making it difficult to pass through the middle. Buff saw that the formation had changed, and smiled coldly there. Then, while laughing, the carriage that came galloping toward him rushed over. The red rabbit horse also began to deform, and slowly turned into the appearance of a green and red dragon foal. The carriage that rushed over, saw the red rabbit horse turned into a green and red dragon foal, and then suddenly stopped. All of a sudden he fell to his knees on the ground and never dared to get up again. Buff was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to have such an ability to make other horses surrender. Ha ha ha, God helped me, Chatuma, I didn't expect you to have such power. But not all horses are afraid of the blue-red dragon foal that the red rabbit horse has turned into. At this time, several carriages rushed towards Buff. Buff is very strange, why some horses are not afraid of the blue and red dragon foal. Buff looked carefully, only to find that the eyes and ears of the soldiers and horses on the carriage were covered. Buff said with emotion there, "It turns out that this method is used. I didn't expect that there are smart people in this cavalry." Buff jumped to the front of the carriage. Fang Tianhua Halberd stepped forward, reached under the carriage, and then lifted it up with both arms. The carriage was picked up from the ground by him and turned to one side. Being knocked over and smashed by other carriages, Buff didn't stop, and used this method to keep stirring up the carriages that were galloping like him. At this time, Li Ziyang's eyes suddenly widened, and Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu also stopped being smug. Where the hell is this Buff? He is simply not human, yet he has such great strength. Chapter 536_Go All Out. The general must go all out to deal with this person. Quickly order all the carriages to run over him. Even if he can pick up the flying carriages, if there are too many, he will be exhausted to death. Li Ziyang heard Zhou Hu's words and felt that what he said was very reasonable, so he ordered the flag bearer to go all out to attack Bufu. Ha ha ha, Qi Guo's soldiers and horses are dumbfounded now, they don't understand the ability of the leader too much. Bantu, in fact, you didn't realize it, we don't know enough either. Hearing what she said, everyone nodded in agreement. Even as Buff's subordinates, they didn't expect Buff to have such divine power at all. The scene in front of them that shocked them, they were simply shocked and didn't know how to describe that Buff had refreshed their understanding of him time and time again, and now they even felt that Buff was not a human being. Zhang Fangjung clenched his fists tightly. Qi Ying and Gong Ya's assassins were already at a loss. The arrogance lying on the stretcher was even more the same. He stood up slightly, so that he could better see the battle of Buff in the formation. Fangjung deliberately sent soldiers to guard his side, so that outsiders could not see him. This was begging him arrogantly, and he agreed to bring him out. But this is something that he dares to do with the permission of Buff. Zhang Kuang saw Bufu draw a halberd in the sky, constantly picking up the carriage that was speeding towards him. He muttered to himself there, "Is this Fang Tianhua halberd so easy to use, or else, let Shichong build one for me too." Standing next to Zhang Kuang, Zhang Fangjung almost didn't fall, turned around and looked at Zhang Kuang angrily. Said, "Don't be foolish, even if you get the same Fang Tianhua ji as Shichang, you can't do things like Shizhong. Hey, I'm just talking casually, the way I'm angry with you." When Fangjung was about to scold him again, Zhang Heng said eagerly, "Look, Shichong was knocked out." What? It turned out that when Zhang Kuang was arguing with General Fangjung, Buff was accidentally knocked out by a horse-drawn carriage in Shenzhen. But Buff flipped a few heads in the air, and then the spear attacked, standing there with a rollover. He didn't seem to be injured at all, and then he continued, picking up the flying carriage as he had done at the beginning. With his appearance, even Wang Jian and Wang Meng, who were watching the battle not far away, were terrified. They were fortunate that they did not turn against Buff, and they did everything possible to please Buff, and only calmed Buff's anger. Seeing that Buff was so brave in the battle, they were completely happy. Buff was something they couldn't afford to provoke. Wang Meng had this feeling even more, when Kebufu, who was facing death, gave him the feeling that every time it seemed like he was going to take his life. Every time I see Buff Wang Meng, I can't improve my fighting spirit. I don't know why he just can't fight Buff. It may be because he watched the whole process of killing his subordinates in person, leaving a psychological shadow. But at this moment, when he saw Buff in the wheel array, constantly picking the flying carriage, he was full of admiration for Buff. Today that he completely gave up the idea of dealing with Buff in the future. Wang Jian's thoughts were exactly the same as Wang Meng's. He originally thought that after conquering Qingzhou, he would quietly settle in Qin dynasty. In front of the king, there was a copy of Bofu. But now he doesn't want to think like this anymore. He thinks that it would be a great blessing to be able to turn enemies into friends with Buff. Looking at Buff in the formation, Wang Jian knew that it was very possible to break Qingzhou today. "Gongya, are you still not doing it?" Qi Ying was also shocked by what Buff had done, but when he came back to his senses, he suddenly thought that Buff needed support. Powerful Buff is, his physical strength is limited. If it continues, once his physical strength is exhausted, it will become very dangerous. Don't worry, Qi-Ying, how could I have forgotten what Shi-Chong explained? Gongya said indifferently there. Shi-Chong said, we won't start shooting until he gives the signal. Qi-Ying nodded and said, it seems that Shi-Chong is still very good at it. We don't know where Shi-Chong came from. Gongya nodded there. I always thought that Shi-Chong was a god descended from the earth. Well, I still think so until now. It's because I haven't seen him a few times, but now I absolutely admire his skills. And Qi-Ying saw Hua Yunlong coming to the side. They had fought against Zhang Kuang and Li Ziyang before. Could feel the power of this wheel formation, but at this moment they found that Buff was able to handle the wheel formation with ease and was not injured at all. And the carriage in the center of the wheel was constantly being picked up by him, and then smashed into other carriages. Buff seems to be very easy to do all this. If nothing else, the power to pick up the flying carriage is unmatched. Zhang Kuang thinks that he is born with divine power, and Brother Manto and Shito also feel that they might as well give in more. But when they saw Buff's power, they felt that their power was like a joke. They all bowed their heads in contemplation, beginning to doubt their own power. Buff's performance this time is never as low-key as before. He doesn't want to hide his strength anymore. Because his heart is full of anger now, the arrogant injury and the pain of eating make him vividly remember. Reason for that is all thanks to this wheel formation, so Buff must break through this wheel formation, then break through Qingzhou, and capture Li Ziyang to take revenge for Zhang Kuang. In a situation he already knew, Wei's state was defeated by the army, and Wei believed that it would be conquered by the Qi army soon. If he still can't break Qingzhou this time, then if he wants to break Qingzhou in the future, it will cost a lot of money. So this time Buff no longer concealed his skills, and displayed his martial arts in a high-profile manner. Ha ha ha, Li Ziyang, I almost died in your wheel formation a few days ago. Now, let's see how we break your wheel formation. Zhang Kuang was yelling and screaming there, and it was really difficult for him to suppress the excitement in his heart. How much suffering he has endured these days, and his body is in pain all the time, but this is all secondary. When he learned that his left arm and right leg could not move, how desperate he was in his heart. Although he doesn't seem to care on the surface, it is because there is still a fire in his heart, that is Buff. If it wasn't for his belief that Buff could cure him, he would have committed suicide. Chapter 537_Insolent Cry. No one can understand his mood, because no one has reached the point where Zhang Fangzheng shouted loudly, "Horse!" He didn't get up and no one could see him. Because Fangzheng had already sent people to surround him, but his voice could be heard far away. The soldiers were all moved by his voice, and they could feel the unwillingness and anger in a general's heart. Insolent. Zhang Fangzheng looked at the arrogant after shouting there, and sat there in a slump, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhuangzang, why don't I go back to the camp from you first? You have seen it, the chief must be fine. I will definitely capture Qingzhou and capture Li Ziyang to avenge you. Zhang Fangzheng is worried that Zhang Zhang's emotions will get out of control. Although he has not witnessed Zhang Zan's experience with his own eyes, he can feel how sad Zhang Zan's mood is through his feelings. I'm fine, Zhang Fangzheng, I just couldn't hold back the emotions in my heart. These days have crushed me, so I let it go. Haha, when your kid can't stand the pressure, I thought you could pretend to be the world with a big heart. Ha ha ha, Zhang Fangzheng, I'm not a saint either, you've said how powerful you are about me. Hee hee, let's see how Shi-Chong breaks his formation. The gap between us and Shi-Chong is simply worlds apart. Yeah, I used to think that I could catch up with the long footsteps, but now I find out that the distance between us and the long distance has not narrowed, but it has become farther and farther. Zhang Fangzheng smiled and said, anyway, we won't be able to catch up with Shi-Chong, but I believe Shi-Chong will definitely not abandon us. At this time, Fangzheng looked at the strong man in the wheel array, Still, Feng Tianhua halberd in his hand, constantly picking up the carriages that were galloping towards him. Zhang Huang, do you know that when I first started fighting against Shichong once said a word? Zhang Huang turned his head to look at Zhang Fengzheng and asked, what did Shichong say? He said, let me follow him to dominate the world, and he said that I would never regret turning to him. Boof kept picking the flying carriage in the array, and he found that the wheel array was nothing more than that. Originally, people wanted to get some free attribute points in the array, but it seemed that there was no good chance. Buff also knew that his performance today was too impressive. Whether it is the enemy or one's own side, they will be shocked by their own abilities today. If at this time, he is letting others see that he is immortal, things will become, it is very troublesome, and he will definitely be regarded as a monster by others. The flashing ability that comes with the boots above. Dodging the running carriage back and forth, it will overturn when there is a chance. But even so, Buff felt that the formation was not messed up because of this. Although the carriages he picked up were already fighting, but thousands of carriages surrounded him, the ones he picked up were nothing at all. General, I think Buff is about to reach his limit. You can see that now he mainly focuses on dodging, and he no longer picks and flies the carriages that come to him like he did at the beginning. Zhou has been staring closely at Buff's state, not even wanting to let go of the blink of an eye. Pass. After continuous observation, he finally found a clue that Buff was no longer fighting as before. This is like finding something, the key to victory, Zhou excitedly told Li Ziyang about Buff's situation. In fact, Li Ziyang also saw this, but he was not as excited as Zhou. Because whether it is to fly or dodge like now, at least the wheel formation did not cause any damage to Buff. In the past, no matter how strong a general fell into the wheel formation, he would be crushed to death in the formation within half an hour. But now Fengzheng has been in the formation for an entire hour. Although the formation did not cause much damage, it seems that the idea of using the formation to get rid of Buff in a short period of time still cannot be realized. Li Ziyang continued to order the messengers to speed up the attack on Buff, not wanting to give Buff a chance to breathe. Buff was dodging there, and suddenly he clearly felt that the number of carriages had increased a lot. Buff knew it, and it seemed that the formation began to change again. Boof thought to himself, HMPH, do you think it's hard to live with me if you increase the number? It seems that you still underestimate me. Let you see how powerful I am. At this time, Buff stood on the ground with both feet, raised the Fengtianhua halberd high, and then waved it continuously. From Bufu's Fengtianhua ji, black mist continuously sprayed out, more and more, turning into a black mist dragon. Seeing this flood dragon, Wang Meng and Wang Jian felt chills on their backs, but they knew how powerful this flood dragon was. Buff didn't stop, and continued to wave the Feng Tianhua halberd in his hand. The black mist did not stop because of the appearance of the flood dragon, but continued to spray out and condensed an identical flood dragon. Ah, this is... Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Qiying and Gongya, Zhang Fengzheng and Zhang Huang had all seen this black dragon of Buff. But I've never seen the two appear at the same time. They opened their eyes one after another, watching the two black flood dragons hovering beside Buff. They were very shocked. Wang Meng and Wang Jian almost fell off their horses, and felt that their legs were starting to become weak. Two black flood dragons, are these the two flood dragons in Shuangjiao County? Is that rumor true? This man actually killed the two flood dragons. Now it seems that he has conquered them and let them be used by him. Li Ziyang, Zhou and Zhou Bao, when they saw these two flood dragons, they secretly thought that something was wrong. Although they don't know what the situation is, they think it must be Buff's trick, and it looks very powerful. Li Ziyang's face was also very solemn at this time. He imagined that there would be such a person. When Sun Bin said that Buff was powerful, he still had some disdain, thinking that he was just a martial artist, but he didn't expect that Buff's martial arts had surpassed people's cognition. Ha ha ha, have you seen Zhang Fengzheng? I remember that when you fought against Shichong, you also suffered from this flood dragon. Zhang Fengjung had been stunned there for a long time. Why didn't he remember that kind of texture he would never forget in his life? It's not just the burning pain of the body, it seems that it is the burning of my own soul. Chapter 538-2 Dragons. If it weren't for the double Jiao bone powder, and that time Buff was merciful, otherwise, the pain would accompany him until the end of his life. Even now, when I see the black mist spewing from the Fang Tianhua halberd in Shi Cheng's hand, I can still feel a tingling sensation all over my body. Zhang Fengjung's heavy expression stopped making fun of Zhang Fengjung as before. In fact, I have also tasted that kind of pain. Although it is not as tragic as yours, it almost cost me my hands. Zhang Kuang recalled the time when he didn't listen to Buff's words and took Fang Tianhua halberd with his bare hands, and he still remembers it freshly. Fang Zheng glanced at Zhang Kuang. We can be considered to have the same disease, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, but this time it's their turn to taste this kind of taste. I believe it must be 100 times more painful than us. Buff released 2 black dragons and wandered around his body. At first, the soldiers on the carriage didn't know what they were, so they rushed inside, but after rushing in, there was no any movement. The other soldiers also circled around the black fog. In their view, this is just a blindfold by Buff. Several more soldiers rushed into the black fog with their carriages, and there were faint screams of people. The soldiers could not see Buff in the dark fog, but Buff could watch them easily. Eyes are Buff's eyes. If Xiaolong can see some Buff's eyes, he can see the carriage that circled around him not far away. Buff smiled coldly there, and said something to himself there. Let you see how great I am. Saying that, Buff raised his Fangtianhua halberd high, and the 2 black dragons roared excitedly there. But the people around couldn't hear a sound. At this time, the 2 black dragons circled in the air for a few times, and then began to pounce on the carriages around Buff. Where the black flood dragon walked, the carriage instantly burst into flames, and the screams of soldiers and horses could be heard endlessly. Scene was horrific. The 2 black dragons flew very fast, and in just an instant, thousands of carriages had been reduced to ashes. Thousands of carriages were still burning there. Li Ziyang looked at everything in front of him, and his eyes suddenly turned red. It must be known that the soldiers in these formations were all acquired by him through repeated training. Being able to have today's power has a great relationship with their mastery of the mystery of the wheel formation. But today, when dealing with Buff alone, he was killed in an instant, with more than 2,000 soldiers and carriages. How can Li Ziyang not feel distressed? Because now he is more not distressed, but fear. That kind of hearted fear made Hajime tremble as he held the reins. Unable to control his hands, even his legs began to tremble one after another. It's not just him, all the generals and soldiers who saw such a scene are stunned at the moment, staring blankly at the scene in front of them. The soldiers who were driving the carriage gradually stopped running. They knew the horror of this trick more than others, because the soldiers' carriage beside them disappeared in an instant. They were all terrified and forgot how to control the carriage. The wheel formation was already in chaos. The carriages collided with each other, and the soldiers fell to the ground and were crushed to death. At this time, Buff had broken the wheel formation. He was standing in the center. Fang Tianhua halberd was intended to be by his side. The breeze was mixed with the smell of blood, blowing his armor. His expression was as cold as ice, and he looked straight at Li Ziyang. Li Ziyang, who was already trembling, was stared at by Buff, just like being stared at by a huge beast. Unconsciously, he took a few steps backwards, until his legs touched the legs of Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao, and he came back to his senses. In fact, Buff is still far away from him, and he won't be able to care about it for a while. But Li Ziyang just felt that Buff could come to him in an instant and kill himself. Seeing that the great formation had already been broken 5, Li Ziyang felt that it would be useless to continue the battle, and began to call for Gold to withdraw his troops. But Buff wouldn't let them go back so easily. The signal in his hand flew up. Ganya immediately rushed forward with 500 archers, all of them riding fast horses, and soon came to the vicinity of the Qi army's wheel formation. Of the wheel array, the soldiers of the carriage are already panicked, and they have no intention of fighting. Just looking to escape, Brother Manto, Brother Stone and General Fangjung, Qi Ying and Hua Yunlong rushed forward with troops and horses, quickly reaping the lives of Qi's army. Arrow took 500 archers, and a round of knights took the lives of the 500 soldiers who were in control of the carriage in the wheel formation of the Qi army. Yo, it's amazing, it seems to be more powerful than I imagined. Ganya didn't expect these 500 archers to be so powerful, even though he heard Buff say that the shooting distance of these 500 archers was 100 meters away. But being able to shoot 100 meters away does not mean that it can hit a target 100 meters away. But the arrow just now took him by surprise. It's really good to be in the big ceremony, where he shouted happily, "Come on, brothers, let them see how powerful the archers in our Dakhan country are." The soldiers of the Qin state were magnificent, and Buff alone broke the wheel formation that troubled them, causing the blood of the soldiers of the Qin state to burn. With such a general in front, how could they not rush forward? At this time, Wang Jian and Wang Meng also rushed forward with Qin soldiers, because they had already made an agreement with Bufu. After Buf breaks through the wheel formation, they will go all out to break through Qingzhou County as a supporter. Buff did what they agreed, but Wang Jian and Wang Meng didn't dare to neglect, and rushed forward with their soldiers and horses. Especially Wang Meng, when he was caught by Buff, he still felt a little depressed in his heart. Kneeling to Buff, he felt that his dignity was insulted, but he found that now, that feeling had faded so that he no longer felt that kneeling to Buff was an insult. Buff is too strong, as the capital of Qin people Wang Meng, and like other Qin people, he is proud of having such a strong person as Buff. Wang Meng rushed in front, where he fought bravely to kill the enemy, and with him were brothers Manto and Shito. They looked at each other, smiled, and continued to rush forward. Manto and Shito have worked under Wang Jian, so they still have some feelings for Wang Jian. So when they saw Wang Jian's soldiers and horses, they would also greet him in a friendly way. But at this time, the more important thing for them now is to defeat the Qi army. At this time, the Qin army took advantage of the opportunity of the Qi army's retreat, and launched a large-scale attack, killing the Qi army and breaking the army. Chapter 539_Ignition. The losses were heavy, but Li Ziyang couldn't take care of that much anymore. They quickly retreated, and finally the Qin army returned to Qingzhou County before they were killed. Fire! General, our soldiers and horses, there are still our soldiers and horses outside the city. Zhou Bao shouted heart to heart there, and Zhou Hu also looked at Li Ziyang coldly. Ignite, this is a military order, kill for the orderer. Seeing Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu questioning their decision, Li Ziyang was furious and repeated it again, and conveyed his meaning with military orders. Even if Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu were reluctant, the military order was difficult. They had to order people to set fire, and the archers rushed to the city head with rockets. Then the rocket was shot into the trench dug in the city of Qingzhou County when he fought Buff before. Was filled with flammable things, and then covered with a layer of boards. Just to deal with the situation. When retreating, he had already had the plank taken back, even though there were still quite a few Qi troops fleeing back from the pit. Li Ziyang still ordered someone to ignite the deep ditch, and as the rocket shot into the deep ditch, a flame of 5 to 6 feet high suddenly burst into the deep ditch. Some of the retreating Qi troops were caught off guard by the flames. Some reluctantly stood down, but were pushed down by the soldiers behind. Because at this time no one could stop, and the soldiers of the state of Qi who were running ahead wanted to stop but couldn't. Could only be pushed into the deep ditch and burned alive, and this situation continued for a while. Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao stood at the door, and when they saw the Qin army in such a miserable state, they turned their heads and dared not look again. Li Ziyang clenched his fist tightly at this time, and smashed his fist on the city wall. He knew that this move was a last resort. Compared with these sacrificed soldiers, it was more important to protect the country of Qi in Qingzhou County. Li Ziyang had to do this even if he fell into infamy. Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao glanced at Li Ziyang at this time, then turned and left. Li Ziyang didn't pay attention to them. For Li Ziyang, as long as he can defend the county seat of Qingzhou, he will spare no effort to do it even for one day because he knows how important a day is to Qi. He believed that Sun Bin could completely defeat the Wei capital in one more day, and if he turned around and attacked the Qin state, the crisis in the Qi state would be resolved. So at this moment, even if he bet his entire life, he must focus on Buff's offense. After a while, it was finally discovered that Qi Jun, who was in the wrong place in front, had stopped, so that hardly anyone fell into the deep ditch and was burned to death. They looked at the deep ditch burning with raging fire in front of them, and the Qin army who was eyeing the tiger behind. He didn't know that he had been given up, and his heart was like falling into an ice valley, and he finally put down his weapon and knelt down for a moment. All the soldiers chose to abandon their weapons and surrender. Some of them burst into tears, some had expressions on their faces, some had broken an arm, and some had deep scars on their faces. These are all scars and pains left to protect Qi, but now Qi has abandoned them. They don't have any desire to resist anymore, they just hope that the Qin army can leave their lives behind. Fangjung Mantou and brother Shido, Gongya and Qi Ying, Hua Yunlong looked at the flaming flames, and he was helpless. Now that the flame is burning close, I feel very burning. Hot, let alone rushing past. Wang Jian and Wang Meng were the same, and Wang Meng almost dashed over his head and fell into the ravine. If Wang Jian hadn't called him to a halt, he would have fallen into the sea of flames. But even so, his warhorse was not spared. Although he jumped off the warhorse, his warhorse was pushed down by the soldiers of the state of Qi behind him. Wang Mengzhan's own superb movement was only able to survive the push and shove of many soldiers. However, Wang Meng, who escaped, was also in a cold sweat, thinking that Li Ziyang was too insidious and cunning, and almost fell into his tricks again. Returning to Wang Jian, Xiaolu looked at him and shook his head. Then he said, "Your experience is still lacking, but this loss is worth it. At least you didn't lose your life, but you have gained a very valuable experience." Father, this Li Ziyang is really cunning. He actually used his own soldiers as bait. Most of the people who fell into the sea of fire were Qi soldiers. Wang Jian said without any expression on his face, "I don't make any comments on Li Ziyang's actions. Because if I were in that position, I think I would do the same." Shocked when he heard Wang Jian's words, then he didn't speak, and lowered his head in thought. I'm still too young. This is Wang Meng's thinking at the moment. Buff rode the red rabbit horse and walked slowly forward. After breaking the wheel formation, he handed over the next battle to his subordinates. Seeing that the Qi army was on its way and Qingzhou was caught by surprise, Bufu was stunned when he suddenly saw the fire in front of him, and then he knew what was going on after a little thought. Bufu did not expect that Li Ziyang was so decisive. In the case that the cavalry soldiers did not completely withdraw, they used this trick to cut off their back path. Although he stopped the Qin army's attack, he sacrificed a lot of the Qi army. Buff sneered there. It's so unkind, what's the use of defending Qingzhou? Buff walked forward and came to Gongya and them. Wow, this Li Ziyang is really ruthless, to actually use this trick to stop our attack. Yeah, it's so cruel, Li Ziyang, this despicable villain. After I catch him, I will definitely smash him into pieces. Bantu, don't be too impulsive, Li Ziyang is going to be handled by Zhang Kuang. But we can't get through now, and we don't know if Li Ziyang will escape from behind. Don't worry, he will never leave here. Oh, Qi Ying, why do you say that? It's very simple, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice so many soldiers to stop our attack, but also to keep Qingzhou County. You can imagine how important it is to defend Qingzhou County in his heart. Since it's so important, how could he leave so easily? Everyone heard his words, they all nodded and said, Qi Ying, what you said is very reasonable. Well, yes, but it's best if he doesn't run away. We must capture him alive. However, Li Ziyang is cunning, and he has many tricks. If he is not careful, he will fall into his way. Wow, what should we do next? Buff looked at the crowd and said, he's just doing the trapping of beasts. Now that he has lost his military spirit, it's nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 540_admire him. Fang Zheng nodded and said, Shi Chong, you're right. What he did would only chill the hearts of the soldiers, who would work for him to defend the city. Well, that's right, if I were Qi Jun, I would tie him up now, then open the city gate and surrender. Hee, Gongya, do you really think so? Shi Chong, did I say something wrong? Buff shook his head there, and then said, actually, there is no absolute right or wrong on the field. It has been like this for many years. Buff looked forward at this time, the flame was much smaller than before. Do you know that I still appreciate Li Ziyang's decisiveness? Qi State has such a general, no wonder he can destroy Wei State while being attacked by Qin State. However, Shi Chong, if Li Ziyang did this, he sacrificed so many Qi people. Bangya, sometimes, sacrifice is inevitable. Compared with the people of a country, these people's sacrifices are worth it. Gongya stopped talking, he finally understood what Buff meant. Buff saw that Gongya stopped talking, and knew that he understood what he meant. If you don't want your own, and suffer such a tragic situation, you must improve yourself well before you can defeat the enemy. The fire gradually became smaller, and all the Qi soldiers who had surrendered were taken away. Looking at the deep ravine in front of him, Buff rode a red rabbit horse and turned away. At this time, it is not suitable to attack, the morale has disappeared, and it is blocked by the fire, so there is no need to attack again. Wang Jian and Wang Meng saw that Buff had withdrawn their troops. They had no plans to withdraw their troops. They wanted to take advantage of Li Ziyang's defeat and wanted to take Qingzhou County in one fell swoop. Back in the camp, Qi Ying came to Buff's side and said, Shi Chong, now Wang Jian and Wang Meng are still there, attacking Qingzhou. Buff nodded, and then said, they did a good job. We made an agreement at the beginning. I was in charge of breaking the 5 towns, and he was in charge of sieging the city. Qi Ying was puzzled and said, if you say something like this, Xiaolu and Wang Meng got the credit for breaking down Qingzhou County. Buff glanced at Qi Ying and the generals and said with a smile, you and Qi Ying have the same idea, right? Wow, I also have the same idea as Qi Ying, to let the hard-working person enter the big formation alone, and finally break the big formation. Qingzhou County, the head can be bowed to the teacher, but Wang Jian and Wang Meng have been robbed of this great credit. I don't understand what Shi Chong means. Gongya's words are also what I want to say, it's very long, even if we gave him the credit before. But this Qingzhou County is a military center, we should occupy it and protect it, it will be of great help to our future development. Yes, I think so too. All the generals and children were there. Speak your mind. Only Zhang Fangzheng was silent there, but Buff looked at Zhang Fangzheng and said, General Fangzheng, tell me what you think. Shi Chong, I don't have too many ideas, I have experienced so many things, and I have already admired Shi Chong. So there must be a reason why he wants to do this. I don't have too many thoughts on this matter, whether it is Wang Meng and Wang Jian, they invaded Qingzhou, or we broke through. Actual meaning. Only one, that is, the closer to Kidu, the greater threat to Kidu. Buff nodded and said, your ideas are actually reasonable, breaking Qingzhou and occupying Qingzhou is indeed very beneficial to us, but I don't want to do it now. The situation is still unclear, the state of Wei will be destroyed, it is a foregone conclusion that the state of Qi and Chu will join forces to attack the state of Qin, or perhaps. Before Bufu's words were finished, he looked at the generals and said, now there is Wang Meng in Qingzhou, and Wang Jian and the others are going to capture it. We are here to wait and see what happens. Sir, if Wei is destroyed, Qi and Chu will join forces to attack Qin. Is there any uncertainty? Ha ha ha, who can know about the world's major events in advance? Here in the state of Wei, the capital of Wei is already in jeopardy, and Peng Jun is here desperately guarding the capital of Wei and resisting Sun Bin's attack. Although Sun Bin attacked several times, he was also blocked by Peng Jun by taking advantage of the terrain. At this time, Sun Bin was sitting on a wooden chair in the middle of the war. This wooden chair is a bit like a sedan chair, with long wooden sticks at 4 o'clock, which can lift him up. Sun Bin had to rely on the soldiers to carry him back and forth to go. Report, there is an emergency military report. Speak. General, here is a book written by Li Ziyang, please read it in person. Sun Bin took the letter and opened it, and immediately frowned. Seeing Sun Bin like this under the tree next to him, he stepped forward and asked, is there something wrong with Li Ziyang, General? Sun Bin nodded and said, his wheel formation has been forced, and now Xiaolu and Xiao are attacking in a big way, King Zhou is imminent. Why is there Li Ziyang there, but it can't stop Qin Jun's footsteps? Yeah, I didn't expect Qin Jun to move so fast, General, then what should we do? Sun Bin lowered his head in thought and did not speak. After a while, he called a messenger, and then handed him the letter he had written by himself, and asked him to ride a fast horse to Li Ziyang. Sun Bin also had no choice, he just hoped that Li Ziyang could hold on for a few more days. General, Wei Du is about to lose his defense, we must not withdraw our troops at this moment. Another subordinate said there. However, if King Zhou is forced, Qidu will be in danger. Yeah, I think so too. If Qidu is broken, then what will happen if we break Yandu? The subordinate's words made everyone fall into silence. They know the most likely outcome of this now. Although they tried their best to break Wei capital, if Qi capital missed, would Enqi state also perish, General? Everyone looked at Sun Bin in unison, waiting for his instructions. Everything you said makes sense, but don't hesitate to take down the most important thing in Waidu now. Here. General, now that Peng Jun can't stand there, I'm afraid he also got the news that the Qin army has broken King Zhou, and deliberately delayed the time there in order to change later. Sun Bin nodded there and said, you're right, that's exactly what he said, he just wanted to delay for a while. Then wait for Qin to attack King Zhou and threaten Qi, then Wei's danger will be alleviated. Chapter 541-morale a little low. We must not let his wishful thinking succeed. General, tomorrow I will lead my troops to attack the city, and I must break through the gates of the Wei capital. Tomorrow, I will personally lead troops to attack the city, and you will follow my instructions. Sun Bin arranged everything there, and when the generals understood Sun Bin's plan, their eyes lit up. He secretly praised Sun Bin's shrewd strategy, and believed that the battle would be clear tomorrow. Buff is still in the cart, the army is still in the camp, Wang Jian and Wang Meng are still there, a fierce siege. Without the hindrance of the wheel formation, the Qin soldiers and horses began to exert their bravery again. Li Ziyang was gradually unable to resist. Zhou Bao persuaded Li Ziyang to abandon, and the city evacuated. Being beaten by Li Ziyang, angrily reprimanded, and conveyed military orders to kill anyone who escaped without authorization. Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu were there looking at Li Ziyang's serious face, stubborn, and they didn't dare to disobey the military order. They could only resist desperately with Li Ziyang, but the wheel formation was broken first and set on fire. Qi army blocked Qin army behind. These two factors have brought Qi Jun's morale to the bottom. They have no intention of resisting now. If it wasn't for the military order to restrain them, I am afraid they would have already fled. Back at their place, Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu whispered there. Zhou Hu, you have also seen that Li Ziyang is trying to die. He knows that he is not the enemy's opponent, and he still stubbornly stays here. It seems that we will all die here with him. HMPH, it's his business that he is willing to die, and he has to drag the two of us here as backs. But now there is nothing we can do. His personal guards are behind, and we can't leave through the back door at all. Zhou Hu frowned, and he didn't know what to do. Seeing that the Qin army was about to break through the city gate, Li Ziyang sent troops to resist, but he couldn't resist Qin's fierce attack. There is no good way now, we can only wait and see what happens. Zhou Bao, you must be smart. You must find a way to escape and die here with Li Ziyang, you know. I know, second brother, the eldest brother is dead, we must live. Li Ziyang didn't know the plans behind Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao at the moment. Right now, his whole mind is focused on resisting Wang Meng and Wang Jian's attack. Li Ziyang is also considered a highly skilled person, and he still persevered despite the onslaught of Wang Jian and Wang Meng. The city gate was already in tatters and seemed to be in danger of being breached at any time, but no matter how Wang Jian and Wang Meng attacked, they still stood there. At this time, Wang Jian was also there, a little anxious. He wasn't worried about other things, just worried that he would be blamed for his failure to attack the city. He knew that Buff was giving him a chance at the moment, so he didn't send troops. If they hold their troops there, they will break through the city. If Wang Jian and the others cannot attack, there is no guarantee that Bufu and the others will attack the city by themselves. Wang Jian doesn't care about the merit of Gong's going to Qingzhou now, he just doesn't want to be underestimated by Buff. I had made an appointment with Buff before. Buff was in charge of breaking the formation and he was in charge of sieging the city. At that time, Wang Jian thought it was just a joke. But he didn't expect Buff to do such a thing alone, and he is also full of admiration for Buff now. This kind of talent will definitely have a bright future in Qin in the future, and the limelight will be on him. But Wang Jian never thought of using some method to stop Bufu. Because of what happened before, he is still vivid in his mind, and he keeps persuading himself not to provoke Buff again, so as not to cause death. Better to be friends with Buff than to be enemies with Buff, this is what Wang Jian has been saying in his heart. His soldiers were still attacking continuously, but if they couldn't attack for a long time, the morale of Qin's soldiers and horses had already been a little low. Wang Jian felt anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Li Ziyang's defense was too tight, and there was no flaw in it. If he continued, I am afraid that even if Qin's troops were exhausted in front of the city gate, they would not even think of breaking through the city gate. Buff remembered Ming Jin's voice. Wang Jian and Wang Meng were very surprised in their hearts, although he was a general, but since it was Bufu, Ming Jin withdrew his troops and hoped that they would withdraw. So they began to retreat, and Wang Jian's move to lead his troops to retreat was of great significance. This shows that Buff has a very good position in his heart, even above himself. At this moment, the feeling is that Wang Jian and Buff are no longer equal, but obey Buff's command. Of course Wang Jian knew this, but he couldn't control so much anymore. Nothing else was important compared to offending Buff. This was what Wang Jian was thinking at the moment. Wang Meng had the same idea as him, but now even all the soldiers of the Qin state, as long as they have seen the scene of Buff's defeat, will now obey Buff's command. Now Buff is the god in the eyes of these Qin soldiers and horses, and everyone admires him. After the withdrawal of the army, Wang Jian and Wang Meng came to Buff's tent. Wang Jian didn't feel angry because Buff let him retreat. He came to Buff and said with a smile, Buff, our attack is going well, why do you want to call Jin to withdraw? Seeing Wang Jian and Wang Meng, there was no unhappy expression, and he was still smiling at himself. Buff also smiled and said, I'm actually thinking about the general. The momentum of the General Qin Jun's project has passed, and if it continues, I may be counterattacked by the Qi army. After listening to Bufu's words, Wang Jian was stunned for a moment, and then continued with a smile, Bufu, you are really amazing, you can't even hide this from your eyes. Wang Jian continued there. You are right, I also feel the same way. It seems that the rhythm of the siege is not as fast as before. The soldiers are all showing signs of fatigue and they are not as brave as they were at the beginning. Well, I feel the same way. This Li Ziyang can really persevere. Under such a fierce attack from us, he can still hold it. Buff nodded and said with a smile, this Li Ziyang is indeed extraordinary, and he sees death as his home. It seems that he will defend this Qingzhou county even if he is desperate for his life. Hearing Buff say this, Wang Jian and Wang Meng also nodded in agreement. Then they looked at Buff and said, if that's the case, what are we going to do next? Wang Jian's words made Feng Zheng, arrogant and them all stunned. The general is joking. The attack on Qingzhou was originally yours, the general, but now you come to ask me what I need to do next. Xiaolu slandered there. You don't care. You don't care. What kind of gold and what kind of soldiers did you say just now? Chapter 542 Good people deceive people. But he didn't dare to say it face to face, watching Bufu continue to laugh and say, Bufu, you are so smart and brave, you broke Li Ziyang's wheel formation by one person, you are really a god of war. After complimenting Buff, Wang Jian continued, now that we are attacking Qingzhou County, we won't be able to attack it for a long time. Of course, we still need your advice. Seeing Wang Jian looking at him with a smile, Buff also knew what he was thinking. This little girl is trying her best to please herself and wants to have a good relationship with herself. It seems that sometimes being low-key is not the best choice, and being high-profile will make others respect you more. After knowing how powerful you are, when they do things that hurt you, they will consider whether they can bear your anger. Said that good people deceive people, it seems absolutely reasonable. Only when they become tough, those who think about themselves must weigh their weight. Buff looked at Wang Jian's sincere eyes, nodded there and said, okay, since you have spoken, General, let's go, let Brother Manto and Shido go with you to attack the city tomorrow. Although the general's subordinates are brave, they lack the heavy armored soldiers who can break through the city gate, so they will not be able to attack for a long time. When he arrived at Buff's words, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, it would be the best if there are two brothers, Manto and Shishi, who live with me. But when Wang Jian saw the arrogance beside him, he felt a little embarrassed. There, he said embarrassedly, we didn't protect the situation of Buff's madness before, and he was seriously injured. How can I be so embarrassed to let brothers Manto and Stone continue to help us siege the city? Haha, don't worry about the general, the past is over, we all have to look forward now, don't we? When Wang Jian heard Buff's words, he was relieved this time. There he laughed loudly and said, if that's the case, I'll be more respectful than obedient. With the addition of Manto and Shido brothers, we will be able to break through Qingzhou County tomorrow. The general has fought several times today, and it's already been very hard work. Let's go back and rest early to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Okay, Buff, then I'll go back first. I'll keep your eggs in my heart, Buff, and I'll be a picture in the future. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be like this, General. You and I have always been good friends. It's just that there was a little misunderstanding because of arrogant things. The misunderstanding is resolved, and we are still good friends. Okay, Buff, you are open-minded, and you really have the style of a general. I have made a deal with you as a brother. I won't disturb you today. When Qingzhou is conquered, Yu Shandi will tell you my sincerity. Okay, take a slow walk, General. After Wang Jian and Wang Meng left, Brother Manto and Shido came to Buff and said, Shichong, what should we do tomorrow? Your brothers do whatever you want, just keep yourself from getting hurt, and the rest is not important. Here. How long, what about us? Buff looked at Gongya, Qiying and General Feng Zheng, Hua Yunlong and the four of them said, we still have to wait patiently here. Here. Buff is still here. I'm not in a hurry to attack Qianju, but he's actually a little anxious in his heart. That's why he decided to send Manto and Shido to help Wang Jian break the city first. There are two reasons for Buff not to attack Qianju himself. The first. One reason is that although he broke through the formation alone, he still did not want to reveal the strength of his army. The second reason is that the current situation is unclear, and he always has a feeling that the relationship between Chu State and Qin State is somewhat unclear. He can't show too much edge now, otherwise, if Qin and Chu feel threatened, it will be troublesome. Bufu had his own plans. Wei Du was trapped for several days, but there was no movement in Qin State, which was very strange in itself. Moreover, The Chu state also gave up the borders of the Qin state and attacked the Wei state with all their might. All of these made Bu Yufu feel doubtful, and he vaguely guessed that perhaps Qin and Chu had been in contact with each other for a long time. In the face of interests, there is no permanent enemy, and there is no permanent friend. Now Wei state is about to perish. Although Qi state is the culprit, Qi state is not the biggest winner now. Because his rear has also been threatened by the Qin state all the time. Bufu thought was that if he was the king of Chu, after Wei was destroyed, it would be suitable for Qi, which was about to be destroyed by Qin, to attack Qin together. Or with the powerful Qin state, to destroy the already dilapidated state of Qi in one fell swoop. Bufu thinks that if he were himself, he would definitely join forces with the state of Qin. Qi state took it together. This is in line with the development of the situation, but Bufu is not the king of Chu, and how the king of Chu chooses will determine the future changes in the situation. So Bufu is waiting for the king of Chu to make his choice, in fact, waiting for the moment when the state of Wei falls. Today's Qiangju is not as important as I thought. Because if the decision of the king of Chu is as Bufu thought, then the state of Qi, which has been invaded by Qin state for the most part, will be vulnerable. It is difficult to hold on for long under the strong attack of two powerful countries. This kind of insight can only be obtained by buff, bow and arrow keying, and General Fangjung, Hua Yunlong. They can't think of these at all. But although they can't understand what Buff is doing now, their absolute trust in Buff makes them absolutely obey Buff's orders. They can make their own opinions, but as long as it is Buff's decision, they will no longer have any opinions. Buff clarified his thoughts and knew what to do next. For Buff, waiting now is the best way. Wang Jian and Wang Meng were very grateful to Buff at this moment. Buff disregarded the previous grudges, and actually helped them at this time, which moved them very much. Foster father, this Bufu is indeed a god, and he is open-minded, and he will have a bright future in the future. Wang Meng, we are not on the same level as him at all. If nothing else, there is no one in the 6 nations who can do that. Well, foster father, this Bufu is so talented and resourceful, his subordinates. Lieutenant General, all of them have extraordinary martial arts, and are loyal to Buff. Such strength, sometimes he would be willing to be submissive to others as a minister. Do you think he would have other ideas? Wang Meng's words shocked Wang Jian. He didn't know why Xiao Wu said this, but Wang Jian felt that such a thing was very likely to happen. Wang Jian came to Wang Meng's side and said quietly, this buffalo started out with 3,000 troops, attacking cities and lands all the way, and now it has grown to hundreds of thousands of troops with many fierce generals. It's really not that simple. Chapter 543 What if it were you? Foster father, I don't know why the thought suddenly popped up just now. Maybe I feel the same way. If my foster father had such conditions, would he still be subservient? Wang Jian hurriedly covered Wang Meng's mouth, then walked out of the tent, seeing that there were no soldiers nearby, and walked back to Wang Meng's side. Wang Jian said cautiously there, Wang Meng, I don't care how you have such an idea, but if you do, don't say it again in the future. Wang Meng, you have to remember that disaster comes from your mouth. You have already caused a big disaster because of your open mouth. Thank you, you lost your life, and you must not make the same mistake again. Foster father, the child knows it's wrong. What the foster father taught is, well, this Buff is not a thing in the pool, and he will definitely do something in the future. As for what he will do, it's not something you and I should worry about, understand? Wang Jian glanced at Wang Meng and continued, what we are doing now is to break down Qingzhou as soon as possible, and then go straight to Qidu. As long as Qi is eliminated, we can go back to court. Well, foster father, I know. I am afraid that Wang Meng will not know in the future, but the Tianji Qingzhou in his words has now temporarily returned to calm, just like the silence before the storm. Standing at the head of the city, Li Ziyang shook his head helplessly. He sighed in his heart. If Xiaolu and Wang Meng continued to attack just now, Li Ziyang had his own plans. It would definitely damage Wang Meng and Wang Jian's troops, but he didn't expect that at a critical moment, the rear of the whole country actually called Jin Jin to withdraw troops, which really surprised him. In fact, Li Ziyang still had backhands, and he had ambushed many soldiers and horses in the process. Once the Qin soldiers were exhausted, he would open the city to counterattack. At that time, the Qin army will definitely be defeated. Although it cannot be repelled, it can be maintained for some time. But that, Ming Jin's withdrawal completely disrupted his plan, as if he already knew Li Ziyang's plan. Li Ziyang looked at the direction of Buff's camp, and his heart was full of amazement. He had never admired anyone, only Sun Bin could convince him. But now he has a heart of admiration for Bufu, the enemy of Qin, a man who broke his wheel formation and made him unable to fight back. This is an era of respect for the strong, no matter if you are resourceful or strong in martial arts, as long as your skills are strong enough, you will win, including the respect of the enemy. Li Ziyang had completely lost to Buff, and he was already well aware of this. If it was just Wang Jian and Wang Meng, Li Ziyang still had the confidence to keep Qingzhou from being attacked. But now, he has not been able to do anything about himself, and his every move has been seen through by Buff. Qingzhou is already irreversible. Looking at the large camp in front of him, Li Ziyang knew that when the Qin army was attacking, he knew that the general trend was over. At this time, Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu also came to his side. The general is really mighty. Today, the Qin army attacked so fiercely, it was also resisted by the general. Yes, General, as long as we continue to maintain this state, the Qin army will definitely be blocked by us outside the county seat. Li Ziyang's train of thought was interrupted, and he was a little unhappy in his heart, but now they still need the two of them to guard the city, so Li Ziyang didn't blame them for this. Li Ziyang glanced at them, and then said, so far it has been reluctant to resist. Tomorrow, the Qin army will definitely attack with all their strength. Whether they can resist their attack or not depends on tomorrow. Oh, there's no problem with the general. Yes, the general is so smart, he must have had a plan in his heart. Li Ziyang was angry when he heard this. Did these two guys not understand the situation? Now, no matter how much, the ability is still unable to resist Qin's attack. This is an indisputable fact, and the two of them are still talking nonsense here. But seeing Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu pretending to be confused there, Li Ziyang didn't expose them either. There he said with a smile, what the two generals said is very true. I do have a plan, but I still need the cooperation of the two generals. Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu heard Li Ziyang say this. Their eyes lit up and they hurriedly asked, General, as long as the Qin army can be repulsed, our two brothers are willing to go through fire and water, no matter what. Okay. If there are two generals, I can rest assured. After the retreat, I will definitely play King Qi to show the merits of the two. Ha ha ha, thank you General. Three of them chatted for a while more about Qin's siege of the city tomorrow. Li Ziyang deceived the two brothers and asked them to stay beside the city gate, and they didn't need to worry about the rest. Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao brothers had doubts in their hearts, but they didn't expect to be able to repel the enemy soldiers today. They attributed these to Li Ziyang's ability, and believed that Li Ziyang still had the ability to keep Qingzhou. Of the Qin army made the two brothers seem to see hope again, but if his eldest brother was here, he would definitely persuade them to leave. It's a pity that they have no one to tell them what to do now. After Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao left, the smile of Li Ziyang, who was still smiling there, slowly solidified. Then he sighed and said, Zhou Long, if your two brothers were as smart as you, we might not have lost so badly. Now that Qingzhou County is no longer guaranteed, tomorrow may be our death date. I will take the two brothers down to find you, and then we four brothers will have a good drink and chat. Li Ziyang was talking to himself there, and he was deeply saddened. He thought of Sun Bin, who was far away in the Wei state and attacked the Wei capital. Feeling a little ashamed of him, he returned to his room and wrote a letter to Sun Bin, writing down all the situation here. The most mentioned name in the letter is Buff, and he hopes that Sun Bin can get to know Buff in the future against Buff. After writing a long letter, he called his confidant and left quietly with the secret letter. In fact, Li Ziyang can retreat, and he can lead his troops to retreat to Kidu. But when he came here, Sun Bin told Li Ziyang that once Qingzhou County was breached, even if they retreated to Kidu, it would be of no avail. Because, it was not only the Qin who attacked the state of Qi that Li Ziyang didn't understand what Sun Bin meant at the time, and could sense that Sun Bin was deeply worried there. Li Ziyang admired Sun Bin very much, and was very convinced of his words. Chapter 544-Obsession. But Sun Bin always kept his mouth shut, just told him that he must defend Qingzhou, and said very seriously, Qingzhou breaks 5, and Qi country is destroyed. Therefore, Li Ziyang was determined not to leave this place. He believed in Sun Bin's words, so when Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu wanted to leave, he reprimanded them furiously. But Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu didn't know about it, so they complained about Li Ziyang's stubborn defending the city. The county seat of Qingzhou is in danger here, and Sun Bin, who is far away in the state of Wei, is worried about another matter. As smart as him, he felt that there was a subtle change in the battle situation at this moment. Wei Guo was attacked by himself, but Qin Guo didn't seem to be in a hurry. They have never sent troops to support them. Sun Bin has always believed that Apple will do its best to save Wei. This way, we will be able to work with Wei to resist the joint attack of Qi and Chu. Now I find myself around me as if I have made a mistake in thinking. Although Chu state is currently allied with Qi state, who can be sure that after the elimination of Wei state, he will definitely attack Qin state with Qi state. He once thought that once the state of Qi was too weak, even if the state of Wei was eliminated, it would be difficult to guarantee that the state of Chu would not take advantage of the dangers of others. Interest is the most important thing, and the alliance of nations and nations is only for greater interests. When it was discovered that one day, breaking the alliance would yield greater benefits, even Sun Bin would do it without hesitation. Combining all of this, Sun Bin seems to have guessed something about the unusual fact that he has not sent troops to assist the Wei state since he was in harmony with the Qin state. At this moment, he looked at the dilapidated Wei Du who had been attacked in front of him with a solemn expression. Pang Jun on the city wall is still there on his own side. Sun Bin even thought, if Wei Guo continued to exist, would it be more beneficial to Qi Guo? Just when Sun Bin was thinking about things there, the subordinate came to him and said, General, according to your instructions, the deployment has been completed. Okay, then let's go. 8 people carried Sun Bin and walked outside the camp. Pang Jun was standing at the front of the city, preparing to lead the troops and horses to resist the Qi army that was about to attack. The subordinate next to him looked at Pang Jun, whose face was full of exhaustion, and said, the general has not rested for several days. Now that the Qi army has not attacked, the general can take a short rest. Pang Jun waved his hand and said, the military situation is urgent at this time, and there is no time to rest. Soon Sun Bin will send someone to attack the city. You must prepare early when you go down. Here. By the way, have the people sent to Qin for help come back? General, we have sent out 3. But they didn't reply. I don't know if they were stopped by Qi. Pang Jun nodded there, then said, there is indeed this possibility. I am worried about another possibility. General. Okay, don't say more. The subordinates are all ready. The sky is already bright, and the Qi army is about to attack. At this time, a subordinate shouted, General, look, the Qi army is attacking. Pang Jun turned around at this time and looked outside the city wall. Suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly because he saw Sun Bin. After fighting with Sun Bin for so long, he rarely saw Sun Bin lead troops to fight in person. Now that Sun Bin came out in person, Pang Jun couldn't stop sneering there. General, it's Sun Bin, who personally led the troops into battle for unknown reasons. Glanced at the subordinate next to him and said coldly, it seems that he is determined to win, and he plans to fight me to the death today. Pang Jun's encounter with Sun Bin is really a battle of fate. Pang Jun thinks that he has superior resourcefulness, that he is free to master the art of war, and that he is unmatched. That's why he was arrogant since he was a child, and he was invited by the King of Wei in person before. I originally thought of defeating Sun Bin to make a great contribution and become famous in history, but I didn't expect that it would be unfavorable to be a teacher and be defeated by Sun Bin one after another. Provoked by the King of Wei, he thought that he would condescend, so he could invite someone who could fight against him. But he didn't expect that he would still be vulnerable, but Sun Bin's blow to Peng Jun also brought Peng Jun back to reality. He was no longer as arrogant and indomitable as before, but kept trying to figure out how Sun Bin used his troops. Although Peng Jun is not as good as Sun Bin, he is also extremely smart. Although he has suffered a series of fiasco, he has also accumulated experience in fighting against Sun Bin. Gradually, he began to resist Sun Bin's attack, making Sun Bin's attack on Wei a lot slower. This is actually quite a headache for Sun Bin, but it is not so easy for him to quickly defeat Peng Jun. In this way, the battle between the two determines the development of the situation. If Sun Bin can defeat Peng Jun earlier, I believe that what Sun Bin was worried about before will not happen. But up to now, it has developed to such a situation, which Sun Bin did not expect. Although Sun Bin is excellent in tactics, he is still a person after all. No matter how far he looks, it is difficult to predict what will happen in the future. How much damage has been done to the state of Qi? It can be said that Peng Jun is the hero behind the breakthrough of the state of Qi. He won too much time for Buff and the others, but Peng Jun didn't know all of this until he died. Looking at the chairs carried by the 8 people, Sun Bin looked at himself calmly there. Peng Jun felt angry. If he said who he hated the most in his life, then Sun Bin would be the first choice. At this moment, Peng Jun saw Sun Bin coming to attack the city, and suddenly felt that this was the best time to kill Sun Bin. Peng Jun believed that even if the Qi army had broken through the gates of the Wei capital, as long as Sun Bin was killed, the Wei state would still have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Come with me, gather all the troops, and I'm going out of the city to fight Sun Bin to the death. Here. The generals immediately assembled their troops and horses, and then led by Peng Jun, rushed out of the city gate, came to the front of the cavalry not far away, and confronted their army. Peng Jun, you still dare to go out to the city for a movie battle, it seems that you have some courage. HMPH, Sun Bin, you're not so proud of yourself there. A cripple with disabled legs, even though he dares to lead an army to attack the city, he really doesn't know whether to live or die. Ha ha ha, Peng Jun, thanks to what you said, even though I am disabled in both legs, I haven't beaten you all the way and escaped. You. These words came to Peng Jun's sore spot at once, where Peng Jun's face was red, and he was so angry at Sun Bin's words. Chapter 545-Catch Up. You, the defeated general, are not ready to capture you quickly, and you are still yelling here, you are really in vain for the world. You Sun Bin, you are too deceiving. Even if I die with you today, I will never let you go and take my life. Peng Jun roared and rushed forward. Sun Bin waved his hand, and the army started to attack. Peng Jun wholeheartedly wanted to kill Sun Bin, and the best thing for him was to capture Sun Bin alive, but he knew it wasn't easy. Killing the soldiers who came to block him, the general of Qi State was not Peng Jun's opponent, and was knocked to the ground by him in several rounds. Peng Jun felt that he was particularly brave today. He felt that today's state was very good, and it was the best time to turn defeat into victory. So he desperately rushed to where Sun Bin was, and when Sun Bin saw Peng Jun rushing towards him, he suddenly became nervous. Ordered quickly, and the soldiers who carried him retreated back, looking very embarrassed. When Peng Jun saw that Sun Bin was about to run away, he immediately laughed. He then sped up and charged towards Sun Bin, but behind Sun Bin there were many soldiers blocking him. Peng Jun had to defeat them all in order to rush over, so he wasted time watching the minibus get further and further away from him, and Peng Jun was also very anxious. If this opportunity is missed, the chances of getting close to Sun Bin at such a close distance are very slim. Pang Jun started to go all out at this moment, and his generals also rushed over to fight with the soldiers who resisted him and prevented him from advancing. With the resources of his subordinates, Pang Jun finally broke through the layers of obstacles and rushed towards the distant Sun Bin. But the soldiers carrying Sun Bin moved very fast, as if they were specially selected people, and their legs were very strong. But it's normal to think about it. If they didn't run fast enough, Sun Bin would have died many times now. How could he run over a horse without his legs? Yet he dared to come to the front of the camp and lead the troops to fight in person. If there is no guarantee, this is undoubtedly a death sentence. Ha ha ha, Sun Bin, this time you can't escape. Pang Jun was chasing after him desperately, and his mind was full of the scene of catching Sun Bin. For Pang Jun, this is the last chance. If he makes a mistake, he will never have such an excellent chance to turn defeat into victory. At this moment, he didn't think about anything, just wanted to grab Sun Bin who could see a figure in front of him. But no matter how he chased after the horse, he always felt that the distance was not getting closer. The entourage behind him also had doubts at this time, and wanted to catch up with Pang Jun's warhorse. But Pang Jun has forgotten everything now, and he would definitely be alert in normal times, but this time he thinks this is the last chance and must be seized firmly. Even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, he would have to rush forward. As long as he caught Sun Bin, all problems would be solved, and victory or defeat could not allow him to think too much in one fell swoop. General, there is danger ahead. General. Pang Jun finally stopped amidst the shouts of the soldiers. Because he could no longer see Sun Bin's figure, and there was a valley further ahead. Obviously, if he eats the ambush, Pang Jun will die if he goes in. After losing Sun Bin's figure, Pang Jun also regained his composure. Slowly stopped, his eyes stared sharply above the sides of the valley. At this time, the soldiers and horses behind him caught up, and his men came down to Sun Bin's side. General's terrain is dangerous here, and there may be an ambush, so it's better to be careful, General. Pang Jun nodded there, and then said, I know this place, although the terrain is dangerous, but Sun Bin must be inside. He fled here because I didn't dare to enter. General, what should we do? At this time, one of his soldiers and horses had come here, and looking at the thousands of soldiers behind him, Pang Jun was also hesitating there. The road ahead is unclear, and there are many ambushed in the canyon, but if he were to go back like this, he would miss the opportunity in front of him and wait until the little dick attacked the city again, and Wei Guo would not be able to hold on. Pang Jun sighed there, and then said, send the scouts in to check. Here. Pang Jun knew that if this wasted time, maybe Sun Bin had already escaped from here. But there is no other way, knowing that it's a trap and stepping on it, then I won't be able to catch Sun Bin and take my own life. A dozen scouts rushed in, but there was no strange sound coming from the valley. After about a quarter of an hour, these waiters rushed out from inside. General, my subordinates went in to check, turned to the top of the mountain on both sides, and did not see any sign of Qi Jun. Pang Jun pondered for a while, and said in his heart that I had been tricked. Sun Bin really knew people's hearts deeply. He came here only to escape for himself, and there was no ambush. Taking advantage of my fear of ambush when I saw that the terrain was dangerous, I stopped and did not dare to pursue, and I missed such a good opportunity in vain. Pang Jun slapped his thigh, and then regretted it, hating himself for being cowardly. Otherwise, if he had just entered the valley, he would definitely be able to catch Sun Bin and turn defeat into victory. Glanced at the subordinates next to him this year, both angry and helpless. The words of the subordinates are also for their own good. As long as ordinary people come here, they will think that there will be an ambush, so I can't blame him. Come on, let's go in and have a look. Pang Jun walked into the valley with his troops and horses. The sky was already dark, and before you knew it, the war had already been fought for a day. Perhaps it was because the generals fled, that Qi state was defeated by Wei state. After being attacked and retreated by the Wei army, Xiaozhu was comforted by the news, at least they had the upper hand in this war. Who was the coach, was not captured. If Sun Bin was also captured, then this war would be an absolute victory. In this way, the valley began to become dark, and the mountains on both sides made the canyon enter the night early. Pang Jun felt that he should not move forward, but he always felt that Sun Bin was hiding in this canyon, and he didn't want to give up this only chance. He thought that the end of the canyon must be a dead end, and Sun Bin must have calculated himself and did not dare to go deep into the canyon. So he hid in the valley and waited until he had withdrawn before fleeing the valley. If it is said that everything is arranged by fate, there is some truth to it. The usual Xiaoju would not be so persistent and extreme, thinking that Sun Bin was in this valley. It was really during this period of time that Sun Bin led the Qi army to continuously attack Weidu, and Weidu could not hold on any longer. So when Pang Jun saw the only chance that he seemed to be able to turn defeat into victory, he really didn't want to give up at all. Chapter 546_Opportunity. Even if there is only a very small chance, he will try his best to fight for it. Sun Bin also used his heart to let Pang Jun fall into his trap step by step. At this time, it was half an hour after Pang Jun entered the valley. A soldier and horse approached here quietly and quickly, and ambushed on both sides of the valley. And Pang Jun didn't know all of this, just slowly exploring forward. Soldiers had already lit their torches and went up the mountain to search from time to time. The woods on the mountain are not dense, and some places are still bare mountains, which can't hide the shadow of people at all. But it was such a place on the mountain, a place that Pang Jun couldn't see, where Sun Bin sat on his chair, watching the torches slowly approach under the valley. General, everything is ready according to your plan. Pang Jun and the others will soon arrive at the place we arranged at the beginning. Ah, I know, and tell them not to panic, and wait until Pang Jun is completely at that position before launching an attack. Here. Pang Jun didn't know that all his whereabouts were being watched by Sun Bin, and he had fallen into the trap that Sun Bin set for him. Stop! Pang Jun shouted there, then stopped. I don't know why Pang Jun suddenly had a very bad feeling. He called for the soldiers, and told them to go and check. At this time, the soldiers stepped forward to check, and then one of the soldiers shouted, General, this tree has a letter carved on it. Pang Jun thought it was very strange, and slapped his horse forward to the soldier. Pick up the torch and light up the tree where the lettering is placed. I saw the words on it. Pang Jun died here. When he read all the words, he knew that it was not good. He was in an ambush, and he was about to shout to retreat. He heard swish swish. 3 arrows flew towards him, instinctively dodged to the side, but he still didn't dodge. 2 arrows were hit in the chest and fell off the horse. Escape! Escape! Pang Jun shouted desperately, but he already knew in his heart that it was too late to retreat. There was a lot of grief, and I was very cautious, but I was still caught in an ambush by Sun Bin. Slowly crawling from the ground, the books around him were shot to death by random arrows, and now the arrows flying in the sky are still reaping the lives of Wei soldiers. They fled everywhere, but there was no place to hide, and the torches became their reminders. No matter where they fled, as long as there were torches, there would definitely be people in front of him. And read the words again. There, shaking his head helplessly, he knew that he could not escape today. There he shouted, Sun Bin, kill, I surrender. Hearing Pang Jun's shouting, the arrow suddenly stopped. Pang Jun looked at the corpses on the ground and half of the soldiers left, and said sadly, let's surrender. Sun Bin, spare them not to die, I admit defeat. Speaking of which, Pang Jun drew out the sword from his waist, cut his throat, and killed himself. His body leaned so tightly against the tree that he didn't fall down after he died. Sun Bin saw that Pang Jun committed suicide there, and knew that the state of Wei was completely over. Defeating the last line of defense, when Pang Jun attacked Wei, there was no one who could resist their iron hoofs. However, he did not attack the remaining Wei army who had surrendered. It can be regarded as an explanation for Pang Jun. For so long, he has fought against Pang Jun countless times. Although he is an enemy, he has already sympathized with each other. If they weren't born in two countries, they might have become very good friends. Ordering the soldiers to clean up the mess, in fact, Pang Jun's approach was correct. Because he can't escape today anyway, Sun Bin has already arranged everything. Even if he could dodge this wave of attacks, the soldiers in ambush in the valley would not let them go at all. Sun Bin defeated Pang Jun with wisdom and won the final victory for Qi. On Buff's side, the county seat of Cheongju of Manto and Stone brothers made the already dilapidated city gate even more difficult to resist. Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu were deceived by Li Ziyang to go to the city gate to defend, but how could they resist Manto and Brother Stone? In the past, they used the sword-wrapping method to fight Manto and Brother Stone, as well as Zhang Fangjung. Comparable. However, now they have no fighting spirit, and only want to save their lives and escape. Once a person has no fighting spirit, he will not be able to fight at all, and his strength can only show 2 or 3 layers, which is not bad. It's just that the steamed buns are still many brothers, but their fighting spirit is high. They frantically attacked the city gate, using this huge shield to defend against the bows and arrows shot at them from the city wall. With their participation, Xiaowu and Xiaolu's attack has been completely improved by a level, and the gate is about to collapse. Li Ziyang didn't have a good solution at the moment, he knew that the trend was over. He laughed at this moment, looking at the soldiers around him who were fighting desperately. They shouted loudly, "Brothers, now is the time for you to serve your country with all your loyalty. Even if we hold on for 1 more minute, there will be good news from Wei Guo. Don't be afraid, I will be with you on the Wangquan Road." At this time, Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao finally understood Li Ziyang's thoughts. There is no way to resist the Qin army, Li Ziyang is just bluffing there. Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao knew that they had been deceived by Li Ziyang, and they looked at Li Ziyang angrily with anger in their eyes. If it wasn't for Li Ziyang's deception, they would have had the time and opportunity to escape from here. Now that the city gate has been breached, they resisted and escaped by all means. Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao took out their bows and arrows, and the arrows were not aimed at Brother Manto and Shido or any of the other Qin soldiers. On the contrary, it was Li Ziyang, who was impassioned and inspired the army. Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu thought that Li Ziyang was the one who killed them. The poor Li Ziyang is still there and continues to speak words to encourage the soldiers to fight bravely. But 2 swooshing arrows pierced his chest. Li Ziyang's eyes widened, he turned his head to look at the place where the arrow flew, and he saw 2 very hot eyes. When he knew that the 2 arrows were shot by Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu, there was no trace of anger. Instead, he looked at the 2 of them with a slight smile, and then fell down. HMPH, let him deceive our brothers, he is the one who harmed us. Zhou Bao, it seems that we are doomed today. At this time, Zhou Bao picked up the big knife in his hand and took 2 steps forward. Chapter 547 with you on the road to Wangquan. There, he said angrily, Zhou Hu, now you go on horseback and rush out of the city through the back door. I am here to resist the Qin army, hurry up. Ha ha ha, brother, what's the point of me escaping alone, since we are destined to die here, then it is not lonely to have our brothers as company on the Wangquan Road. Zhou Bao looked at Zhou Hu's firm eyes and knew that he had given up the idea of escaping. Came to Zhou Hu's side, and said with a wry smile, I didn't expect that our 3 brothers would end up like this, but killing the scene temporarily is an honor. Well, yes, my brother is right. At the time, my brother sacrificed to save us. Now our brother goes down to find him. 18 years later, we are still brothers. Okay, since we can vote once today, let's have a good time, and we have to pull 2 backs to death. Ha ha ha, yes, I think the 2 people who attacked the city gate are good. It should be a good thing to have them buried with them. Zhou Hu and Zhou Bao set their sights on the brothers Manto and Shido. At this moment, they have completely given up their desire to live, but they still have to fight with brother Manto and Shido. At this moment, brother Manto and Shido are struggling to attack the city gate, and in a little while, the city gate will be breached by them. Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu are not in a hurry at this moment. Where are you waiting for them to break through the city gate, so that they can fight to the death? Xiaowu and Xiaoliu are also struggling to attack the city now. Soldiers used their bodies to crawl towards the city wall, and now they have rushed up. The defenders of Qingzhou County were completely unable to hold back the attack of the Qin army. Now that Li Ziyang is dead, there is no one in command, and now the Qingzhou defenders are a mess, fighting indiscriminately. The Qin army is now going to attack the county seat of Qingzhou in one go. A bang, the huge city gate fell to the ground. Brother Manto and Shido led the troops and rushed in. Ha ha ha, I finally broke through. Don't say Manto, the city gate of Qingzhou County is really strong. It has already been photographed like that. I can't imagine it is so laborious. That's right, Stone, I'm about to exert my strength to suckle, and I don't know what material this door is made of to be so strong. Humph. Of course, the two people with shallow knowledge don't know what material this is. Hearing the discordant voice, Brother Manto and Shido finally saw the mortal enemies they had fought before, Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu, after they brought them to the dust. HMPH, you two guys are not dead yet. I thought you were already dead. Hey, Manto, how could these two cowards die so quickly? But I wonder why they didn't run away and stayed here to die. HMPH, even if our brothers die, we will bring you to be buried with us. Oh, I understand, they think they can't run away, so they want to drag our brothers to bury them here. Bantu, since they want to die so much for our fulfillment, let's give them a ride. Hey, other things, Stone, I'll ask them a few words first. This is what arrogance taught me. Hearing what Manto said, Shido felt strange there, thinking that he could learn something good from Zhang Kuang. At this time, Manto cleared his throat and said, I think the two of you are good at martial arts. If we can abandon the darkness and turn to the light, and turn to our teachers, we will. There must be something to do. Fart, you dare to insult us, we would rather die than be a general. Hey, you're quite strong. When you were fighting with me before. Don't run, it's not your big brother, you sacrificed yourself to save you. You. At this time, Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu were already so angry that this Manto talked straight, and was dedicated to exposing people's pain points. Why does it seem to be different from what Zhang Kuang said? I remember that when he said he recruited Peng Jun to surrender, this is what he used. I said Manto, you specified that you were deceived by Zhang Kuang. If you say that, he can still surrender, which is really amazing. Oh, what I said, it seems that the faces of the two of them are wrong. It seems that Zhang Kuang has indeed deceived me. When I go back to find him to settle the account. You two guys are really hateful. Even if we die, we won't let you go. Second brother, don't talk nonsense with them, we fought with them. Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu rushed up, but Brother Manto and Shido were in a completely different mood now than they were at that time. At that time, they were eager for success, and wanted the opportunity brought to them by sincere buff, so they were very impatient. For Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu's strategy, but now Brother Manto and Shido are not in a hurry, because the city has already been breached. Shaolin and Zhou Hu couldn't escape at all, even if they were to spend with them slowly, Brother Manto and Shido wouldn't be impatient anymore. Ha ha ha, it's good to come, the two of you will be defensive before, let me experience your martial arts today. The four of them fought together. At this time, Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu's offensive was very fierce, but their martial arts were not as strong as those of Manto and Stone. At that time, the reason why they were able to hold down the two brothers was entirely due to the rapping sword technique. However, the rapping sword method uses the impatience of the enemy, and their mood at the moment is not suitable for this kind of exercise. Just a few rounds, Manto and Shido already knew the details of Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu. Started to attack violently, and the situation turned around immediately. Zhou Bao and Zhou Hu were not the opponents of the two brothers Manto Stone at all. After dozens of moves, they were knocked off the horse by the two of them, and the steamed bread and the stone were not left alive. They raised their weapons in their hands and beheaded the two to the ground. They knew that these two would not take refuge in Bufu at all. They had a vendetta against Bufu and the others for killing their brother, so how could they still seek refuge with them? The army was overwhelmed and fled. Brother Stone and Manto saw Li Ziyang's body on a high platform not far from the city wall. Looking at Li Ziyang with 2 arrows in his chest, he opened his eyes and died there, with a slight smile on his face. Hey, why did this guy die? Didn't they tell them not to shoot him to death? There's no way to explain to Zhang Kuang now. When we attacked the city, we agreed to bring him alive to Zhang Kuang. At this time, Manto called his subordinates and said, "Did you see who shot him to death? I have already explained to the archers that they must not kill him." There was a really embarrassed smile over there, and then he said, "We didn't see it either. Besides, I'm not an archer either." Chapter 548 King is furious. Manto glanced at the soldier. "You are quite able to say something. Let's see, you're very clever. Go and find out who killed Li Ziyang." "There," Manto said with a smile. "If you find out, I will reward you with a sip of wine, but if you can't find out, you will see your ass blooming." Manto deliberately frightened the soldier there. The soldier was taken aback for a moment, then quickly turned around to inquire. He knew that the steamed buns looked gentle, but if he really couldn't do what he wanted, he really had to suffer a bit. This soldier didn't want to feel the big fist of the sandbag of the steamed bun. What to do now? Shito Li Ziyang is dead. How can we explain to Zhang Kuang? Well, it's okay. Let's send someone to bring Zhang Kuang here and see what he has to say. Then he nodded and looked at the stone and said, "That's the only way it can be." County seat of Qingzhou was breached, and Qin's troops and horses began to align, posing a real threat. As long as you move forward, you can reach Qidu. There is no city that can stop the Qin army. At this time, King Qi, who was in Qidu, was furious there, but even if he was burning with anger, it was useless. Qingzhou fell, and all the generals were killed by the generals of the Qin state. Now, only Sun Bin, who is far away in Wei state, can resist the army and horse of Bufu. However, the country of Wei is far away from here, and it will take a few days to return quickly to help. Fortunately, there are still some soldiers and horses here in Qidu that can resist for a while, but they won't be able to resist for long. You bastards, you are just standing here now, and you can't come up with any ideas. All the ministers bent down and bowed their heads, not daring to take the words of King Qi. At that time, whoever dared to contradict a word, it would really be fatal. Who was in anger, couldn't listen to anyone, even if it was what his ministers Tianji said. King Qi didn't want to listen more now. Anger is the only emotion he has now, and venting his anger is the only thing he wants to do now. But what problem can all of this solve? Qingzhou fell, Qidu is now in jeopardy, and Tianji next to him is frowning. Was thinking about a solution, but now he had no choice, and the army followed Sun Bin to attack Wei. The remaining part of the troops and horses are all concentrated in Qingzhou. Now that Qingzhou has been defeated, the remaining soldiers and horses of Qi can't compete with Qin at all. Unless Sun Bin, who is far away in Wei state, is brought back, is there still time? King Qi, calm down, this is the end of the matter, we just want to deal with it next. How to deal with it? How to deal with it now? How can you resist Qin's army? King Qi, we can send a letter to get the minibus back. As long as he can get back in time, Qi will be saved. King Qi sent a message there. Now after hearing Tianji's words, he nodded, and then said, Tianji, what you said is reasonable, it is not too late, I will immediately order Sun Bin to come. On Sun Bin's side, the capital of Wei had already been conquered, and he was forced to hang himself to death for the king, and he would not be a prisoner of Qi when he died. Chu state devoured Wei state's rear city from the rear, and at this time also came to the vicinity of Wei capital. Seeing that the state of Qi had already conquered the capital of Wei, the generals of the state of Chu also entered the center of the capital of Wei and wanted to divide it. A cup of soup. This practice made Sun Bin dissatisfied, so he wrote to the king of Chu, telling him the situation here, hoping that he could control his subordinates and not do things that go beyond the thunder. However, his letters were like a stone sinking into the sea, and the generals of the Chu state continued to enter the Wei capital, and the number was huge, and even far surpassed the troops and horses of the state of Qi. You must know that the troops and horses of Qi state here are already the main force of Qi state. If there is a dispute in Chu state, the consequences will be disastrous. Seeing the attitude of the generals of the Chu state and the actions of the Chu state, a shadow slowly rose in Sun Bin's heart. He felt that what he feared most was about to happen. He began to plan and guard against the troops of the state of Chu. But now there is no movement in Chu state's troops and horses. Although a large number of soldiers are arranged in Waidu, they are still very friendly to Qi's army. This made Sun Bin even more worried. There must be a huge conspiracy behind this kind of inconsistency. After weighing it again and again, Sun Bin still pulled the troops and horses out of the Wei capital. This kind of approach puzzled the generals of Qi, and they didn't understand what Sun Bin meant. Wei Du, whom they had worked so hard to offer, handed over to others like this, making their hearts very uncomfortable. These generals came to Sun Bin one after another, expressing that they could not understand what Sun Bin said. General, we soldiers of the state of Qi, brave and extraordinary, have gone through untold hardships, fought from the border of the state of Wei to the capital of Wei, and finally conquered the city of the capital of Wei. Now that the state of Chu is there, and the dove occupies the magpie's nest, it is really annoying. Yes, General, although we are in alliance with the motherland, they also have their share of credit for capturing Wei. But they have already acquired a lot of cities, why should they disregard the friendship of the alliance and invade the capital of Wei? Seeing the excitement of the generals, Sun Bin shook his head helplessly. Everything they said, Sun Bin never thought of sighing there, then looked at them and said, now Qidu is under the Qin dynasty. The state was attacked, and now the state of Chu has put a large number of troops and horses in the capital of Wei. If we conflict with Chu for the purpose of competing for the capital of Wei, what will happen to the capital of Qi? The lieutenant general stopped speaking after hearing what Sun Bin said. Although they were very angry, they understood what Sun Bin said. General, if we had known this, we wouldn't have to attack Waidu. Bold, you dare to criticize the general's decision here, I think your brain doesn't want it. The general who was reprimanded widened his eyes. He was a man of temperament, with a straightforward personality, and he would not be obsessed with his words. He looked at the general who reprimanded him and retorted, did I say something wrong? We already knew we were going to make wedding dresses for others, so why did we bother to attack him? You're here, drag me down. You dare, I have made great contributions to Qi Guo, you dare to arrest me. Seeing the generals making a mess, Sun Bin, who was sitting in the chair, shouted, don't be arguing, now that Qi is at stake, you still have time to argue here. Hearing that Sun Bin lost his temper, the two generals in the quarrel turned their heads and walked to the side. I know your mood and can understand your anger, but at this time of life and death in the Qi kingdom, we must not be in a mess. Chapter 549 Sun Bin's words. Hearing Sun Bin's words, the generals' faces slightly improved. I know that you are unwilling to think that you have worked so hard to attack Wei capital, but you have to surrender to others, but the situation is different now. King Zhou, the troops and horses of the Qin state can no longer be resisted, and now most of the troops and horses of the Qi state are here. If we fight here, firstly, the alliance will be destroyed, and secondly, if we are entangled by the state of Chu, the capital of Qi will be destroyed by the state of Qin. The capital of Qi is broken, the state of Qi will perish, so what's the use of having the capital of Wei at that time? Sun Bin's words were reasonable and made these hurried generals calm down. One by one is no longer as tense as before. General, what should we do now? Sun Bin had already figured out a countermeasure, because he always guarded against Chu Guo's attack. Sun Bin planned to arrange some troops and horses to be stationed near the capital of Wei. The camp was built just like all the troops and horses were here. But after the construction was completed, a small number of soldiers were dispatched to set up camp here, and cook every day, just like the soldiers and horses of Qi never left. But at night, when the troops and horses of the state of Chu could not be seen, Sun Bin would lead the army of the state of Qi to leave here. Sun Bin's purpose is very simple: to make Chu state think that they have not evacuated Waidu with all their troops and horses, and that Waidu is always in a state of being ready to acquire it at any time. In this way, the state of Chu would not leave Waidu easily. Sun Bin has seen it through. Chu state now has the heart to unite with Qin state, and as for the alliance with Qi state, it has now become very unstable. Although there has not been a clear break, Sun Bin absolutely cannot fail to guard against it. Sun Bin does this, and there is another advantage. Even if the state of Chu and the state of Qin have secretly formed an alliance, then if he quietly withdraws like this, the state of Chu will not have the opportunity to make a sneak attack. Because Chu state also knew that as long as Sun Bin didn't withdraw to Qi capital, Qin state would break it very soon, and if nothing had to be done, Wei capital would have been occupied. Now all he needs to do is to restrain Sun Bin and prevent him from going back to rescue Qidu. This is the worst situation for Qidu. General, this subordinate understands. The underbed and other people have little knowledge, and I offended the general just now, and I look forward to General Haihan. That straight person listened to Sun Bin's words and finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. His character is straightforward, and if he is wrong, he will change it, and there he respectfully apologizes to Sun Bin. Sun Bin nodded there, and then said, "You are both generals and pillars of the Qi country. The most important thing for us now is to rush back." Sun Bin said earnestly there, "As long as the capital of Qi is kept, the state of Chu will not easily turn against us. How the situation will change by then is still unknown." Wherever the generals nodded their heads in agreement, to the 5 bodies that they admired for being far-sighted. From there, Sun Bin continued, "If Qi can't keep it, it will definitely fall to the ground, and join forces with Qin to destroy our Qi." Sun Bin said what he was most worried about was also what he could not deal with now. Once the state of Chu and the state of Qin started an alliance, the already crumbling state of Qi would not be the opponent of the 2 great powers at all. Sun Bin didn't expect such a situation at the beginning. This is where he miscalculated, but now that this is the case, Sun Bin also. There is no good way. The only thing that can be done is to keep Qidu, and maybe there is still a chance. Sun Bin was planning here, and here in the state of Chu, the king of Chu held a letter in his hand, smiling slightly there. King of Chu, the scouts came to report that the troops and horses of the Qi state have withdrawn from the capital of Wei, and have set up camp in a valley near the latitude. Hee, this Sun Bin is indeed a talented person. No wonder he was able to attack the city all the way, and hit the capital of Wei. King Chu, no matter how powerful he is, how can he defeat the Wei capital? He still has to be obediently handed over. Yeah, now the Qin state has begun to attack the capital of Qi. I believe that the capital of Qi will be conquered soon, and the state of Qi will perish. The king of Chu nodded there, and then said, "We have been sitting on the mountain to watch the tiger fight. It seems that it is time to take action." King Chu, now Qin and Qi are at war there, we might as well wait and see. Although Qi is at the end of the shot, it can also consume some of Qin's strength. Ha ha ha, the Qin state is strong, and the state of Qi can no longer resist it. If you don't take the opportunity to tear off a piece of meat now, when the state of Qi is overrun by the state of Qin, you won't be able to drink soup. King Chu, what should we do next? Tell Shangfei to defend the capital of Wei, and then test the strength of Qi's troops stationed near the capital of Wei. I have some doubts that they have already darkened Chenkang. Oh, why did the king of Chu say that? HMPH, Qidu is in danger now, so Sun Bin is not a fool. How can he send heavy troops to station near Waidu? It must be a trick. King Chu Yingming, this subordinate will do it now. Well, tell Shangfei, if you find that Qi's troops are running out, then swallow their camp for me. King Chu, are we going to tear up our face with Qi now? The king of Chu smiled contemptuously there, and then said, what good is it to be friends with him in a country that is about to perish? Hearing the words of the king of Chu, the generals instantly understood what he meant. Then the king of Chu, if it is as you expected, then the Qi state camp is just a trick. What should we do after we swallowed his camp and turned against them? Oh, what do you say? My subordinate understands. Not long after Sun Bin left the capital of Wei, he received an order from King Qi to quickly lead his troops back. Hearing the will of the king of Qi, all the generals and soldiers were there talking about it. Said that Sun Bin predicts things like a god, and admires him deeply. Sun Bin didn't speak, just frowned and didn't speak. What the generals were concerned about was that Sun Bin guessed King Qi's will and set off for the capital of Qi in advance. But what Sun Bin thought was that since King Qi had already given his decree, it seemed that Qidu was more dangerous than he thought. He was deeply worried there, not knowing that it would be too late for him to rush back now. The order tells the generals and soldiers below to speed up the pace of advancement and rush back to Qidu as soon as possible. Here. Report. What's the matter? General, after we left, the state of Chu attacked our camp in Waidu and killed the troops we stayed there. What? Sun Bin felt that the sky was thundering, and the thing he was most worried about had happened. The Chu state is already telling them that their alliance has disintegrated. Chapter 550 _ More bad luck. Sun Bin closed his eyes now, and he knew that the Qi kingdom was now more fortunate than fortune. Things were going in the worst direction he expected. Sun Bin felt that he was completely powerless, and even if Qi was not attacked, it would still be difficult to resist the combined attack of Wei and Chu. Not to mention the now dilapidated state of Qi, and the Qi capital that was about to be conquered and occupied. This situation made Sun Bin feel powerless. There are wolves in front and tigers in the back. What should he do now? Sun Bin's face will be gloomy. The generals were all surprised when they heard the news. They were not only resentful of Chu's treachery. At the same time, he was more admired by Sun Bin's magic tricks. They were all there fortunately for Sun Bin's decision to give up the fight for Waidu. If they had annexed the Wei capital together with the Chu state, they would have been trapped in the Wei capital by the Chu state at this moment. The general's magic tricks, his subordinates admire it. Yeah, if it wasn't for the general's strategy, and it was clear that Chu state was a perfidious generation, these soldiers and horses of our Qi state would probably be buried in the mouth of the wolf. Sun Bin listened to your subordinates and talked about each other. There he took a long sigh and said, although I guessed that the state of Chu was treachery, I still underestimated the wisdom, and actually saw through my deception in such a short period of time. General, since the strategy has been seen through, what should we do next? Sun Bin thought there for a while and said, you quickly arrange your soldiers to go to the Wei state city we captured, and tell them the news of Chu state's abandonment of the alliance. Tell them that they must be on guard to prevent Chu state from taking advantage of the danger of Qi capital and capturing the city. Here. Send the order, the troops and horses march with extreme speed, and there must be no mistake. Here. After Sun Bin arranged everything, he sighed and thought, all this is the will of God, and the will of God cannot be violated. He can't express his worries in front of the soldiers. Such words will only shake the hearts of the soldiers and make them lose hope. Although he already knew in his heart that Qi's future was very bleak, but as an extraordinary person, he could only fight to the death and do his best by God's will. Here in Buff, Wang Jian and Wang Meng are struggling to attack Qidu. Zhang Kuang, Gangya and Qi Ying also participated in the siege battle. Brothers Manto Stone and General Fengzheng attacked Qidu from 3 directions respectively. Zhang Kuang, how come you don't look like you are recovering from a serious injury? You seem to be more brave than before. Ha ha ha, I feel the same way. Maybe even as I said, I'm a blessing in disguise. Ha ha, it's just luck that your boy said that if you don't die, you will have good luck. You said it was your boy. That is, who am I? Am I arrogant and die so easily? Blow it, and then blow it there. It's also very strong, and it has resolved your crisis several times, or else you'll die 8 and 8 back and forth. Ha ha ha, that is, who told us to follow the right person? Envy, envy and hate. Ganya and Qi Ying curled their lips beside them, and then said, I knew you had been injured once, and you could become so powerful, I would be just like you. Bah, Ganya, don't say such unlucky words. If I had to choose, I wouldn't have such an experience. I was talking seriously beside me. Qi Ying laughed beside him. It was so powerful just now, but now I'm getting nervous again. Don't worry, Ganya won't be so confused. Hey, I'm not afraid, right? That kind of pain is really not something ordinary people can bear. Well, so, arrogant, you deserve so much power and become stronger. Actually, I don't know why it's like this. Shichang just said that my meridians were opened up by a mistake, so I'm twice as strong as before. This is a good thing. Come on, Zhang Kuang will let us attack this Kidu first. Good. There are 444 city gates in Kijukung, east, west, north and south. The one that Zhang Kuang and the others attacked was Examen. Although there were not many defenders, it was not so easy to break through. Perhaps it was because the city gates were strong and there were not many defenders. Zhang Kuang rushed to the front of the city gate, and it was a punch when he went up. There was a loud bang, and dust fell from the walls around the door. I'll go, Zhang Kuang, you're really fierce, your strength is about to catch up with you. My strength is far worse than how long it is. Remember how long the carriages in the wheel array were flying? You haven't counted how many they flew. Don't be arrogant. While punching at the city gate again, the bow and arrow shot an archer who shot a cold arrow at them to death. Swish swish 3 more arrows, and the archer who had just exposed half of his head at the top of the city was hit by the exposed part of his head. 3 people 3 should live and die, and the guards on the city wall dare not show their faces anymore. You can only stretch out your hand and shoot at random there. Ha ha ha, Ganya, your archery skills are increasing day by day, it's like 100 hits. I haven't been idle during this time, and the 500 archers are not good people. If you want to control them, you really can't do it unless you show some real skills. They have already mastered the ability to shoot long distances from 100 meters away. Hee, it seems that we have all made progress during this time. That's a must, otherwise how can you keep up with the long footsteps? At this moment, while Zhang Kuang, Qi Ying, and Ganya were attacking the west gate, Fengjung Manto and Brother Stone were attacking the east gate. There were steamed buns and Stone brothers blocking the shield, and the soldiers who attacked the city gate behind him were not injured at all. Ha ha ha, I am really happy. When brothers attack a city together, it's really too few. Yes, Manto, you can work harder, we can't let the arrogant boy take the lead. Well, that brat Zhang Kuang is really abominable. He didn't take Li Ziyang to him alive, he scolded us a lot, and he even asked us to toast him. As soon as Manto remembered the contemptuous expression on his arrogant face back then, he looked contemptuous. Immediately, the strength in his hand increased a bit, and he slammed on the city gate with a thumping sound. Shido knew that Manto remembered some unpleasant scenes, and smiled helplessly there. In fact, I can't complain about being arrogant. Who told them that the 2 brothers would guarantee that they would capture Li Ziyang alive? It's just that they didn't expect that Li Ziyang was actually shot to death by Zhou Hu and Zhou Hu. This is really surprising, and there is no way around it.